Marvel Ninja God. Chapter 251. With Hinata's help, Rogge also resumed his long-lost cultivation. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu. Mangekyo Sharingan, would release, Senjutsu. Whether it was exchanged from the system or developed by himself, he reorganized and cultivated all of them. In particular, the improvement of Chakra and Susanoo have become his main cultivation content recently. The amount of Chakra that Nilast has gradually been unable to keep up with his actual needs, and he also needs to further improve his Senjutsu while increasing the amount of Chakra. His Senjutsu inherited from Hashirama, but it doesn't mean that it is the same as Hashirama's Senjutsu. He still has a long way to go to reach the level of Hashirama's Senjutsu. According to his own estimation, his current Senjutsu should barely reach 1/3 or 1/4 of Hashirama's level. Although the degree of development is far less than Hashirama's, it is enough to ensure that he will not go blind because of excessive use of Mangekyo Sharingan. The process of cultivation is boring, especially when no one can exchange relevant cultivation experience and insights with him. This kind of boredom is particularly obvious. In order to make the process of cultivation less boring, and to expand the commission business that he has put down for a long time, Rogge asked Hinata to open a new commission channel. The director of Konoha's intelligence agency, the fourth Hokage of the superhero, semi-openly accepts private commissions. This practice is not in line with his current identity, and it is even easy to cause misunderstandings by others, but he doesn't take these objections and dissatisfaction to heart. Compared with ninja coins, those objections and dissatisfaction are completely negligible. All the commission requests submitted are first filtered by Hinata, and then Rogge himself, and finally have a face-to-face conversation and sign the commission scroll. Although not every commission can be judged by the system, after double screening by Hinata and Rogge, the probability of the commission passing the judgment reached an amazing 90%. The amazing judgment passing rate, coupled with the fact that the difficulty of the commission is basically not high, Rogge earned more than 300 ninja coins from the system in just a few months, giving him the illusion that he is taking advantage of the system. After completing Tani's commission, Kurito's unconsumed ninja coins had reached 305. After a few months of hard work, he once again broke his record of not consuming any shinobi coins. Unconsumed ninja coins, 645. At the same time, the amount of chakra he had increased from Nibi to Sanbai. Then, it once again fell into a plateau. Sir, Calvin Zabo has once again appeared at Miss Sky's operation site. Should we arrange for the members of the Dark Operation to deal with him? When Rogge finished his training for the day, Hinata's voice sounded beside him. The Dark Department was a new department that Rogge had just established a few months ago. There weren't many people, only about 30 of them. Although there are not many members of the Dark Department, each of them is the best among the Extremis fighters, and all of them have received the second transformation of Extremis. The second transformation of Extremis is the latest result of Dr. Connor's research. It can further improve the strength of the Extremis fighters, and it also incorporates part of the Abomination Serum to have more excellent defensive abilities. Don't worry about him for the time being, as long as he doesn't contact Sky, don't worry about anything else. Calvin is Sky's father, and no one knows where he got the information that Sky was in Konoha's intelligence bureau. Then, like a perverted stalker, he followed Sky. Rogge didn't notice his appearance at first. It was Hinata who discovered the man who often wandered around Konoha's headquarters when she was conducting a security patrol of the headquarters, and then she determined his identity. Okay, I will focus on his next behavior and avoid him from contacting Miss Sky. In addition, Miss Gwen's dinner party has been arranged. Do you need to go there now? Hinata is now not only responsible for Rogge's work arrangements, but also his daily life arrangements. Although Hinata is not a real human being, she is still so good at dealing with these interpersonal matters that people have nothing to say. I will go there in half an hour. You should let the restaurant prepare in advance. If there were no lunatics who always wanted to destroy the world, Rogge would be quite satisfied with his current life. However, the world never lacks ambitious people and paranoid people. The Himalayas, the afterlife. Jiaying, are we really going to cooperate with the people of Adalan? Once the cooperation is official, the peace of the afterlife will be completely over. Gordon, who had no eye sockets, stood in front of Jiaying and asked seriously. As one of the few mutants who can freely enter and exit the afterlife, Gordon doesn't want the peace of the afterlife to end. Although Maximus's proposal is crazy, his plan still has many merits. If we really succeed, the mutants will gain true freedom, eternal freedom. Jiaying, who was writing with a brush, raised her head and glanced at Gordon, revealing her scarred face. But Gordon wanted to continue to say something, but in the end, he fell silent. With more and more espers emerging in the world, many mutants have become restless. Although life in the afterlife is peaceful, compared to the prosperous life in the outside world, the afterlife is like a backward small mountain village. Not everyone likes peace, especially after having superpowers that surpass ordinary people. There are more and more mutants who are not willing to live a peaceful life. Why can those ordinary people who are inferior to us enjoy a better life than us? Why is it that we, who have superpowers, can only hide like rats that everyone wants to beat? There are not many people with this mentality in the afterlife, but since the mutant called Maximus came to the afterlife, there are more and more radical mutants. If it weren't for some mutants who remained calm, there might be people who have started to shout the slogan of conquering the world and becoming the ruler of the world. Gordon is one of the few mutants who is still calm. Although he doesn't have eyes, he knows that the outside world is not as good as they think. Especially after the appearance of the Avengers, there are more and more unstable people emerging in the world. The blue zone of the moon, Adalan City. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know the exact location of Adalan City, Gordon would really want to go and find out if the Adalan City that Maximus spoke of is really as beautiful as he said. After Gordon left the study, Maximus walked out from a hidden corner in the study and went straight to Jiaying, his right hand reaching towards Jiaying's scarred face. Chapter 252. As a mutant who grew up in Adalan City and was a member of the royal family of the mutants, Maximus had a sense of superiority when facing Jiaying and Gordon. In his opinion, these mutants who were left behind on Earth were no doubt inferior mutants. Only the mutants born in Adalan City on the moon were the true mutants. Only they had the right to represent the mutants and take back Earth. Just as Maximus' right hand was about to touch Jiaying's face, Jiaying grabbed his right hand and used her ability. The moment Jiaying grabbed his right hand, Maximus' life force began to flow out rapidly and was forcibly absorbed by Jiaying. An indescribable feeling of pain spread throughout his body. His skin darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flesh and blood in his body began to dissipate rapidly. Maximus tried to use his ability to break free from Jiaying's control and get himself out of this near-death situation. But he soon realized that his ability seemed to be disappearing along with his life force. I'll die. I'll die here. Just as Maximus's heart was filled with despair, Jiaying retracted her right hand and stopped absorbing Maximus' life force. There won't be a next time, do you understand? Jiaying's tone was as calm as ever, but Maximus could hear the threat in this calm tone. But he had no time to care about this now. Although Jiaying had stopped absorbing his life force, he, who had lost a large amount of life force in a short period of time, was as weak as a dying patient. If he had not used his hands to support himself on the edge of the table, he would not even have the strength to stand. Maximus did not expect that Jiaying would dare to make a move on him, and in such a domineering way. If it were not for the fact that the next plan still needed Maximus to contact Adalan City, Jiaying would not have minded directly turning him into a paralyzed person. On the surface, Jiaying looked like a weak woman. Her body was weak, her personality was gentle, and she treated people kindly. But as the ruler of the afterlife, how could she look as weak as she looked? In the past, she might have lacked some ruthlessness and dominance. However, after going through that inhumane and painful experience, her gentle personality had completely died. Now, she was the leader of the mutants in the afterlife, an ambitious person who did not hesitate to plunge the entire world into chaos to achieve her goals. And all of this was taught to her by Hydra's Whitehall. After standing there like a puppet for more than 10 minutes, Maximus finally regained the strength to walk on his own and staggered out of Jiaying's study. Rogge knew nothing about what had happened in the next life. Right now, he was enjoying the gentle experience brought by Gwen. After a crazy night, he was woken up by Hinata's call. "Sir, Miss Sky is missing." Hinata didn't say any unnecessary nonsense and reported the current situation to Rogge. Sky, who was supposed to set off with the action team this morning, did not appear. Hinata immediately checked the entry and exit records and surveillance records of the headquarters. Then, he found nothing. Sky hadn't appeared since the surveillance video captured Sky returning to his room at 9 o'clock last night. There were no records of entry or exit, and the defense system was not damaged in any way. There was no one in the room either. After further retrieving the hidden energy monitoring system, Hinata found a trace of clues. Not long after Sky returned to his room, an abnormal energy appeared in Sky's room. Subsequently, the abnormal energy disappeared, and Sky's life energy signal also disappeared at the same time. "See if Calvin is still outside the headquarters." Rogge frowned, and a bad premonition emerged in his mind. "No trace of Calvin Zabo has been found." Hinata immediately gave a reply. "Okay, I know what's going on. Let Kara perform this mission instead of Sky, and I'll take care of the rest." When Calvin Zabo inexplicably appeared near Konoha's headquarters, he had secretly sent people to pay attention to the situation in the afterlife. He doesn't care if the afterlife will do some messy terrorist activities, he only cares if Jiaying will have ideas about Sky. In terms of identity, Jiaying is Sky's mother, but he doesn't think Jiaying is a qualified mother. Although Sky's identity has been tampered with by S.H.I.E.L.D., if Jiaying really wants to find Sky, it won't be particularly difficult for her. Even Calvin Zabo can find some clues. If Jiaying, who controls the afterlife, wants to investigate, it will only be easier. But obviously, Jiaying has no idea of looking for Sky. Sky needs a family, but she doesn't need a family who treats her as a tool, but a family who really cares about her. "Something happened in Konoha, I have to go back." After getting dressed, Rogge said to Gwen, who was still lying in bed. Since he became the director of Konoha Intelligence Agency, his secret nest in New York has become Gwen's secret stronghold. Of course, when he returns to New York, it will become a warm little home for him and Gwen. "It's like this every time, can't you stay for a few more days?" Gwen is also dissatisfied with Rogge's practice of only staying for a few days each time. Next time. As soon as the voice fell, Rogge's figure disappeared and returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington. "Help me arrange Kunchi and a team of Anbu. I'm going to the afterlife to visit Sky's mother." 5 minutes later, Rogge flew to the afterlife with an Anbu team. Jiaying has taken the initiative to send someone to Konoha. He has to pay a return visit, otherwise, it will seem that he doesn't understand etiquette. At this time, Sky in the afterlife is having her first dinner with Jiaying after the mother and daughter reunion. More than 10 hours ago, Gordon brought Sky to the afterlife and let her see her biological mother, Jiaying, who she had been looking for more than 20 years. But she doesn't know why. After seeing Jiaying and knowing that Jiaying was the biological mother she had been looking for more than 20 years, Sky didn't have too obvious emotional fluctuations. There was no excitement, no surprise. Sky has a lot of questions in her mind, but she doesn't know where to start asking. "What's wrong? Don't you have an appetite?" Looking at the untouched tableware in front of Sky, Jiaying asked softly. Chapter 253. "No, I'm just not used to it." Although she already knew the truth of the past from Jiaying, and even knew that her real name was Daisy Johnson. But Sky still had a strong sense of unreality. It shouldn't be like this. The scene of a reunion shouldn't be like this. Sky couldn't tell what was wrong, but she just felt that it all came too suddenly. Or it could be said that it was too coincidental. Jiaying saw Sky's discomfort and didn't continue to force her, and let her be taken back to her room. When Sky left, the gentle look on Jiaying's face disappeared completely. As an immortal who has lived for who knows how many years, Jiaying could see at a glance that Sky unintentionally revealed a sense of repulsion. Sky herself may not have noticed it, but Jiaying saw it from her small movements and tone. Gordon, go and investigate the fourth Hokage, his influence on Daisy may be greater than we thought. At this time, although Gordon wasn't in the room, he clearly heard Jiaying's order, and immediately used his ability to leave the afterlife. As soon as Gordon left, Maximus came into the room and came in front of Jiaying. Maximus, who has already seen Jiaying's means, didn't act as high and mighty as before, and said in a calm tone, "Her ability is very good, if used well, it can play a great role. Are you sure you don't want her to participate in our plan?" Maximus didn't dare to use a commanding tone to Jiaying, although Jiaying's ability can only be used when in contact. Maximus didn't dare to gamble with his life. On the surface, there are only a few combatants in the afterlife. But no one can guarantee that Jiaying doesn't have a backup plan. Just like Adalan City in the blue area of the moon, although it doesn't seem to have many armed forces, the people inside are more abnormal than the other. Especially his brother, the leader of the moon's aliens, the Black Bat King. And after being taught a lesson by Jiaying, he saw the shadow of the Black Bat King in Jiaying. The Black Bat King is a man of few words, and Jiaying is a woman of few words. This has nothing to do with you. Jiaying didn't even look at Maximus in front of her, and directly left the room, walking towards the building on the other side of the afterlife. Looking at Jiaying's disappearing figure, Maximus's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Jiaying's disregard made him recall some very unpleasant memories, memories that he would never forget. After walking along the secluded paths of the afterlife for a while, Jiaying arrived at a building that was several times larger than a normal house. After entering the unknown huge building, Jiaying came to a room with 2 guards. She then pushed the door open and walked in. Compared to the tidiness and quietness outside, the inside of the room was obviously a different environment. Wooden furniture was scattered on the ground. A middle-aged man with messy hair and wearing a brown suit was panting like an angry bull. His eyes were bloodshot. Calvin Zabo, who was originally unapproachable, was stunned when he heard this gentle voice. The anger on his face instantly turned into ecstasy and disbelief. Calvin turned to look at the face that he had been thinking about for more than 20 years. However, the moment he saw Jiaying's face, the ecstasy on his face suddenly disappeared. The scars on her face were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. Half an hour later, the excited Calvin Zabo was like a well-behaved primary school student. He sat on the chair with a smile on his face and watched Jiaying leave. Other than the 2 of them, no one knew what they talked about. However, from Calvin's current appearance, it was clear that they had reached a consensus on some matters. While Jiaying was intensely protecting her family relationship, Rogge and the 4 desperation soldiers of the dark group were silently sitting on the seats of the Quinjet, staring at each other. To be precise, it was the dark group members staring at each other, while he was looking at the scenery outside of the Quinjet in boredom. Right now, although he looked like he was enjoying the scenery, in fact, he was thinking about Jiaying's purpose. Jiaying letting Gordon take Sky and Calvin away was definitely not an impulsive decision made on a whim. As an ambitious mutant leader, Jiaying was very clear about the consequences of taking Sky away from Rogge's eyes. But even so, she still let Gordon take Sky away, and from Konoha's headquarters. This woman's plan was not small. Even the crippled Hydra didn't dare to retaliate, but she had the guts to take people away from Konoha's headquarters. Such an abnormal behavior, there was usually only one explanation, and she was sure to bear the corresponding consequences. But Rogge couldn't figure out where Jiaying's confidence came from. Even if he didn't make a move, the Punishers and Abominations could completely defeat Afterlife. Although there were many mutants in Afterlife, there weren't many who were strengthened by Teregan's fog. As long as the awakened superpowers of these mutants weren't particularly special, they were basically ordinary people who had mastered superpowers. For this kind of enemy, usually a bullet was enough. Jiaying was definitely not the kind of mutant without a brain, especially after the incident with Whitehall. Her consideration of potential threats would only be more profound than ordinary mutants. Forget it, don't think about it, it's just a few mutants, they can't make any waves. It's not that Rogge is arrogant, but on Earth, as long as he doesn't meet those hidden bosses, he is basically equivalent to the ceiling of Earth's combat power. With his strength, he can completely crush most of the enemies. After flying for nearly 10 hours, Rogge finally arrived at Afterlife hidden in the Himalayas. After this long flight, he once again determined that he needed a teleportation ability in addition to the Flying Thor. The Flying Thor is useful, but the premise of its usefulness is that there is a technique. It seems that it's time to add a teleportation ability to himself, and in Afterlife, there just happened to be a mutant who can teleport all over the world. Gordon, it's you. In fact, besides Gordon, he also has other options. For example, go to Kamartage to learn the portal technique, or get Sasuke's 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Of these three methods, Gordon is undoubtedly the least difficult one, and it is also the most suitable one for him at present. As a non-native resident, he has always tried to avoid meeting the big boss like Ancient One. Although the main duty of Ancient One is to prevent the invasion of other dimensions, who knows if crossing through other dimensions counts as an invasion of other dimensions in Ancient One's eyes. So for the sake of safety, it's better not to meet this kind of big boss. Chapter 254. After flying for more than 10 hours, Kunchi landed directly in an open space near the Afterlife, without any intention to hide their tracks. In addition to the Kunchi pilot, Rogge and the 4 NBU members went straight to the wooden gate of the Afterlife, which was purely decorative. It has to be said that the area where the Afterlife is located is indeed worthy of the name. The mountains are beautiful, the air is fresh, the mountains are stacked in the distance, and the vegetation is rich. With few people and a wide field of vision, this is a good place to live in seclusion. Rogge and the NBU members just came to the gate of the archway. Several strong men blocked in front of them, with a vigilant look. "Who are you?" One of the men who looked like the leader took the initiative to come forward and asked in a harsh tone. "Go and tell Jiaying that Rogge is here." Rogge didn't care about the eyes of the man in front of him, as if looking at an enemy, and calmly answered. When these men appeared, he used chakra perception to perceive them. These men, without exception, all of them have abnormal energy in their bodies. Although he can't infer the real ability of these men from this abnormal energy, but from the energy intensity, their strength is not very strong. To put it bluntly, any despair fighter in Konoha has a higher energy intensity than them. "You wait here. Look after them, don't let them come in." The first half of the sentence was obviously said to Rogge and others. As for the second half, of course, it was said to his companions. Before leaving, the man who seemed to be the leader turned his head to look at Rogge, as if he wanted to engrave Rogge's appearance in his mind. The 4 members of the NBU, at this time, were all wearing white animal masks, and a few simple lines were casually outlined on the masks. He didn't know why, the leader always felt that there was something wrong with these 4 NBU members. There was a very strange feeling. However, he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Rogge saw the doubts of the leader. If it weren't for the fact that the current environment is not suitable, he would tell this man that the reason why he felt that the NBU members looked strange and strange is purely because these guys have killed too many people. To be more precise, his killing intent was too strong. Although the 4 members of the Dark Operation didn't say a word, in their eyes, these Inhumans who were blocking their way were no different from a group of chickens waiting to be slaughtered. The Afterlife wasn't very big. 5 to 6 minutes later, Rogge saw the true ruler of the afterlife, Jiaying, and her most loyal subordinate, Gordon. Other than the two of them, there was also Sky and Maximus. Rogge didn't remember that there was a person called Maximus in the afterlife, and there was nothing about him that was worthy of his attention. Therefore, he chose to ignore it. Just like the few mutants who had stopped them, he wasn't even interested in knowing their names. It was this kind of person again. That expression again. Maximus saw Rogge's disregard, and his sensitive heart instantly became turbulent. However, he controlled his expression and actions very well and did not show the dissatisfaction in his heart. He had experienced Rogge's attitude too many times in Adalan City, to the point that he was already used to it. Although he was a member of the royal family, and was the younger brother of the Black Bat King. However, his awakened abilities were not very advanced, or rather, in the eyes of the moons and humans, they were not very advanced. Therefore, his status in Adalan City was not very high. In terms of technology, Adalan City's technology was more advanced than most of the countries on Earth. However, Adalan City used a rigid caste system, and the status of the members of society was determined by their awakened abilities. Once the decision was made, no matter how great and powerful the Inhumans became in the future, it would not change their status in Adalan City. He came from a good family, and his parents and brother were all of high status in Adalan City. However, he was just an ordinary member of Adalan City, and was on the same level as the lowly Inhumans. This was a fact that Maximus could not accept and was unwilling to admit. Maximus, who grew up with this mentality, did not hate Adalan City to the core, but he definitely did not have a good impression of it. Therefore, he secretly came to Earth, and came to the place where the Inhumans lived in the afterlife. After confirming that Sky was not harmed in any way, Rogge went to Jiaying's study under her invitation. "Tell me directly, what are your plans?" There were only the two of them in the study, so Rogge did not bother to waste time with Jiaying, and asked directly. "Before I answer your question, I want to know what you think of the Inhumans as a race, and what do you think of Sky?" Although she did not have much combat power, and was facing a famous and powerful person like Rogge, Jiaying still maintained her composure and calmness. "I don't have any opinions, Inhumans are just humans. However, your ancestors were the products of the Kree's experiments, so you can awaken abilities that humans do not have. As for Sky, although you are her mother, I still refuse to answer this question." Rogge spoke slowly, at the same time using Chakra's sensing ability to sense all the Inhumans in the afterlife. "It seems that you know a lot about the history of the Inhumans, but this is normal. You were able to help Daisy awaken her ability through the fog of Terrigen, and you also know how to help Daisy control her ability. Without a certain level of understanding, you would not be able to do all this." Here, Jiaying paused, and then continued, "Maximus is an Inhuman from Adalan City. A few months ago, he suddenly came to the afterlife, saying that he came on behalf of Adalan City." After hearing the words Adalan City, Rogge's face finally showed a look of interest. If it was only the afterlife, it really did not pique his interest. The reason he came in person was purely for Sky's sake. And now, he felt that he might have made the right choice. Unlike the organization in the afterlife, which did not have much strength, Adalan City was in existence that was several levels higher. Not to mention the advanced technology and the Inhumans in Adalan City, just the Inhuman leader of Adalan City, the Black Bat King, was an important character that could not be ignored. "Then, if I'm not wrong, what you want to say next should be cooperation with Konoha, right?" Jiaying would not bring forward Adalan City for no reason, and since she took the initiative to say this, it was not difficult to guess what she wanted to say next. "That's right, I hope that Konoha can cooperate with the afterlife." "And the benefits?" "No one will cooperate with you if there are no benefits." Chapter 255. You are the director of Konoha's intelligence agency, and the famous Yandame Hokage. You may not be interested in the reward that the afterlife can give you. Although that was what she said, Jiaying's expression clearly meant something else. Don't talk nonsense, just say it, what kind of reward can you give me? If Jiaying can't give him any valuable reward, Rogge doesn't care whether she is Sky's mother or not. It's impossible for him to work for free. With this kind of time and energy, he might as well go back and accompany Gwen. Speaking of this, the spider serum seems to be strengthening Gwen more and more. Some of the things that he couldn't do before were now easy to do. Next time when he goes back to New York, maybe he can try. Rogge, who had a serious face on the surface, couldn't help but think of some unhealthy pictures. Well, then I'll say it. The afterlife can give you a planet suitable for human habitation. I don't know if this reward is enough for you to do it. Jiaying's tone was very flat, but the content of what she said was not flat at all. A planet? A planet suitable for human habitation? When did the afterlife become so rich, to the point of using a planet as a reward? Rogge didn't directly answer Jiaying, but began to quickly recall. Mutants, planet, human habitation. There was only one planet that met these keywords at the same time in his memory. The planet Tatoin that exiled the first mutant hive in history. Did the afterlife get the black boulder that can teleport to the Tatoin planet? Questions quickly flashed through Rogge's mind. In order to avoid unpleasant misunderstandings, I want to confirm, the planet you said, is it the planet where the first mutant hive was exiled? For other mutants, the existence of the hive may be a historical mystery. But for Jiaying, who controls the afterlife, this may just be ancient history recorded in the history books of the mutants. I'm more and more curious, where do you know so much about the mutants? Yes, it's the planet where the hive was exiled. Mutants can't compete with the hive, but you can, you have enough strength to get rid of the hive and get a planet of your own. Speaking of this, Jiaying's tone became excited. If it weren't for the existence of the hive on the planet Tatoin, she wouldn't have considered the planet as a reward. That's a whole planet, and a planet suitable for human habitation. How much value a planet has, even if you think with your toes, you can know it. Your reward is really a big deal. I'm very satisfied with the reward. Tell me, what do you want Konoha or me to do? Rogge thought, Jiaying didn't even dare to retaliate against the hive. But the fact is, Jiaying not only took revenge on Hydra, but also took away the black boulder that was vital to Hydra. The mutants' hive, the first hive in the history hive. Hive. We hope to get a Crive fleet, or some of the ships in the fleet. In addition, we hope that Konoha's intelligence agency can help the mutants of the afterlife integrate into society. In other words, we need Konoha to endorse the identity of the mutants of the afterlife. Rogge understood every word Jiaying said, but the more he listened, the more confused he became. Crive fleet? Do you have any misunderstanding about me? I'm not the commander of the Crive, and I don't have the Crive fleet you want. If possible, Rogge himself also wants the Crive fleet. But the problem is that there is no Crive fleet on the Earth, and there are not many Crive corpses. The black boulder that can teleport people to Tatoin is indeed very attractive, but that doesn't mean he must get it. If the conditions permit, he doesn't mind getting the black boulder in his hands. In fact, when Konoha's intelligence agency was fighting against Hydra all over the world, he also asked Konoha to pay attention to the black boulder. But unfortunately, there has been no harvest. The Crive fleet will appear by itself, you just have to take them before they retreat. Jiaying apparently had considered this problem for a long time and answered confidently. What's going on? The development of things is getting more and more bizarre, and Rogge suddenly has a feeling that he can't keep up with the times. The black boulder is, after all, something on the Earth. As long as you look carefully, you can find it sooner or later. But the Crive fleet is obviously a matter of another level, which is completely outside of the Earth. Maximus, he has a Crive fleet behind him, or he got the support of this Krive fleet to come to the Earth from Adalan City on the Moon. Jiaying first explained Maximus's problem, then continued, Maximus is trying to use the name of Adalan City to lure the afterlife to cause a global mutant disaster on the Earth. When the mutants of the afterlife take the initiative to start a war, the Krive fleet will disguise itself as the fleet of Adalan City to help the afterlife. Of course, the final result is that the mutants of the afterlife will become the war slaves of the Krive, and the Krive will conquer the Earth. After conquering the Earth, the Krive will also help Maximus become the new ruler of Adalan City. Jiaying said slowly, as if she was witnessing the cooperation between Maximus and the Krive fleet. Is the source of the information reliable? I don't want to face an attack from Adalan City while facing the Krive fleet. The mutants of Adalan City are quite strong. To be precise, the Black Bat King was very strong. This information is directly searched from Maximus's memory, and he himself doesn't know about it. Jiaying briefly explained the source of the information. Adalan City has no interest in the Earth, so they migrated to the blue area of the Moon. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke them, they won't do anything to us. Obviously, this information was also searched from Maximus's memory. If that's the case, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. If Konoha and the Afterlife join forces, it should be enough to deal with the Krive fleet. Konoha agrees to this cooperation. After hearing Rogge's answer, Jiaying finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Rogge's voice immediately sounded again. There's no problem with cooperation, but I'm a person of ritual, so let's sign a commission scroll. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge took out a commission scroll that had never been used before. Chapter 256. Commission Content: Help the Afterlife get at least one carry battleship. Commission Status: Incomplete. Commission Reward: 120 ninja coins. Jiaying's commission successfully passed the judgment of the system, and the reward given by the system was also within Rogge's expectations. After throwing the commission scroll back into the summon scroll, Rogge suddenly asked, why did the Kree suddenly decide to attack the Earth? With their technological strength, they can attack at any time. Compared with the Earth, the Carey Empire, which has developed an interstellar civilization, is obviously several levels higher. In Thor's words, the Carey Empire is a civilization that has already prepared for a high-level war in the universe. I'm not very clear about this, but when Maximus talked with the commander of the Carey fleet, he vaguely talked about this. According to the fleet commander, the Earthling named Captain Marvel is dead, so no one can stop them anymore. After hearing Jiaying's explanation, Rogge was slightly stunned. However, he controlled his expression very well and didn't let Jiaying see anything. Captain Marvel is dead, so the Kree plan to invade the Earth. This seems to be reasonable, but it doesn't make sense at all. Rogge doesn't doubt the ability of Captain Marvel, but he doubts that the Kree won't make such a naive decision. Since the Kree know that Captain Marvel is dead, they must know that Captain Marvel was killed by him. A person who can kill Captain Marvel, how can the combat power shown by him be weaker than Captain Marvel? Otherwise, it wouldn't be Captain Marvel who died. Therefore, Rogge himself is skeptical about what Jiaying said just now. Of course, there may be another reason. That is, in the eyes of the Kree, the death of Captain Marvel is just an accident, and Rogge is not as strong as Captain Marvel, so he doesn't need to care too much. If considered from this point of view, then the actions of the Kree make sense. However, Rogge himself is not very satisfied with this. What is an accident? I killed him with my own strength, okay. I didn't even use the reality gem, I killed him with my own strength. However, even though he was dissatisfied, he couldn't explain anything to the Kree. After all, when the time came, they would know the truth of the matter. Give me the list of those who need a legal identity, and I will let Konoha arrange new identities for them. But let's agree in advance, Konoha can provide you with a new social identity. However, if you take advantage of the identity given by Konoha, or let Konoha take the blame, you know what the consequences will be. Rogge didn't ask Jiaying to write about the arrangement of the Inhumans on the scroll. On one hand, it was a long-term job, and on the other hand, it was hard to measure this kind of thing. It was not easy to integrate into human society and gain the recognition of ordinary people. Even Rogge himself still had some people who did not approve of him. They felt that he was ignoring the laws and human rights of the United States and using violence to curb violence. I will warn them seriously. After that, Jiaying took out a list of names that she had prepared in advance from the drawer of the desk. This is the list of the first batch of Inhumans, and their abilities have been noted. It was not that Jiaying had enough trust in Rogge, but it was purely because she didn't want Konoha to secretly do any human experiments on these Inhumans. Although she didn't say it clearly, she was sure that Rogge could understand what she meant. Konoha is not SHIELD, and it is not Hydra. Konoha is not interested in human experiments. Although Konoha's current chief scientist, Dr. Connors, is showing signs of developing more and more like Orochimaru, and even the action of sticking out his tongue is getting more and more disgusting. But as long as he is still in Konoha, no one dares to do those inhumane human experiments in Konoha. To put it bluntly, Konoha doesn't think much of the superpowers of these Inhumans. Of course, superpowers such as Sky's shock wave, Gordon's transmission, and Black Bat King's sonic wave are exceptions. When Rogge and Jiaying were discussing cooperation and follow-up plans, Maximus was not idle and carried out his secret operations that had been thoroughly monitored. Although Maximus's superpower is not very good, it only has a certain degree of telepathy ability, and it must be used smoothly when he is concentrated. What's more troublesome is that his own mental state is not very stable, so his telepathy ability is sometimes absent. In order to make up for his own strength, he became a relatively rare inventor among the Inhumans, and he is also a genius inventor who can use simple materials to make exquisite machines. For example, for this mission, he deliberately combined his telepathy ability and invented a small hypnosis gun to make up for the fact that his superpowers sometimes don't work. If conditions permit, he doesn't mind inventing a few more weapons for himself. But in order to avoid stimulating the Inhumans in the coming world, he only carried this hypnosis gun, and deliberately made the shape of the hypnosis gun into a cylinder more than 10 centimeters long. After taking this hypnosis gun, which has no gun shape at all, Maximus walked towards the room where Sky was resting. Sky's shockwave ability, he had heard about it for a long time, and he saw it with his own eyes yesterday. If used well, Sky's ability can play an instant role in changing the situation on the battlefield. This ability should not appear on an Inhuman from Earth. Only an Inhuman from the royal family like himself is worthy of such a powerful ability. On the way to Sky's room, Maximus even fantasized about the beautiful scene when he has Sky's ability. But at this time, he didn't know that his every move was clearly seen by the Inhumans in the future. Maximus's arrival has caused many Inhumans to become fanatical, to the point that they are willing to violate the rules of the future. But as long as Jiaying is still in the future, as long as the Inhuman soldiers loyal to Jiaying are still around, the future will not be chaotic. Just as Maximus was about to arrive at Sky's room, the eyeless Gordon suddenly teleported to his side and grabbed his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Gordon clearly has no intention of answering him, and teleported Maximus to Jiaying's study room again. "Is he Maximus? He doesn't look very smart." Rogge sized Maximus up and said casually. "What do you mean? Are you going to start a war with the Inhumans?" Maximus sharply sensed that something is wrong. Jiaying and Gordon's actions made him realize something, so he didn't even think about it and put a big label on Rogge's head, changing the concept of attacking him to starting a war with the Inhumans. Chapter 257. You can't represent the mutants. Rogge snorted and replied with disdain. Maximus knew his own value and status. He knew that he was not that important. However, being pointed out by Rogge in such a merciless manner still made him feel extremely displeased. "What are you trying to do? Don't blame me for not reminding you. My brother is the Black Bat King. If anything happens to me, he won't let you go. If possible, Maximus wanted to draw a clear line between himself and the Black Bat King. However, he knew very well that not only could he not draw a clear line between himself and the Black Bat King, but he also had to use the Black Bat King's influence as much as possible. Although he did not know what Rogge and Jiaying had talked about, the current situation was very unfavorable for him. If your brother really cared about you that much, you wouldn't have to work with the Creoles. So, you should stop bluffing like this. Rogge did not care whether Maximus had the Black Bat King's support or not. No one could stop him from completing his mission. Maximus could not, and neither could the Black Bat King. Working with the Creoles? How did they know about my cooperation with the Creoles? Other than me and the Creoles, no one else could have known about this. Maximus's face turned ugly, and his psychological defenses began to show signs of collapsing. The reason he dared to stay in the afterlife was because he knew that these people in the afterlife would not know about his true purpose. These indigenous mutants who have never left Earth could not have seen through my plan. They don't have any mutants who can read minds here. With that in mind, Maximus shifted his attention to Rogge. From Maximus's point of view, Rogge was indeed the most suspicious one. However, he did not expect that the one who saw through his plan was not Rogge, but Jiaying and the other indigenous mutants who he had always looked down on. Are you sure this will lure the Creoles out? They want a mutant disaster that will sweep across the entire Earth. If they don't see the disaster in their plan, they might not appear. Jiaying didn't look at Maximus. Ever since she had reached an agreement with Rogge, Maximus had become a dispensable existence. Of course not. I'm not a Kree. How would I know what kind of decision they would make? But since they are still interested in the Inhumans, then they will definitely be interested in the honeycomb. After all, compared to controlling a group of mutants, controlling one mutant is obviously much easier. And with the beehive, it's basically the same as having the key to controlling all the Inhumans. According to the agreement between Maximus and the Kree would conquer the Inhumans and Earth in the afterlife after the Inhuman calamity. Neither Rogge nor Jiaying had any interest in causing a global Inhuman disaster. Therefore, they had to consider other ways to lure the Kree out. The beehive was the bait they had prepared for the Kree people. If the Kree knew about the existence of the beehive, Rogge was not sure if they would change their plans, but they would at least be tempted. More importantly, regardless of whether the Creoles would change their plans because of the beehive, it would not affect his next plan. As long as the Kree received the information about the hive and brought Maximus onto the Kree warship, his plan would be a success. All right, if that's the case, I'll trust you this time. After saying that, Jiaying gestured for Gordon to bring the transparent box containing the black boulder into the study. Maximus looked at the black boulder that Gordon had brought, then turned to look at Rogge and Jiaying, and immediately realized something. The name Beehive was not unfamiliar to Maximus. Based on the conversation between Rogge and Jiaying, as well as the black boulder that Gordon had brought, he could roughly guess the plan of Rogge and the rest. However, there was one thing that he did not understand, and that was why Rogge and Jiaying thought that he would obediently cooperate. Stop spacing out, go contact the Kree. Maximus, who was still thinking, immediately heard Rogge's voice. Why should I listen to your orders? Who do you think you are? Although he did not have much combat power, Maximus was very sure that in Rogge and Jiaying's plan, he was a crucial part. They won't dare do anything to me, only I can contact the Kree. Without my help, they won't be able to do anything. Maximus felt that he had grasped the crux of the matter, and regained control of the situation. In addition, Rogge and Jiaying did not restrict or oppress him in any way, which made him even more certain of his thoughts. No wonder you didn't dare do anything to me after bringing me here. So there are times when you need my help too. A confident look appeared on Maximus's face. In the next second, he heard a gunshot and felt a sharp pain in his right leg. Bang! Just as Maximus's mind was filled with strange thoughts, Rogge took out the disaster pistol and shot him without hesitation. Why do you have to listen to my orders? The reason is simple. Because if you say no, I'll shoot you right now. Rogge's tone was very calm, but the three present could tell that he was not joking. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. Maximus endured the intense pain from his right leg and looked at Rogge and the disaster pistol in his hand with an incredulous expression. Not only was Maximus shocked, but even Jiaying and Gordon did not expect that Rogge would shoot him so decisively. Without saying a word, he pulled out the gun and shot. No, it was not just a word, he didn't even say a word and shot him directly. As soon as Maximus opened his mouth, Rogge's voice sounded again. Think carefully before you answer. You only have one chance. Maximus was indeed the only one who could contact the Kree, but this did not mean that Rogge needed to be controlled by him. Even if Maximus was the only one who could contact the Kree, he could still bring the dead Maximus back. Although this would consume some ninja coins, which would quickly reduce the cost-performance ratio of the whole mission. Enduring the intense pain from his right leg and the intense anger in his heart, Maximus took a deep breath and said word by word, I will do as you say. Wouldn't it have been better if he had answered like this from the start? Why did he have to make trouble? After hearing Maximus's answer, Rogge put away the disaster pistol with satisfaction, then stood up from the chair, went straight to Maximus, and patted him on the shoulder. I know why you can't compare to your brother, you really can't. Chapter 258. Maybe the Kree didn't prepare a communication device for Maximus in advance. Or maybe Maximus didn't think it was safe to carry a communication device with him. A communication device to communicate with the Kree warship had to be made on the spot. Under the supervision of Rogge and the others, as well as the materials provided by the afterlife, Maximus made a communication device that was dozens of centimeters tall and looked like a coffee machine. Remember, don't do anything stupid. After giving Maximus a final warning, Rogge and the others left the room, leaving Maximus and the black boulder in the specially arranged room. Rogge didn't care how Maximus would contact the Kree or take the black boulder away. The only thing he cared about now was whether the Kree would bring Maximus on the warship. As long as the Kree brought Maximus on the warship, he could use the Flying Thor spell on Maximus to teleport. However, there was a potential problem with this, and that was the location of the Kree warship might be out of his sensing range. So to avoid this awkward situation, and to avoid losing the black boulder, he and Jiaying prepared a backup plan. What was in the room with Maximus was not the real black boulder, but the black boulder that the shadow clone had transformed into. Maximus didn't know this, and he didn't have the means to confirm the authenticity of the black boulder. Even if the Kree wanted to confirm the authenticity of the black boulder, they would have to bring the black boulder onto the warship for further confirmation. So whether the Kree warship was within Rogge's sensing range or not, it wouldn't affect his final plan. Under the supervision of Rogge and the others, Maximus activated the communication device he made and contacted the Kree warship in outer space. After reporting the news of the black boulder in the hive, the Kree gave a reply that Rogge expected. The Kree's response was within Rogge's expectations. After all, this was an opportunity to control all the Inhumans more easily. But there was one thing he didn't expect. He thought that the Kree would use some very high-tech and mysterious quantum portal or other means of teleportation to take Maximus and the black boulder away. But the Kree's reply was that they would arrange a small spaceship to pick up Maximus and the black boulder. This was reasonable, but it didn't look cool. A few hours later, with Rogge and Jiaying's help, Maximus left the afterlife with the black boulder and boarded the small Kree spaceship that was specially sent to pick him up. After Maximus boarded the four-cornered Kree warship, Rogge connected to the Thor spell. As long as the Flying Thunder God technique stopped moving, he would use the Flying Thunder God to teleport over. Of course, this was under the premise that the Flying Thunder God technique was still within his sensing range. After more than 20 minutes, the Flying Thunder God skill on Maximus finally stopped its super high-speed movement and returned to its normal small-scale movement level. This small movement was caused by Maximus's own movement. It was a normal change of position. This was because the combatability of the other worlders in the afterlife wasn't very good. At least from Rogge's point of view, they were barely passable. So other than Gordon, he didn't bring any other worlders. He only brought 4 of his dark ops. As for Sky, she didn't even know about this mission. Just kill the enemy's strength. Try not to damage the warship itself. After instructing the 4 dark ops, Rogge grabbed one of them by the shoulder and the flying thunder god left the afterlife. In just a moment, Rogge and the others were teleported from the ancient afterlife to the interior of the Kree's warship. Maximus was still wondering if he should tell the Kree the truth, but before he could come to a decision, he saw Rogge's figure again. Rogge and the others were like ghosts, suddenly appearing around Maximus and the Kree warriors. Before the Kree warriors could even raise the alarm, they were quickly sent to hell. All of this happened in a flash. Maximus didn't even recover from the shock of Rogge's appearance. The Kree warriors around him had already lost their lives. Not only did the killing efficiency of the Dark Group send a chill down Maximus's spine, even Gordon, who was beside him, also frowned. Although Gordon didn't have eyes and couldn't see the Dark Ops' actions, he could feel the Kree warriors instantly losing their lives. The 4 Dark Ops used their actions to prove to Gordon what a true professional warrior was. "Gordon, bring this guy back. He still has some value left." The reason why Rogge brought Gordon up was because Gordon was the only one among the other worlders who had the ability to travel between the Kree's warship and the afterlife. As for Gordon's combatability, he didn't consider it at all. Fighting this kind of thing, he and the 4 Dark Ops were enough. Gordon brought Maximus back to the afterlife, while Rogge and the Dark Ops began their journey of plundering the warship. The 4 Dark Ops were divided into 2 groups, attacking from different directions. Rogge, of course, went to the command center of the warship alone. Although the Kree Empire's technology far surpassed Earth's, the strength of the Kree warriors still couldn't keep up with their technological level. Other than their bodies being stronger than humans and their weapons being more advanced, these Kerry warriors didn't give Rogge any surprises. At the very beginning, he would personally deal with these Kree warriors who came to stop him. After dealing with 2 or 3 Kree warrior squads, he let the Shadow Doppelganger deal with this kind of combat experience. The huge difference in strength allowed him to effortlessly push his way to the command center of the warship. It was a taller and bigger command center that looked like a mausoleum hall. Ugh! This is very Kree style. Just when Rogge thought that he was going to take control of the Kree warship without any suspense, he saw a familiar Kree. Strictly speaking, what he saw was the hammer that represented the Warhammer. A dark black Kree armor, a meter-long Warhammer in his hand, and a strange black mud-like pattern on his face. This is the accuser Luo Nan. Although it was the first time they met, Rogge immediately recognized Luo Nan. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. Why is he here? Even if there was a change in the timeline, the accuser Luo Nan should be looking for the universal orb that contained the power gem. Why did he suddenly have ideas about Earth? Chapter 259. While Rogge was looking at Luo Nan, who was holding a Warhammer, was also silently observing Rogge. Unlike Rogge, who knows him, Luo Nan doesn't know anything about Rogge. Luo Nan only knows 2 people from Earth. One is Captain Carroll, who single-handedly forced the Kerry fleet to retreat decades ago. The other is a marauder who calls himself Star-Lord. As for the name of this Star-Lord, Luo Nan doesn't know, nor is he interested in knowing. The reason why he knows Star-Lord is purely because Star-Lord is a relatively rare Earthling in the universe. That's all. But from now on, Rogge will be added to the list of Earthlings he knows. After witnessing the battle scene of Rogge and the Shadow Clone pushing all the way to the command center, Luo Nan knew that this man from Earth is not simple. Although in Luo Nan's view, the Kerry warriors who had just been killed by Rogge are completely inferior to the warriors of his accuser legion. But no matter what, those are qualified warriors raised by the Kerry Empire, not mobs like space pirates or criminals. If they were compared to the human soldiers on Earth, the A.K.A soldiers would definitely be considered elites. Earthling, tell me your name, you have the qualifications to make me personally take action. After carefully looking at Rogge, Luo Nan said, his tone full of confidence, or rather, pride. Not to mention that Rogge is just an earthling, even if he is a person from the Nova Empire, Luo Nan's attitude will not change much. He is the commander of the A.K.A Empire, Luo Nan, who has an illustrious existence in the entire universe. Although Luo Nan's attitude is not very friendly, he does have the strength to match his pride. However, Luo Nan obviously ignored one point, that is, Rogge can't understand what he is saying at all. Luo Nan doesn't know the language of Earth, and Rogge also doesn't know the language of the A.K.A Empire. Rogge, who has not really started his journey in the universe, can't have the so-called universal language translator on him. So for Luo Nan's inquiry, Rogge's response was to directly raise the disaster pistol and shoot him. Bang! The light blue chakra bullet arrived in front of Ronan at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Then Luo Nan blocked it with his warhammer. Although in the original timeline, the manipulator Luo Nan died in a hilarious manner at the hands of the Milky Way awkward dance troupe. But there was one point that couldn't be denied. And that was that Luo Nan was a ferocious person who could hold the strength gem with his bare hands without dying. In Rogge's memory, there were only 3 people who could do this alone. One was Luo Nan, one was Thanos Dominator, and the other was an unknown member of the Celestial Group. For such an existence, no matter how serious he was, it would not be an exaggeration. After casually blocking the chakra bullet, Luo Nan finally realized that there was a language barrier between him and Rogge. Thus, he opened his mouth once more. But this time, he deliberately turned on the language translation function on the spaceship. Report your name? If you want to know my name, beat me first. I don't have the habit of reporting my name to a loser. Rogge put the disaster pistol back into the holster and replied arrogantly. I'm not afraid of showing off. Luo Nan didn't expect that Rogge would give such an answer. However, he didn't have any dissatisfaction or anger because of this. Instead, he felt that what Rogge said was very reasonable. 2 men of different races with similar names had achieved a strange resonance in such a strange way. Fortunately, Rogge didn't have any telepathy ability now, otherwise, he would definitely tell Luo Nan clearly that they were not the same kind of people, and it was impossible for them to have the same hobby. Luo Nan didn't speak again. He snorted softly and instantly attacked Rogge. In terms of speed, Luo Nan's speed wasn't very fast. He wasn't as fast as Quicksilver and Owl, who had awakened the speed god power. But in terms of combat experience, Luo Nan was obviously several times stronger than Quicksilver and Owl combined. In a battle, speed was very important, but whether there was a corresponding attack that matched the speed was even more important. Luo Nan's speed wasn't very fast, but his attack completely matched his speed. The warhammer in his hand attacked Rogge's head like a meteor. Clang! Just when the head of the warhammer was about to hit his head, the silver-white Kusanagi sword appeared in Rogge's right hand and hit the handle of the warhammer like lightning. Boom! Neither Luo Ge nor Ronan unleashed any energy attacks. However, a visible shockwave surged out from the point of impact when the warhammer and the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword collided. The shockwave produced a powerful explosion. The shockwave produced by the explosion was like a wave hitting Rogge and Luo Nan's body. The shockwave that was enough to blow away ordinary people didn't make them shake at all. The 2 people stood motionless like boulders on a mountain peak. Luo Nan didn't hesitate when his attack failed. The warhammer, which was not known for its flexibility, showed a side that was beyond common sense. The warhammer in Luo Nan's hand was like a viper that had a life of its own. It suddenly retracted and changed directions, drawing a beautiful arc. Then from top to bottom, it smashed straight at Rogge's head. If it hit, Rogge's head would explode like a watermelon falling from a high place. However, Rogge wouldn't give Luo Nan such a chance. It was always him who smashed other people's heads. When had he ever seen him get smashed in the head? The Warhammer attack was fast, but Rogge disappeared even faster. Accurately speaking, he didn't disappear, but attacked. Lightning body blink. Kusanagi sword Chidori blade. Rogge was like a real lightning bolt as he appeared behind Luonan in an instant. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning directly chopped at the back of Luonan's neck. Right now, Luonan was wearing battle armor, and he was wearing a hood made of unknown metal or some other material. As long as the Chidori blade hit, even if Luonan's neck was made of steel, Rogge had the confidence to cut him in half. The Warhammer was still descending. Luonan didn't have time to turn around and defend. The moment Luonan's silhouette disappeared, Luonan was on full alert. As a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles, he obviously knew that his biggest weakness was behind him. When the Kusanagi sword was only 10 centimeters away from Luonan's neck, Luonan's body suddenly exploded with a dark energy that was as dark as ink. This sudden dark energy didn't disperse like a shock wave. Instead, it instantly formed a 360-degree energy shield, completely enveloping Luonan. Tsitsaizi. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning chopped at the black energy shield, exploding with a silvery white electric current. Chapter 260. Rogge wasn't surprised that Luonan was able to block his sword. In other words, he would be surprised if Luonan wasn't able to block it. How could a person who was able to make a name for himself in the universe be killed so easily? Without any hesitation, Rogge pulled back his sword and retreated, instantly pulling a distance of over 10 meters. After Rogge retreated, Luonan, who was holding a Warhammer, turned around in a calm and unhurried manner. He stared at Rogge with a dull expression. At the beginning, Luonan didn't have a clear understanding of Rogge's strength. The Carey soldiers who went to stop Rogge were like amateurs who were killed in an instant. They didn't provide any valuable information. After exchanging a few blows with Rogge, Luonan finally understood why those Carey soldiers couldn't withstand a single blow. Whether it was strength, speed, skill, or combat intuition, Rogge could be considered to be at the top level. And he was different from the soldiers who were only good at physical attacks. He was also proficient in energy attacks. Even though Luonan didn't know what ninjutsu was, he could determine that Rogge was proficient in energy attacks just by looking at the lightning body blink and Chidori blade. This wasn't a baseless guess, but rather a combat intuition cultivated from his rich combat experience. An enemy who didn't have any shortcomings in the offensive aspect. Interesting. Other than his constitution being a bit weaker, Luonan didn't see any weaknesses on Rogge's body. But this was only the information obtained from the short exchange. As for whether Rogge had any other weaknesses, Luonan needed further confirmation. Luonan silently adjusted his evaluation of Rogge's strength and increased his threat level by a few levels. In the Carey Army's general evaluation standard, the threat level of an ordinary adult male from Earth was close to 0. But the threat level of the Flake Meta Beast, which was known as one of the most dangerous creatures in the universe, was extremely high. As for Rogge, Luonan felt that his threat level was even higher than the Flake Meta Beast. He had reached an extremely high level. But even so, Luonan didn't have any thoughts of retreating. Creatures that were evaluated as extremely threatening had died by his hands more than 1 or 2. Although Rogge was very strong, he hadn't reached the point where he couldn't resist. If Luonan only felt that Rogge had the qualifications to make him personally take action against him before, then right now, Rogge was an opponent worthy of him taking seriously and going all out against. The controller, Luonan, was prepared to attack with all his strength. Without any warning, Luonan attacked Rogge once more. This time, he did not hold back at all and directly unleashed his peak strength. Luonan charged towards Rogge like a meteor, and the Warhammer in his hand began to radiate with a black glow. Rogge hadn't arrived yet, but the shockwave from the Warhammer had already arrived in front of Rogge. Boom! The terrifying shockwave hit Rogge's position like a missile, blasting a 10-meter wide hole in the metal floor. The huge impact caused the entire command center to shake violently. The shockwave emitted by the warhammer was indeed powerful, but it did not cause any damage to Rogge. In the instant that the warhammer radiated with a black glow, he used lightning body blink to leave his original position. The warhammer in Luo Nan's hand looked ordinary and mediocre, just like an ordinary warhammer made of metal. But this warhammer was a high-tech product of the A.K.A. Empire, and it had a very special name. Omnipotent Weapon, this was the name of Luo Nan's warhammer. Don't look at the name, the warhammer's abilities were not lacking at all. It could disintegrate or recombine matter, manipulate matter's gravity and density. It could control lightning, absorb energy, manipulate energy, create an energy shield, fire shockwaves. It could fly, create a force field, create a time-shift domain, carry out hyperspace teleportation. Even in the technologically advanced A.K.A. Empire, this omnipotent weapon warhammer was a rare god-level weapon. In terms of pretentiousness, Luo Nan's omnipotent weapon warhammer might not be able to compare to Thor's hammer Mjolnir. But in terms of practicality, the omnipotent weapon warhammer threw Thor's hammer by several levels. And it was different from the picky Thor's hammer. The omnipotent weapon warhammer was much more approachable, and its requirements for the user were much lower. After using the lightning body blink to dodge the shockwaves emitted by the warhammer, Rogge didn't hold back against Luo Nan. He waved his hand and threw out two ninjutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. A 20-meter-long enormous water dragon appeared behind Rogge out of thin air. It opened its enormous dragon mouth and flew directly towards Luo Nan. At the same time, the flames that Rogge spat out from his mouth turned into three enormous flame dragons, attacking Luo Nan from three different directions at the same time. Wanting to use close-range attacks to get rid of Luo Nan wasn't an easy matter. And close-range attacks would bring unnecessary threats to himself. As a sufficiently cautious ninja, Rogge obviously wouldn't mindlessly rush up recklessly. Rumble. The water dragon and the fire dragon arrived in front of Luo Nan in the blink of an eye, and then they hit the energy shield around Luo Nan's body. Whether it was the water dragon bullet or the fire dragon bullet, they weren't particularly powerful ninjutsu. The reason why he chose to use these two ninjutsu to counterattack was purely because these two ninjutsu looked better. Even the Chidori blade couldn't break through the defense of Luo Nan's energy shield. Of course, the fire dragon bullet and the water dragon bullet couldn't break through. The water droplets formed by the shattering of the water dragon danced in the sky. The high temperature brought by the fire dragon quickly evaporated the water droplets. The temperature in the command center began to rise rapidly. Luo Nan, who blocked the water dragon bullet and the fire dragon bullet, didn't have time to counterattack. Rogge's attack once again arrived in front of him. Wind Release, Vacuum Chain Wave. Rogge spat out a large breath from his mouth. 7 or 8 sickle weasel-like wind blades instantly arrived in front of Luo Nan, slashing at the energy shield like sharp blades. The wind blade-like vacuum chain wave could not only cut the opponent's body and weapon, but it could also cut the opponent's chakra. Of course, Luo Nan couldn't have chakra. So what the vacuum chain wave cut at this time was the energy circuit of the energy shield. Whether it was a barrier or an energy shield, there would be an energy circuit during the maintenance period. So when faced with a barrier and an energy shield, cutting off the energy circuit was the best way to break the barrier and the energy shield. Of course, if one's strength was strong enough to ignore the barrier and the energy shield, then it was also possible to break it with brute force. Rogge didn't expect the water dragon bullet and the fire dragon bullet to break Luo Nan's energy shield from the beginning. He just wanted to use the water dragon bullet and the fire dragon bullet to test the weakness of the energy shield. In other words, the key connection points of the energy circuit. This kind of thing might be a bit unimaginable for other people. But for Rogge, who had the Sharingan, it wasn't a difficult thing. The insight of the Sharingan was indeed inferior to the Byakugan. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan's insight couldn't be compared to the Byakugan. But he didn't need the abnormal insight of the Byakugan. He just needed to roughly determine the connection points of the energy circuit in a few suspicious areas. That was enough. Vacuum chain waves sickle weasel wind blades seemed to randomly cut at the energy shield, but every landing point was meticulously designed by Rogge. Luo Nan never thought that Rogge would actually be able to formulate an attack plan that specifically targeted the energy shield in such a short period of time. At this time, he still maintained absolute trust in the energy shield. However, at the moment when the sickle weasel's wind blade hit the energy shield, it had helped him block countless attacks. The energy shield, which had never been broken by anyone, shattered like glass. Lightning Release, Chidori. Chapter 261. Rogge, who was originally 20 meters away, instantly arrived in front of the accuser Luo Nan. His left hand, which was sparkling with a silvery white lightning, directly pierced towards Luo Nan's heart. Right now Luo Nan was still in shock from his energy shield being broken. He never thought that his energy shield, which had never been broken before, would actually break at this time. Compared to the shattering of his energy shield, Rogge, who had instantly appeared in front of him, didn't give him too much of a shock. It was already too late for him to reconstruct his energy shield. Rogge wouldn't give him this kind of time. If Rogge wasn't facing Luo Nan right now, but another carry warrior, then this Chidori would have pierced through the opponent's heart without any suspense, thoroughly ending the opponent's life. But Luo Nan wasn't an ordinary carry warrior. This wasn't the first time he faced a fatal attack that was close at hand. Even though he didn't have enough time to make any sort of defense or counterattack, he was still able to dodge the Chidori. The Kree armor he was wearing had bought him a true moment of time. And it was in this instant that normal people were unable to detect or grasp, that Luo Nan activated the most peculiar ability of the Universal Warhammer. Time Shift Domain. Luo Nan didn't have the ability to control time. The Universal Warhammer couldn't control time like the Time Gem. But the Universal Warhammer was one of the few weapons in the universe that could use the power of time. In the technologically advanced Carey Empire, why was the Universal Warhammer able to be called a god-level personal weapon? Aside from the Universal Warhammer being extremely versatile, the most important thing was that the Universal Warhammer was able to use Time Shift Domain. As for how the domain of time shift was created, even the Carey Empire's highest intelligence couldn't give an accurate answer. This ability was like time playing a joke on the Universal Warhammer. It inexplicably allowed the Universal Warhammer to possess this ability. How the time shift domain appeared wasn't the main point that Luo Nan cared about right now. What he needed right now was to use the time shift domain's ability to dodge Rogge's Chidori. When the time shift domain's ability was activated, the time Luo Nan was in seemed to be completely isolated from the time of the entire world. It formed a sort of time parallel. For others, time didn't change at all. It flowed as it should. But for Luo Nan, who was in the domain of time movement and movement, the time he was in was extended. It was extended in a different sense. In this extended period of time, he had no way of changing what was already happening in the real world. Because that was the power of time. If he couldn't change time, he couldn't change reality. However, the time shift domain didn't exist to change time in the first place. From the name time shift domain, one could see the true use of this ability. Mobile domain. In the flowing river of time, it was a domain that could move one's position. In a way, this ability was very similar to teleportation that involved the power of space. However, teleportation relied on the power of space, while the time shift domain relied on the power of time. Although the borrowed power was completely different, the effect was still very similar. So in Rogge's perception, Luo Nan, who had clearly been stabbed by him, instantly disappeared before his eyes. He dodged it. Luo Nan's instant disappearance made Rogge frown slightly. He knew better than anyone else how fast Chidori's speed was. He had just felt the touch of hitting Luo Nan, and the green blood on his left hand's fingers proved this point. How did he disappear? Rogge wasn't unfamiliar with the power of space, and he didn't think that Luo Nan's disappearance was due to his speed being too fast. Whether it was teleportation using the power of space or the instant disappearance brought about by extreme speed, it wasn't the same feeling as just now. Relying on the all-purpose Warhammer's time shift domain, Luo Nan successfully dodged Rogge's Chidori and saved his life that was in imminent danger. Although he temporarily avoided the fate of death, using the time shift domain consumed a huge amount of energy, causing him to feel an intense sense of fatigue. There was no need to doubt the effect of the time shift domain. This wasn't the first time he used this ability to save his life. Even so, he still couldn't completely control this ability. He could only use it as a life-saving skill at a critical moment. Feeling the faint pain and numbness from his chest, Luo Nan began to seriously ponder. He had already experienced how strong Rogge was. Although the current Rogge didn't seem to be going all out, the strength he displayed so far had completely exceeded his expectations. Water, fire, wind, and thunder. In less than a few seconds, Rogge used 4 completely different energy attacks. This level of proficiency in energy manipulation was even stronger than some special energy creatures. Did you kill Captain Marvel Carol? After a few seconds of silence, Luo Nan suddenly asked. You know that she's dead, but you don't know who killed her. Rogge asked back. We really don't know who killed her. We just confirmed her death. It wasn't that the Kree's intelligence network wasn't advanced enough, nor was it that the Kree spies they hid on Earth didn't work hard enough. It was that they really didn't know anything. Even the news of Captain Marvel's death was told to them by someone else. Of course, Luo Nan wouldn't completely believe this kind of news from an unknown source, so he made some small confirmations. After a hint from the Supreme Intelligence and a visit to the planet Captain Marvel Carol guarded, he finally confirmed that the news of Captain Marvel Carol's death was true. Thus, he brought the Kree battleship to Earth and contacted Maximus at the same time. According to their plan, this should have been a very simple plan to conquer the planet, just like the other conquering operations they had done before. But it was very clear that things didn't develop as smoothly as they imagined. Since you know that she died in my hands, then I'll send you to accompany her. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge attacked Luo Nan once again. Although he didn't know how Luo Nan dodged Chidori, he was very sure of one thing. The current Luo Nan consumed a lot of energy. Being able to dodge once didn't mean that he could dodge a second time. And judging from Luo Nan's current state, Rogge doubted whether he could use the magical evasion skill from before again. Chapter 262. Facing Rogge's lightning-like attack, Ronan had no intention of continuing to use his energy shield. The scene of his energy shield shattering had left a deep impression on him. It had even almost ended his life. If he hadn't used the time shift domain, he would have already reported his death to the universe's 5 gods of creation. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in silver lightning carried an aura of destruction as it arrived in front of Ronan. It directly pierced towards Ronan's already injured heart. In close combat, Rogge had always liked to target vital organs such as the heart and throat. Although Ronan was stronger than the average Kree warrior, he was no exception. Seeing that the tip of the Kusanagi sword was about to hit him, Ronan finally moved. The Warhammer in his hand instantly exploded with a terrifying shockwave far stronger than before. Compared to the previous shockwave, this shockwave was not only stronger, but it also covered a wider area. Boom! With Luo Nan as the center, a terrifying shockwave exploded like a bomb. It attacked every corner of the surrounding area from 360 degrees. Ronan was very clear that his speed was far inferior to Rogge's. A shockwave with a fixed direction would have a hard time hitting Rogge, who excelled in speed, so he used a simple and crude attack without any blind spots. The command center that had already suffered a shockwave once welcomed another terrifying shockwave. But this time, it wasn't just the command center that was shaken. Even the battleship itself began to shake violently. Rogge was no stranger to Ronan's attack style. It could even be said that in the past few months, this kind of area of effect attack was the most familiar attack style he had. The shockwave that couldn't be seen by the naked eye had just touched the tip of the Kusanagi sword when he decisively let go of the sword in his right hand. The Kusanagi sword was sent flying without any suspense, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Flying Thor. After being on the Kree battleship for so long, how could he not have left behind a few flying Thor spells? Before fighting a boss in a game, you must save it. When you arrive at a place that could potentially become a battlefield, you must prepare a flying Thor spell in advance. Being a cautious ninja wasn't just for show. The Kusanagi sword was sent flying, and the terrifying shockwave was like a hurricane that attacked the surroundings. The control panel was sent flying, the walls were broken, and the floor was shattered. Not only did Ronan's attack stop Rogge's attack, it also destroyed the warship's command center. Luonan was different from Rogge, who needed to preserve the warship to complete his mission. Clearly, Luonan didn't have any misgivings in this aspect. Let alone destroying the command center of the battleship, even if the battleship was blown up, he wouldn't feel any heartache. When the shockwave completely dissipated, the command center that was originally filled with Kree's style was already a mess, turning into an even more punk style of space pirates. No. Even a space pirate's spaceship would not have such a dilapidated command center. It was absolutely impossible to kill Rogge with just the shockwave, no matter how strong the shockwave was. Luonan was very clear on this point. So when Rogge disappeared in front of him once again, he suddenly raised the warhammer in his hand and fiercely smashed it into the ravaged ground. Bang! The shining black hammer hit the metal floor heavily. The black light from the hammer head flowed to all the places and objects it touched like an electric current. Gravity manipulation. Luonan didn't choose to manipulate energy. After witnessing Rogge's ninjutsu, he knew that he was no match for Rogge in terms of energy manipulation. So he set his sights on materials that were easier to manipulate. Compared to manipulating energy, manipulating materials was undoubtedly much simpler. The metal and materials that flowed through by the black energy began to slowly float up. The devastated command center seemed to have sunk into an environment where gravity was out of control. Relying on the all-purpose warhammer, Luonan could manipulate the gravity and density of materials. To a certain extent, he could control these materials as he pleased. What he was doing now was to create a battlefield that was more suitable for him, a battlefield where he could display his full strength. These seemingly floating metal fragments could be turned into weapons to attack Rogge when he needed them. They could also be turned into shields to block Rogge. After doing all this, Luonan added a new energy shield to himself. Although the energy shield couldn't completely block Rogge's attack, blocking Rogge for a while wasn't too big of a problem. With the energy shield added and the battlefield constructed, the next step was to find Rogge's tracks. Luonan had a rough understanding of Rogge's fighting habits. Create openings and then assassinate at high speed. Whether it was the sword that slashed at the back of Luonan's neck or the attack that nearly pierced his heart, they were all like this. While Luonan was searching for Rogge's tracks, Rogge once again returned to the command center with the Flying Thunder God. He stood on the blade of the Kusanagi sword that was inserted into the wall and looked down at Luonan from above. An energy shield and floating metal fragments. This was a defensive counterattack. Rogge wasn't surprised by Luonan's choice. Anyone would have made the same choice after experiencing two assassin-like close-range assassins in a row. When Rogge stood on the Kusanagi sword and looked down at Luonan, Luonan raised his head to look at him. His face was full of vigilance. At the same time, there was a hint of provocation. "Aren't you very good at high-speed close-range assassinations? Come on then. Bring it on." Although Luonan didn't say a word, Rogge saw through his thoughts. However, even if the two of them wanted to communicate now, they probably wouldn't have the chance. Most of the external equipment in the command center was destroyed by Luonan's shockwave attack that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. If nothing unexpected happened, the translation system should have been completely destroyed. Looking at Luonan's vigilant expression, Rogge suddenly sighed. Luonan's response wasn't wrong. He should have been vigilant. However, he overlooked a very important matter. Or rather, he didn't realize this matter at all. Rogge was good at more than just physical attacks and energy attacks. He was good at mental attacks as well. When Luo Nan stared at him without blinking, Rogge silently changed his 3-tomo Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. Seeing Rogge's 3-tomo Sharingan inexplicably rotate, Luo Nan sensed that something was wrong. However, he didn't have any chance at this time. In just an instant, Luo Nan's mind was pulled into the Tsukuyomi world by Rogge. It was a Tsukuyomi world that was completely controlled by Rogge. The ground was as black as ink and flowing water. A huge red moon hung in the grey sky. Luo Nan's face was full of vigilance as he constantly sized up this strange world. Then, he saw Rogge wearing a black auspicious cloud robe and the Kusanagi sword in his hand that shone with a cold light. Chapter 263. The moment he saw Rogge, Luo Nan instinctively wanted to clench the omnipotent warhammer in his hand. But he soon realized that there was nothing in his hand. Not only that, but he was also instantly bound by a powerful force that he could not resist. His entire body was tightly bound to the cross that was slightly larger than him. Not good. Although Luo Nan didn't know what had happened to him, he was certain that he had completely lost the ability to resist. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from this seemingly ordinary cross and the small chain that bound his hands and feet. Don't struggle. If you can break free from the shackles, you can leave this place freely. Rogge ignored Luo Nan's struggle because he had already confirmed that Luo Nan's mental strength was far inferior to his the moment he pulled Luo Nan into Tsukuyomi's world. It was a bit funny. Tsukuyomi was his Mangekyo ability, but he didn't know how to crack Tsukuyomi. If it was in Naruto's world, he more or less knew some ways to crack Tsukuyomi. But here, he could only try one by one. Up to now, only 3 people had experienced Tsukuyomi. One was Hulk, one was the unexpected Banner, and the other was Luo Nan in front of him. Hulk tried to crack it but failed. Banner barely tried to crack it, but the result was worse than Hulk's. As for Luo Nan, Rogge was looking forward to his performance. Where is this? After confirming that he couldn't break free from the shackles for the time being, Luo Nan quickly calmed down and asked. You can simply understand this place as a world that belongs to me. By the way, let me remind you. Don't count on others to save you. No one will come. Although Luo Nan seemed to have given up resisting, Rogge knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for a person like him to accept his fate so easily. Generally speaking, the more a person pursues strength, the more unwilling they are to accept their fate. And Luo Nan was obviously the kind of person who pursued strength extremely. What do you want to do? You brought me here specially. Don't tell me you want to chat with me? Speaking of this, Luo Nan suddenly realized something. It seems that you have also discovered that this place isn't the real world. If this is the real world, I won't understand what you're saying, and you won't understand what I'm saying either. Rogge answered casually. He wasn't worried that Luo Nan would guess anything from his answer. Sure enough, Luo Nan became silent after hearing Rogge's answer. It wasn't the real world, which meant that it was a mental attack. In the universe, although there weren't many people who could use spiritual attacks, it wasn't a small number either. Some races were born with mental or telepathic abilities. Mental attacks were what these special races were good at. Although Luo Nan's many years of battle experience didn't allow him to obtain any unparalleled super strength, it allowed him to possess a wealth of experience that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. In his memory, there was a race with antennae on their heads that had the innate talent of telepathy. Luo Nan began to rapidly recall the memories in his mind related to mental attacks and how to break away from them. He hoped to find useful information from within. Time passed bit by bit. Rogge didn't stop Luo Nan. He allowed Luo Nan to think of countermeasures. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Half an hour later, Luonan revealed a helpless smile. There was no other way. He couldn't find any method that could help him break away from his current situation. There wasn't even a theoretical method. It looks like you should have given up by now. Since that's the case, then it's my turn. Rogge used the Kusanagi sword in his hand to pat Luonan's large face. Then he continued to speak. In the beginning, I planned to see just how much strength you had before killing you. But now that I think about it, it would have been too boring to just kill you like this. The famous accuser Luonan had silently died in the hands of an earthling. No matter how you look at it, it would have been too shameful. More importantly, I feel that you still have a bit of value that hasn't been squeezed out of you. So, I plan to give you a chance to live. Luonan didn't say a word when Rogge was speaking. He just listened in silence. When Rogge finished speaking, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. You want to use the threat of death to humiliate me? Ignorant earthling. Looking at Luonan's expression of "I'm not interested," Rogge sighed once again. Even though he didn't know what Luonan was thinking, it was clear that Luonan had rejected his good intentions. Since that was the case, then let's go with the standard set meal. Oh right, let me remind you. Death isn't the most painful thing. Wanting to die but not being able to die is. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of Rogge in front of Luonan increased from 1 to 10. Then, these Rogge raised the Kusanagi sword in their hands at the same time and stabbed Luonan from different angles. Humans had to learn how to cherish something after losing it. In the following time, Luonan fully experienced the pain of wanting to die but not being able to. Of course, Rogge would ask Luonan from time to time when he was experiencing this hellish pain. However, Rogge's questioning time wasn't fixed. Sometimes it was a few hours. Sometimes it was a day. It had to be said that a professional warrior's mental endurance was stronger than a normal person's. Especially for Luonan, who had seen and experienced a lot. He was a warrior with a certain level of strength. His mental endurance was even more outstanding. Even so, Luonan relented in the end after enjoying an entire 5 days of torturous pain. I agree. Luonan seemed to use the last of his strength to say these words. Then his mind returned to the real world once again. Luonan's tormented mind had just returned to his body when he fell forward uncontrollably. He laid on the ground like a corpse, not moving at all. After lying on the cold metal floor for over 10 minutes, Luonan finally struggled to sit up. He raised his head to look at Rogge, who was less than a meter away from him. According to our agreement, you have to hand over the remaining 2 Kree battleships to me. Then you can leave. In order to smoothly communicate with Luonan, Rogge intentionally obtained a universal language translator from 2 Kree warriors while Luonan was lying on the ground like a corpse. I never go back on my promises. With Luonan's personal arrangement, Rogge easily obtained control of the other 2 Kree battleships. As for the Kree people on the battleships, he had Luonan pack them up and take them away. He only wanted the battleships. The Kree people and whatnot weren't part of his plan. Chapter 264. The handover was smoother than Rogge imagined, or it could be said that Luonan's control over the Carry warriors was stronger than he imagined. Even if Luonan needed others to help him walk, all the Carry warriors chose to obey unconditionally after he issued the order. Before I leave, I want to know, who did I lose to? Before the battle began, Luonan had asked Rogge's name. At that time, his attitude was much more arrogant than now. Rogge, 4th Hokage Rogge. After thinking for a bit, Rogge reported his name as the 4th Hokage. Luonan's fame in the universe wasn't small, letting him know his name as the 4th Hokage would be beneficial for his future exploration of the universe. Although he didn't have any plans to leave Earth right now, he would sooner or later start his own journey in the universe, so it was good to prepare in advance. Okay, I'll remember. I hope I can fight with you in the universe next time. A strong person like you shouldn't stay on a backward planet like Earth. He didn't know if Luonan had any masochistic tendencies, but after being educated by Rogge in Tsukuyomi world, his attitude towards Rogge had a clear change. Earth isn't backward. After replying to Luonan, Rogge took his 4 Enbu subordinates to the 2 carry battleships that didn't suffer any damage. Rogge would give one of the carry battleships to Jiying as a prop to complete the entrusted mission. As for the other battleship, he would transform it into his own personal battleship. If he wanted to start a journey in the universe, how could he not have a spaceship? But before that, he needed to adjust the battleship a bit. For example, the annoying carry-style decoration and the operating system. After giving one of the battleships to Jiying, Rogge received his commission reward of 120 ninja coins and the black boulder that could lead to Tatoin. Before he left the afterlife, he even found an opportunity to spar with Gordon, and obtained what he wanted relatively peacefully. Although Jiying and Gordon were dissatisfied with his approach, they didn't do anything in the end, as if nothing had happened. All things in the universe quantum transfer. Through the omniscient nature of his right eye, Rogge had successfully plundered this extremely useful teleportation ability from Gadon. As for the name quantum teleportation, it was just a random name he came up with. He was not a scientist, so he did not know the principle behind this teleportation ability. Therefore, he adopted a very simple naming method. When faced with indecision, quantum mechanics was the answer. Unlike the flying Thor, which required marking spells in advance, quantum teleportation did not require any prior preparation. Even if one did not know the specific situation of the teleportation location, or had never been to the teleportation location, it would not affect the quantum teleportation in any way. After some practical tests, he found that quantum teleportation was more useful than he had imagined. When teleporting over a long distance, there would be a certain amount of time before the skill was activated, but it wasn't very long and didn't cost much. If the teleportation distance was shorter, the pre-roll time would be close to 0, and the consumption would not be too high. All in all, this was a teleportation ability that did not require much from the user. Even an ordinary person would be able to use this teleportation ability without any burden. Moreover, the use of omniscient nature this time also allowed him to learn a very important piece of information. The plunder of omniscient nature was not plunder in the true sense. When he used omniscient nature on Gordon, Gordon did not completely lose the ability to teleport. He just became weaker. In Jiying's words, Gordon seemed to have returned to the time when he had just awakened his superpower, and he was completely unable to control it. This discovery also slightly reduced the psychological burden on Rogge. After all, he was not a demon, and plundering other people's abilities for no reason would still make him feel a little guilty. The carry battleship was in his hands, the black boulder was in his hands, and the quantum teleportation was also in his hands. Rogge's trip to the afterlife could be said to be a fruitful one. Before leaving the afterlife, she should be called Daisy now. Daisy said that she wanted to live with Jiying and Calvin for a while and experience the feeling of living with her parents. In this regard, Rogge had no objection and waved his hand to give Daisy half a year's annual leave. After saying goodbye to Daisy, Rogge and the 4 Enbu members teleport back to Konoha's headquarters. Time flies, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Daisy, who has officially changed her name, also took the annual leave given by Rogge a few days ago and returned to Konoha. In the past 6 months, Rogge did not perform any commission, nor did he exchange anything from the system. Since he plundered Gordon's quantum teleportation ability, he embarked on the path of self-development of A.K.A. Genkai. Plus the 120 ninja coins obtained by Jiying's commission, he now has 765 ninja coins unconsumed. Originally, he planned to directly exchange a new A.K.A. Genkai from the system. But after seeing the sharp increase in the price of A.K.A. Genkai, he decisively gave up this idea. Does he want to kill people with big data? No way. So, he decisively embarked on the path of self-development of A.K.A. Genkai. Because of physical reasons, there is no way for him to develop Kekkei Genkai such as the Byakugan or the Shikkei Genkai. However, what he wants to develop is not these Kekkei Genkai, but magnet release, lava release, and other escape-type Kekkei Genkai. Speaking of this, he has to mention the 7 attribute chakra that the system gave him in the novice gift pack. In the beginning, he just regarded the 7 attribute chakra as a prerequisite for using various ninjutsu, and he didn't have any ideas about the 7 attribute chakra. After all, compared with developing it by himself, it is undoubtedly much easier to exchange from the system. However, the system's price increase made him thoroughly see the system's evil profiteer face. Raising the price on the ground, Rogge to the extreme. However, what Rogge didn't expect was that the system's price increase this time was really justifiable. He already has 2 Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, and Mokuton, and his body has reached a certain extent of the capacity limit. If he can develop Hashirama's sage body to the limit, then he can indeed continue to accommodate more Kekkei Genkai. But the problem is that he doesn't. So the system increased the exchange requirement of Kekkei Genkai, not to kill people with big data, but to hint to him that he should improve his sage body as soon as possible. But obviously, Rogge didn't understand the system's hint, but embarked on the road of self-development of Kekkei Genkai. This is very Rogge, this is also very straight. Because straight people don't understand the hint. Chapter 265. Although he accidentally embarked on the path of developing Kekkei Genkai due to a misunderstanding, Rogge still gained a lot after seriously studying the fusion of different attributes of chakra for half a year. He didn't succeed in developing Kekkei Genkai such as magnet release and lava release, but he got another good harvest. Chakra fusion energy. When fusing his different attributes of chakra, he found that his chakra has a scumbag attribute in a sense. In short, in addition to his own 7 attributes, his chakra can also fuse different energies absorbed from the outside world and transform them into the form of chakra. In order to prove this point, he deliberately used the quantum transmission ability he had just plundered to try it out. As a result, he found that his chakra can also fuse the energy of quantum transmission. Moreover, there is a tendency that it doesn't refuse. Rogge doesn't know whether this is his own uniqueness that caused his chakra to become more and more abnormal, or it's because the chakra given by the system was originally set in this way. In short, his current chakra is a bit different from the chakra he imagined. In addition to chakra's ability to fuse other energies from the outside world, his other gain is that he can temporarily make his chakra possess more than 2 different attributes. Because he has 7 attributes of chakra, he didn't encounter too much difficulty when fusing chakra with different attributes. Instead, it went a bit too smoothly. As long as he wants, he can make chakra possess 2 or 3 attributes at any time. The reason why he didn't develop Kekkei Genkai such as magnet release and lava release is that he finally found that his body has reached a certain limit. It's not difficult to temporarily make chakra possess different attributes. What's difficult is that his body has no way to completely turn these different attributes of chakra into instinct, so he can use magnet release and lava release like using wood release. The system's subtle hint finally achieved its effect at this time. After understanding this, Rogge did not continue the development of the bloodline limit. Instead, he shifted his focus slightly and moved the development of the immortal body up to the agenda. The development of the bloodline limit had come to an end for the time being because of his body. Instead, it was the cultivation of the immortal body, as well as the cultivation of Susanoo. The purpose of further improving the immortal body was to increase the limits of the body so that the body could contain more bloodline limits. Practicing Susanoo is to increase one's offensive and defensive means. Let's not talk about the power of Susanoo, just its appearance alone is enough to explain the problem. The cultivation of Susanoo is divided into 6 stages, that is, 6 forms. The initial form of Susanoo only had arms and ribs, and the gap between them was relatively large. It didn't completely wrap the user, and its appearance and power were also the worst. However, even in its initial form, Susanoo already has a variety of functions such as attack, defense, control, and so on, and can resist most of the attacks. It took less than a month for Rogge to completely master the initial form of Susanoo. The first form after the initial form is a complete skeleton. The physical form of Chakra will also completely wrap the user, and the attack and defense power will also be further improved, and some relatively simple sword weapons can also be used. Although the first form of Susanoo still doesn't look good, it already has the ability to become a trump card in battle, and it can be regarded as a good trump card. The second form after the first form, that is, the form of Susanoo that Rogge has now mastered, is the form with the best balance. From this form, Susanoo can use some of the user's exclusive weapons and ninjutsu. Moreover, this form of Susanoo has the same long-range attack ninjutsu Yasaka no Megatama. The second form of Susanoo has also finally got rid of the appearance of a skeleton. It has meridians and flesh, and the degree of completeness has been significantly improved. After mastering the second form of Susanoo, Rogge intended to cultivate to the third form of Black Tengu armor in one go, which is the final form mastered by Uchiha Itachi. He wanted to see if he, who has similar Mangekyo patterns as Uchiha Itachi, and also has Tsukuyomi, can have Totsuka sword and Yata mirror like Uchiha Itachi. However, Hinata's report made him temporarily dispel the idea of continuing to cultivate Susanoo. After spending half a year and a lot of manpower and material resources, Hinata completed the transformation of the Kree battleship, completely transforming it into the appearance requested by Rogge. At the same time, Hinata completed the study of the Black Boulder on Tatoin. Hinata can now open the portal to Tatoin at any time through the Black Boulder, and when he needs it, she can open it again and let him return to Earth. Since obtaining the Black Boulder, Rogge has been thinking about how to develop Tatoin. Although the civilization and creatures on Tatoin are completely extinct because of the hive, it is undeniable that it is a suitable planet for human habitation. Whether it was to develop his own secret base or to do some other things on it, Tatoin had great development value. Rogge hasn't decided on the specific development plan for the time being, but he doesn't mind cleaning up the hive on it first. Rogge didn't tell anyone about going to Tatoin, and no one even knew that he was leaving Earth. In the past half a year, he often stayed in the training room alone to train, and sometimes he stayed for 10 days to half a month, so Walter, Punisher, and others have long been used to not seeing him often. After taking the special tablet specially prepared by Hinata, Rogge jumped into the black pool transformed from the Black Boulder and quietly left Konoha's headquarters. In just an instant, he crossed an unimaginable distance of space from Earth to Tatoin, which is located in an unknown part of the universe. The sky was grey, and the land was deathly still. After arriving at the legendary planet of Tatoin, Rogge's first impression was that it was very similar to the home of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim. Both were planets that had given birth to civilizations and were eventually completely lost. Both were planets that were once full of life and eventually dead. After looking at the sky and land that were completely different from Earth, Rogge began to use chakra perception. After years of cultivation and improvement, his chakra perception still hasn't reached the level of sensing the entire Earth, but it has improved considerably. For example, he can sense half of the Earth. Of course, this is only the limit of the initial perception range. In the case of detailed perception, the range of perception will be greatly reduced. However, on Tatoin, which has no signs of life, he doesn't need to use detailed perception. On this planet, there is only one creature, and that is the Inhuman Hive. Chapter 266. On the silent planet of Tatoin, Rogge stood motionless like a statue. A 3D map appeared in his mind. As time passed, the map's range continued to expand, quickly extending beyond the horizon. There were no signs of life. Rogge's perception range had already extended to hundreds of kilometers, but he still could not sense any signs of life. At this time, on Tatoin, there were only a few living plants, let alone living beings. Although he had not gained anything until now, Rogge was not worried that he would not be able to find Hive. Even if he could not find it, Hive would take the initiative to find him. For Hive, who had been in a state of hunger for a long time, Rogge was a delicacy that had been delivered to his door. A delicacy that could allow him to continue living, and even a chance to leave the planet. Rogge's perception range continued to expand. When his perception range was about to break through 500 kilometers, he finally sensed the target he was looking for. It was completely different from the life energy he had sensed before. The life energy he sensed now was not only very weak, but it was also in a fog-like state. It was like a cloud of smoke that was constantly flying. Although the life form was very special, Rogge was 100% sure that this was the first inhuman hive in history, the legendary Hydra. Unlike other inhumans, Hive was not human, but a collection of parasites. To him, the human body was just a container. Those hundreds of millions of parasites were his true body. This special life form not only allowed Hive to have a lifespan that far exceeded other inhumans, but it also made him extremely difficult to deal with. When dealing with ordinary creatures, whether they were inhumans or creoles, as long as they caused serious damage to their bodies, they could end their lives. However, to Hive, the body was just a container. Even if the head was gone or the body was destroyed, it was just a matter of changing the container. What was even more troublesome was that when dealing with Hive, conventional weapons like swords, guns, and cannons would not be very effective. Energy attacks like lasers, fire, and lightning would be relatively effective, but they might not be able to kill all the parasites on Hive. Therefore, the best way to deal with Hive was to exile him to a space where he could not survive and use the extreme external environment to completely eliminate all the parasites. For example, outer space. However, Honeycomb was not a fool. He would not allow others to take him to outer space. Even if he could not defeat his opponent, with Honeycomb's ability, if he wanted to leave, he could completely abandon his body and leave in the form of a collection of parasites. Although the Hive would die without a host, no one knew how long it could survive without a host. If there was no host, the Hive could still survive for another 10 to 20 years. This would greatly affect Rogge's development of Tatoin. Furthermore, without the fixed form of a host, who knew if the Hive would split itself into several or even dozens of parts and hide somewhere else? Therefore, Rogge only had one chance. If he could not get rid of the Hive once and for all, the Hive might evolve into an extremely troublesome sequela, an unstable factor that would greatly reduce the value of Tatoin. After determining the location of the Hive, Rogge thought about the countermeasures for a while, and then used the quantum transmission he plundered from Gordon and teleport directly to a position only 30 meters away from the Hive. When the brilliant aurora-like light of quantum transmission disappeared, Rogge saw the ultimate belief that Hydra had been looking for thousands of years: the Hive. At this time, Honeycomb was not as weak as he had imagined, and it could even be said that his physical condition was very good. He did not know if it was because Hydra had just fed Honeycomb not long ago, or if Honeycomb had taken good care of his body, but at this time, he looked like a healthy adult male. His face was ruddy, full of energy, and his eyes were bright. If his messy hair and beard could be trimmed, and he could take a shower and change his clothes, Honeycomb would be a physically and mentally healthy adult. While Rogge was looking at Honeycomb, Honeycomb was also looking at him. After being exiled for thousands of years, especially after the extinction of the intelligent race on Tatoin, Honeycomb's concept of time has become more and more vague. After all, on such a dead planet where no one can communicate with and no hope can be seen, recording time is completely meaningless. By now, Honeycomb's concept of time has basically been simplified. Just eaten, a little hungry, hungry, very hungry, very hungry, hungry to death. So for Honeycomb, who is currently in a state of satiety, it is an incredible thing for an unexpected human to suddenly appear in front of him. Speaking of this, it is necessary to talk about Hydra's strange practice. He doesn't know what the Hydra leaders were thinking. They actually came up with the idea of drawing a lot from the organization every 10 or 20 years to send a person there. And the people who are eligible to draw lots are the senior members of the organization. From the perspective of faith, Rogge can barely understand Hydra's practice. After all, in their view, this may be a supreme honor. But from an objective point of view, he feels that the Hydra senior members are all idiots who have lost their minds. Your spiritual faith, the leader you have been looking for thousands of years, is now on a strange planet. Even if you really think that Hydra is a god, a higher existence that can survive without food, can you consider sending a few more people there? What's more, Honeycomb is not the kind of higher existence that can survive without food. In the eyes of Hydra, Honeycomb is a god. But Honeycomb is really not, he is also alive, and he also needs food. Besides, send a few more people there, do a few more tests, and the possibility of finding an accurate way to return is greater. Even if it is really for faith, for glory, it is not necessary to send a person over every 10 or 20 years. The Olympics are held once every 4 years. Think about it, if you were Honeycomb, and your believers only came once every 10 or 20 years, and each time only one person, what would you think? So Rogge despises the practice of Hydra's senior management. Not to mention one a year, even if it is held once every 4 years like the Olympics, Honeycomb will not be so hungry. Who are you? Are you not a tribute? He doesn't know if it's because he hasn't spoken for a long time, but Honeycomb's voice sounds a little strange, like a radio that has been out of production for many years and started broadcasting again. Chapter 267. Tribute? After hearing Hive's words, Rogge froze for a moment. What's going on? The first impression I give people is that I've fallen to the level of a tribute? Rogge could endure other people's mockery of his strength, and he could also endure other people's disapproval of his character. But he couldn't endure other people's contempt of his appearance. As a man who had the title of 4th Hokage and was even more handsome than the original 4th Hokage, he couldn't accept Hive's tribute evaluation. Have you ever seen a tribute as strong as me? Have you ever seen a tribute as strong and handsome as me? Have you ever seen a tribute as strong, handsome, and reliable as me? Tribute? You're the tribute, your whole family is the tribute. After trying hard to calm his excited heart, Rogge looked at Hive as if he was looking at prey. Honeycomb would never have thought that a simple sentence from him would cause Rogge to have such a complicated mental state. Seeing that Rogge's attitude had changed, Hive's face showed a trace of doubt. Wasn't he a tribute? When parasitizing the host, Hive could obtain the host's memory. But under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do this. Because searching the host's memory was meaningless to him. Whether he searched the host's memory or not, it couldn't help him leave this damn planet. And every time he searched the host's memory, it would consume a part of his energy. For Hive, who hadn't eaten a full meal for thousands of years, every bit of energy was extremely precious. So over time, he lost interest in searching the host's memory. But now, he suddenly had the urge to search the current host's memory. This host had just parasitized for a short time, and the energy in his body was enough for him to consume for a long time. More importantly, he now had a backup host. Although he didn't know who Rogge was, and he didn't know what kind of ability Rogge had. But the first time he saw Rogge, Hive had a very strong intuition. This is the right host for me. This is the host I want. This is the perfect host for me. Hive didn't know why he had such an intuition, but he was sure that his intuition was right. Unknowingly, the atmosphere became a little strange. Rogge scanned Honeycomb's body, and Honeycomb scanned Rogge's body. If it weren't for the inappropriate surroundings, it would have been easy to misunderstand that Rogge and Honeycomb were looking at each other with a gaze that went beyond friendship. Do you have any last words? Give me your body. After a few minutes of silence, Rogge and Honeycomb spoke at the same time. Looks like you don't have any last words. Looks like you don't intend to give me your body. After pausing for a few seconds, Rogge and Honeycomb spoke again at the same time. This damned tacit understanding. After the two of them spoke at the same time, Rogge and Honeycomb gave up on the idea of continuing the conversation. Instead, they looked at each other seriously. Although Honeycomb didn't understand Rogge, after carefully sensing Rogge, his face showed a look of victory. Mutants. This guy is a mutant. Although it was different from the mutants he had sensed before, he definitely wouldn't mistake this special mutant energy. To others, mutants didn't have any particularly obvious energy characteristics. But to Honeycomb, every mutant had a unique form of energy that proved their identity as a mutant. Among all the mutants that had been modified by the Kree's Terrigen experiment, Honeycomb was definitely the most special one. Not to mention that his life form had undergone fundamental changes, just his ability to control all mutants was enough to prove this point. In the Kree's Terrigen experiment, the other mutants were powerful mutant warriors, and Honeycomb was the leader of these mutant warriors. Therefore, Honeycomb was born with the ability to control other mutants, and it was absolute control, and there was no way to resist control. However, no one would have thought that Honeycomb, who was set as the leader of the mutants from the beginning, would be exiled to Tatooine by the Kree before he could enjoy his days as a leader. Since he was a mutant, it would be easy to deal with him. Although Honeycomb had sworn that he would never parasitize a mutant. But now, he was going to betray his oath. After all, compared to Rogge's body, the oath wasn't very important. Just when Honeycomb was looking at him with a malicious look, Rogge silently took out the reality Rubik's Cube. In order to deal with Honeycomb, who was a collection of parasites, he had thought of many plans, and seriously studied the feasibility and practical effect of the plan. After thinking about it repeatedly, he had to admit a fact. Dealing with Honeycomb wasn't difficult for him. However, if he wanted to deal with Honeycomb quickly and cleanly without leaving any side effects, he didn't have many options. Among the few options available, using the reality gem was the simplest and most crude method that could guarantee the effects. Therefore, as a ninja who yearns for glory and battle, he decisively made the final choice. Reality gem. Simple and direct, end all troubles. Just one time, and all future troubles can be eliminated. After Rogge took out the dark red reality Rubik's Cube, Honeycomb's innate crisis instinct issued an unprecedented warning. This strong warning that almost occupied his entire consciousness instantly interrupted Honeycomb's beautiful fantasy of Rogge's body. Honeycomb didn't know why he had such a strong warning, but as an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, he unconditionally trusted his crisis instinct. Without any hesitation, it could even be said that he was extremely determined. Honeycomb instantly turned into a cloud of black fog, flying in all directions like locusts. Things like host and parasitism were completely out of his consideration now. However, he was still a step too late. The reality Rubik's Cube in Rogge's right hand flashed with a dark red light that wasn't dazzling but strange enough, and the surrounding space instantly changed. The originally unobstructed space turned into an enchantment. Space barrier. Using the reality Rubik's Cube, Rogge created a spherical space barrier with a diameter of 100 meters, completely enveloping Honeycomb. Preventing Honeycomb from leaving in the form of his body was just the first step of the plan. When the spherical space that even the tiniest atom couldn't pass through was formed, Rogge began to further compress this huge spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters. The black fog-like body of Honeycomb was constantly driven back to the host's body. Although the body of Honeycomb was driven back to the host, Rogge still didn't stop compressing the space. In the end, a spherical space mixed with Honeycomb's body parasites and human flesh floated in the air. From the initial diameter of 100 meters to the size of a basketball. All of this happened in just a few seconds. After being completely trapped in this extremely crowded spherical space, Honeycomb finally understood why his instincts were giving him such a strong warning. This guy is ridiculously strong. Honeycomb, who had never seen an infinity stone, regarded the ability of the reality gem as Rogge's own ability. Chapter 268. If Hive's vigilance was just a little bit higher, for example, he would have chosen to run away the moment he saw Rogge. In that case, he might still have a sliver of a chance to survive. Unfortunately, thousands of years of exile had caused him to lose the vigilance that he should have. Hive, who was completely wrapped in the spherical space, didn't completely despair at this time. Although he didn't know what Rogge was going to do next, he was confident in his ability to survive. It's nothing more than a change in the place where I'm imprisoned, this won't scare me. After looking at the disgusting sphere floating in front of him, Rogge once again activated the reality cube. The reality gem does have the ability to modify reality, but to maintain the modified reality, it also needs a constant supply of energy. Rogge wasn't a Kree, and he didn't plan to exile or imprison Hive. Killing Beehive was his real goal. Using a completely enclosed spherical space to completely trap Hive was only the first step of the plan. The reality cube in Rogge's hand once again shone with a strange dark red light, and a half-meter wide circular portal appeared in front of him. Using the reality cube, Rogge built an interstellar portal that was opened by the cosmic cube during the Battle of New York. Compared to the portal built by the cosmic cube, the portal built by the reality gem was much smaller and less stable. But Rogge didn't care much about this. What he needed now was a one-time teleportation portal that could connect to outer space. Whether it was stable or safe, he didn't care at all. When the half-meter wide portal was completely formed, Hive, who was trapped in the spherical space, finally realized something. This guy didn't want to imprison me. After realizing this, Hive in the spherical space began to search wildly, trying to find an escape that didn't exist. Hive's survival ability was indeed very strong, and he could safely survive in places where most creatures couldn't survive. But this didn't mean that he could survive in any environment. Vacuum, or outer space, was an environment where he absolutely couldn't survive. I've already asked if you have any last words, so this time, I'll just say goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, the right hand formed by Chakra grabbed the floating spherical space, and through this spherical space mixed with human flesh, clothes, and the parasites of the Hive into the portal that had just been constructed. The basketball-sized spherical space drew a beautiful arc in the air and then fell directly into the portal. Perfect hit! When the spherical space passed through the portal and entered an unknown place in outer space, Rogge ended the maintenance of the portal. The portal that emitted a faint blue light disappeared as if it never appeared. After the portal closed, Rogge was forced to end the maintenance of the spherical space. The terrifying distance in space increased the energy required to maintain the spherical space. As a meticulous person, and in order to kill the Hive as soon as possible, Rogge cut off the energy supply without hesitation. Without a continuous supply of energy, the spherical space that violated the laws of nature could not continue to exist. So, in a corner of the universe, the basketball-sized spherical space shattered with a bang. The human remains and the Hive itself in the space welcomed the warm welcome of the outer space environment. Rogge had no interest in what would happen to the Hive in outer space in the vacuum environment. At this time, he summoned the tablet specially modified by Hinata from the summon scroll. The black boulder can open the space channel connected to the planet Tatoin, but because the planet Tatoin is constantly rotating, the location of the space channel is different every time. So to ensure that he can return to Earth smoothly, Rogge asked Hinata to perform a series of preliminary experiments and calculations to calculate the time and place of each opening of the space channel. The tablet in his hand recorded the corresponding opening time and channel. According to his request, Hinata at the Konoha headquarters will open the space channel every hour, and each opening will last for 3 minutes. It has now been more than half an hour since he came to Tatoin, so he has to rush to the next opening location of the channel in the remaining 20 minutes. Quantum transmission. At this time, Rogge once again thanked Gordon for his free quantum transmission ability. After more than 20 minutes, Rogge, who easily solved the problem of the Hive, returned to Earth. Hinata, we can now start the second phase of the Tatoin plan. After returning to the Konoha headquarters, Rogge gave the latest order to Hinata. Although he hasn't yet figured out how to develop Tatoin, this doesn't prevent him from making some preparations in advance. OK. The steel engineering team and construction materials of the Tatoein hidden village have been arranged. In a month, the initial establishment of Konoha hidden village will be completed. Under the control of Hinata, robots of different shapes were activated, and boxes of packed construction materials were continuously sent into the transmission channel built by the Black Boulder. Rogge didn't tell anyone about the establishment of Konoha hidden village on Tatoein. In the entire Konoha, only he and Hinata know about the existence of this plan. In order to keep it a secret, he didn't use anyone except Hinata. Even the construction robots were redesigned and specially produced by Hinata according to the design principles of Ultron and Mark III. Construction materials were purchased in the name of Konoha, and there was no need to hide these common construction materials. Even if someone found out that Konoha had purchased a large number of construction materials, it was impossible to know that Rogge was secretly building Konoha hidden village on Tatoein. While Hinata was secretly building the Konoha hidden village, Rogge was also continuing to practice his Susanoo, hoping that he could reach the third form of the Black Tengu armor as soon as possible. However, his cultivation plan was soon interrupted again. According to the feedback of Konoha's intelligence department, an alien life form that he listed as a key observation target was suspected to have appeared in San Francisco, and it caused a certain amount of damage in San Francisco. Konoha's Special Operations Team in San Francisco has set off at this time, but they haven't captured the alien life form that caused the riot. In the past 6 months, there have been more and more riots caused by this kind of suspected superpower or special life form. If the Battle of New York made people all over the world know that there are many special people in this world that are unknown to people, then, the sole incident caused by Ultron is equivalent to completely opening the stage of this kind of special event. All kinds of superpower criminals and illogical events happened one after another. Even those criminals who only want to rob and bully ordinary people on weekdays have embarked on a different path of upgrading. Chapter 269. Under normal circumstances, the riots caused by this kind of special event would not be reported to Rogge, but would be handled by Konoha's Special Operations Team. However, Rogge once reminded the intelligence department that once the special event he mentioned was discovered, he must be notified as soon as possible. So this time, the riot caused by a suspected alien life form in San Francisco was directly reported to him. There weren't many special events that Rogge could specifically request attention to. Up until now, there had only been 2. One was an alien life form that was suspected to have the ability to change its form, and the other was a skeleton with flames all over its body. Of course, this was only a general description of the intelligence department. What he really wanted to pay attention to was actually Venom and Ghost Rider. However, he couldn't tell the intelligence department about Venom and Ghost Rider, so he could only let them pay attention to similar events. San Francisco, alien life form. If there was no accident, this should be the Venom he had been waiting for a long time. Or rather, a symbiote. Because of him, the timeline of this world has become more and more different from what he remembered, and he wasn't even sure if the people and events in his memory would still happen. After carefully browsing the information submitted by the intelligence department in his office, Rogge put this special event in San Francisco under his name. At present, there were only a few people in Konoha who were qualified to lead a team to solve special events. Punisher and Abomination were his earliest subordinates, and now they were the main force of external operations. Gecko Kara and Daisy would also deal with some tasks that were not so difficult. Kurane Tank didn't admit that he was a member of Konoha yet, but he was basically willing to do the tasks assigned to him. As for Pietro and Walter, Rogge didn't list them as operatives at first. However, Pietro, who couldn't stay idle, took the initiative to apply to join the operations department and now became a captain of the operations department. After 6 months of hard work and constant appearances, Pietro finally got his own title. Konoha Quicksilver. Although this title didn't sound as good as Konoha's White Fang, it was still a good title. Walter also went on several missions with Quicksilver, but they were all ordinary missions that weren't very difficult. Perhaps it was because of Walter's personality, but he wasn't very interested in fighting and didn't use his superpowers as often as Pietro did. Walter's decision made Rogge feel much more at ease. Walter's ability was indeed very strong. At its peak, it could even surpass the reality gem. However, the greater the power, the greater the possibility of losing control. Rogge didn't want Walter to say that there were no more superpowers in Konoha. After putting the incident in San Francisco under his own name, others would not intervene in it. Unless Rogge couldn't handle it or took the initiative to ask for help. After reading all the information collected by the intelligence department, Rogge set off directly. Through the surveillance video at the scene of the riot, as well as the videos taken by the onlookers, he could basically confirm that the ones who were currently jumping around and causing riots in San Francisco were the symbiotic demons. As for whether this symbiotic body was venom, further confirmation was needed. After all, symbiotic demons looked similar, especially when they were of the same color. They gave off the feeling that they were twins. Quantum teleportation. A brilliant aurora-like light appeared, and then Rogge's figure completely disappeared. At the same time, an equally brilliant light appeared on the top floor of a certain building in San Francisco. Once again, he had to thank Gordon for his selfless contribution. He had to admit that Gordon's quantum teleportation ability was really useful. Although it was far inferior to flying Thor in battle, it was very useful for long-distance teleportation. San Francisco was a world-famous tourist destination. It was one of the most important high-tech R&D bases in the world and the most important financial center on the west coast of America. The population here wasn't as terrifying as New York, but it was still shocking. There were almost 1 million people living in San Francisco. It wasn't easy to find a person who was possessed by a symbiotic demon but hadn't transformed. Rogge wasn't interested in sensing them one by one, so he adopted a very simple method: wait. From the current situation, the symbiotic demon was clearly looking for something. At the same time, the symbiotic demon was being hunted by an unknown organization. In Rogge's memory, it was the Life Foundation next to the Golden Gate Bridge that brought the symbiotic demon to Earth. However, this was just his previous memory. After knowing that there was a Life Foundation in San Francisco, he asked Konoha's intelligence department to pay attention to this foundation. In particular, they paid attention to the Life Foundation's spaceship launch plan. Unfortunately, this Life Foundation had no interest in life outside the Earth, nor did it have any intention of exploring the stars. Therefore, this symbiotic demon incident really had nothing to do with the Life Foundation. After admiring the environment of San Francisco from a condescending position, Rogge took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. From the outside, this is a pair of ordinary sunglasses. At most, it looks a bit expensive. But in fact, this is a pair of sunglasses specially modified by Hinata. Through this pair of glasses, Rogge can contact Hinata at Konoha's headquarters at any time. The lenses can also present real-time virtual interactive images, making it convenient for him to browse various documents and information sent by Hinata at any time. Obviously, this idea was based on the smart glasses Edith that Tani hasn't designed yet, but will design sooner or later. After putting on the glasses, Rogge directly teleported from the top floor of the building to the alley next to it, and then strolled in the streets like a tourist. The symbiotic demon suspected to be Venom is hiding somewhere, but he will definitely appear again. When he appears again, it will be time for Rogge to make his move. While strolling, Rogge didn't stay idle and asked Hinata to investigate all the information about Eddie Block. The emergence of the symbiotic demon may have nothing to do with the Life Foundation, but one thing will not change, that is, the fate of the host. As long as the fate of the host does not change dramatically, some things are destined to happen. For example, Tani will become a superhero, or Eddie Block will become the new host of Venom. Currently, Hinata has partial authority from the military, the Ministry of Defense, and other departments. These authorities were specifically authorized to Konoha's intelligence bureau by the military, the Ministry of Defense, and other departments. In addition to Hinata, Konoha's intelligence bureau occasionally uses these special authorities. It didn't take long, to be precise, less than 30 seconds, all the information about Eddie Block appeared in the lenses of the glasses. Chapter 270. Eddie Brock, who previously worked for the New York Daily Globe, was a somewhat famous reporter. Because of an unconfirmed false report, he lost his job and reputation, was labeled as unreliable, and was ostracized by his peers in New York. In order to bid farewell to the past, and to get his life back on track, Eddie Brock moved from New York to San Francisco and became a field reporter for the local news channel in San Francisco. With his excellent professionalism, Eddie quickly gained a foothold in San Francisco, and even had his own news column. Simply put, Eddie Brock is a mature man who has experienced a low point in his life and relied on his own efforts to regain his honor. Except for a major professional accident in New York, there is nothing abnormal in Eddie Brock's life record, and he doesn't even have many parking tickets. If you only look at this information, it would be difficult for Rogge to associate Eddie Brock with Venom. Although from the information, Eddie Brock doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would commit crimes with extraordinary powers, Rogge still insists on his own opinion. If the symbiote that caused the riots in San Francisco is really Venom, then the host of Venom must be Eddie Brock. Because this is the fate of Eddie Brock. Investigate Eddie Brock's whereabouts in the past few days. I want to know what he has been doing in the past few days. After issuing the latest instructions to Hinata, Rogge turned off the virtual projection on the lens and began to wander around the streets and alleys of San Francisco like a real tourist. Taste the signature dishes of famous restaurants, enjoy the scenery of famous scenic spots, and respond to fans' requests for photos. If it weren't for the fact that he would occasionally perceive the special life forms nearby while wandering, Rogge would look no different from a real tourist at this time. And in the process of wandering, he realized for the first time that being too famous was not a good thing. Although he has rarely performed tasks in public as the fourth Hokage recently, even so, it has not reduced his popularity among the people. After signing nearly 100 signatures and enduring more than a dozen female fans with hot figures and hot personalities, he finally dispelled the idea of wandering around with his real face. At night, the Golden Gate Bridge. Rogge, who changed his appearance with the transformation technique, stood at the top of the bridge, overlooking downtown San Francisco. By hacking into San Francisco's city surveillance system and the various surveillance cameras on the road that can be connected to the internet, Hinata sorted out the specific whereabouts of Eddie Block in the past few days. Although the scene of the symbiotic demon's transformation was not captured by the surveillance camera, it was basically certain that the host inside the symbiotic demon was Eddie Brock. Now that he had confirmed that the host was Eddie Brock, the identity of the symbiotic entity was obvious. Venom. Venom claimed to be the loser of the symbiotic demons, but it had the power to contend against the leader-level riot. The identity of the symbiote and the host has been confirmed, but Hinata did not investigate which organization appeared to be capturing Venom. The weapons and equipment used by the captors were not common goods commonly seen on the market. It could even be said that these weapons and equipment were custom-made products. Not only that, but Hinata also discovered that the weapons and equipment used by these captors had never appeared in any country before. In addition to the custom-made weapons and equipment, the combat accomplishments shown by the captors were also amazing. Even compared with Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D's action teams, there was no obvious gap between these captors. Custom-made weapons and equipment, excellent capture teams, these all prove one thing, that is, the organization that is now targeting Venom is not a third-rate character. A mysterious organization with good research and development capabilities and excellent operations personnel. Rogge began to be interested in this mysterious organization. Based on what he had always done, any organization that piqued his interest usually didn't have a good ending. Rogge had just given Hinata an order to continue investigating this mysterious organization when a strong explosion occurred in downtown San Francisco not far from him. The flames of the explosion rose into the sky, like a small mushroom cloud standing in the bustling city. As soon as the strong explosion came, Rogge directly teleported to the street where the explosion occurred through quantum transmission. The originally lively street was now a mess as if it had been through a long war. Broken windows, burning vehicles, crumbling houses. Just looking at the scene in front of him, it was impossible to believe that this would be downtown San Francisco. The streets were filled with pedestrians who had been affected by the explosion. Around these injured or dead pedestrians, there were many combatants in black uniforms and combat helmets. Rogge ignored the captors of these mysterious organizations and quickly scanned every corner of the street. It didn't take long for him to find the target he was looking for in a broken ruin. A humanoid black body, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a pair of iconic big white eyes. Rogge's gaze had just focused on Venom when Venom, who was pressed under the brick, felt something and looked up at Rogge. The moment he saw Rogge, Venom seemed to have seen an indescribable horror. His big white eyes suddenly shrank, and then he jumped up and ran wildly without looking back. What's going on? Venom's abnormal behavior stunned Rogge. Although he didn't know why Venom was so scared, Rogge had no intention of letting him go easily. Venom, who was nearly 3 meters tall, used both hands and feet to run wildly on the streets of San Francisco like a beast. Venom, what's wrong? As the host, Eddie Brock asked quickly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The person behind us is very dangerous. Venom, who was running wildly, replied with a serious tone. The person behind us? There is no one behind us. Eddie Brock just wanted to continue asking when he saw Rogge in front of them. Although it was Venom who was controlling his body now, this did not affect him from using Venom's senses to observe the outside world. Venom's running speed was not slow, but it was undoubtedly a pipe dream if he wanted to get rid of Rogge. After using lightning body blink a few times, Rogge easily overtook Venom and blocked Venom's path in advance. Fire release Grand Fireball. Without any hesitation, Rogge directly spewed out a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The huge orange-red fireball flew towards Venom like a cannonball. Chapter 271. For a long time, fire release has been described as smokeless and can't burn people to death. However, this situation will never happen to Rogge. Although he didn't count carefully, the number of people who died under his fire release attack is not small. Among them are many Warnerheim Protoss warriors whose physique is far beyond that of the Earth's humans. Seeing the huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters coming towards him like a cannonball, Venom quickly began to change direction. This level of fire attack, not to mention Venom himself, is afraid of fire attacks. Even if he doesn't have the weakness of fire, he doesn't intend to use his body to resist the fireball. Venom's limbs suddenly exerted force, and his whole body jumped high like a flea, trying to directly avoid the oncoming fireball. However, Rogge's attack is not so easy to avoid. Under normal circumstances, Grand Fireball can only be used in a straight line attack, and it is very easy to avoid. This is why fire release ninjutsu is underestimated. Ninjutsu that can't hit the target, or ninjutsu that can be easily avoided, is a ninjutsu that has no practical value. Therefore, in order not to waste the ninjutsu he used to exchange for Grand Fireball, Rogge made some improvements to the Grand Fireball jutsu. The Grand Fireball jutsu is indeed not much of a threat. But what if the Grand Fireball can change its trajectory? In order to change the trajectory of the Grand Fireball, Rogge borrowed some of the techniques of Fire Dragon Bomb. Chakra can control the direction of the Fire Dragon Bomb, making it extremely difficult to avoid. Since the Fire Dragon Bomb can do this under Chakra's control, then Grand Fireball naturally has this possibility. After a series of tests and practical operations, Rogge successfully mastered the method of controlling Grand Fireball with Chakra. Venom, who jumped high, just breathed a sigh of relief. then he saw the huge fireball that should have continued to fly forward suddenly change direction and flew straight towards him in the air. Bad. The air is not the ground, there is no place to borrow strength here. Although the sudden change of direction completely disrupted Venom's rhythm, Venom still didn't give up. Venom's hands shot out a black spider web-like substance that flew like lightning towards the houses on both sides of the road. As long as a black spider silk sticks to the house, Venom can swing out of here like Spider-Woman Gwen. Venom's response wasn't wrong, but he underestimated the flying speed of the fireball and overestimated the speed of the black spider silk. Boom! Venom's hands had just shot out black spider silk when the huge fireball hit him like a heavy truck, and the orange-red flames instantly engulfed his entire body. Although the temperature of the grand fireball is not very amazing, it is completely enough for Venom, whose weakness is flames. Venom, who was engulfed by the orange-red flames, fell heavily to the ground. His whole body rolled crazily as if he had lost his mind. Relying on his Sharingan, Rogge can clearly see that Venom's black body is rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the flame lasts a little longer, Venom will completely change back to Eddie Brock's appearance. But fortunately, the flame of the grand fireball only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before it ended. When the orange-red flames completely dissipated, Venom seemed to have successfully lost weight, shrinking from nearly 3 meters to about 2.5 meters. In addition to the obvious change in his body shape, Venom's spirit seems to have suffered serious damage. He knelt on the ground weakly, sticking out his long tongue and gasping for breath. For some reason, looking at Venom's current appearance, Rogge suddenly felt a little unbearable. However, he quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Although Venom looks miserable now, with his healing ability, it won't take long for him to recover completely. Rapid recovery and regeneration are as simple as breathing for the symbiotic demons. Sure enough, within a few seconds, Venom, who was kneeling on the ground, began to expand rapidly, expanding back to his previous 3-meter-high appearance. Do you want to fight here and then talk? Or should we skip the fight? Rogge came to Venom and asked in a calm tone. He didn't intend to kill Venom. If he wanted to kill Venom, he didn't need to do it himself. The reason why he came to San Francisco was that he had some deals to discuss with Venom. Who are you? I never talk to guys who pretend to be other people. Although Venom couldn't see through Rogge's transformation technique, he was sure that Rogge had used some kind of mysterious disguise. This is not a special ability, it is purely an intuition that he has obtained after living for a long time and experiencing too many things. My name is Rogge, if you like, you can call me Yandere Hokage. Rogge directly reported his identity, but he did not remove the effect of the transformation technique. After hearing Rogge's reply, Venom did not answer immediately, but began to search the memory of the host. Whether it was Rogge or Yandere Hokage. For Venom, who had just arrived on Earth and was inexplicably hunted as soon as he arrived, they were all completely unfamiliar existences. After roughly figuring out the identity of Rogge through the memory of the host, Venom gave his answer. Where are we going to talk? Of course, we are going to the hotel to talk. As soon as the voice fell, the light of quantum transmission emerged from Rogge's body, and then completely enveloped Venom. After the brilliant aurora-like light disappeared, the figures of Rogge and Venom also disappeared completely. Then, a luxurious hotel suite appeared in front of them. This suite was specially reserved by Rogge during the day. After looking around the environment in the suite, Venom went directly to the sofa in the living room and lay down directly. The black Venom on the white sofa. Although Venom's image and movements were a bit dazzling, Rogge didn't say anything about it. You can't use Earth's etiquette to ask an alien creature, it's unreasonable. Boom! When Venom lay on the sofa like a master, Rogge also lifted the effect of the transformation technique, revealing his true face. I want to know, how did you come to Earth? Did you come here alone, or did you come with your own kind? In addition, how can I find your symbiote? It's just a symbiote, Rogge is not interested in it. But if it's a group of symbiotes, or thousands of symbiotes, it's different. Chapter 272. You want to capture the symbiotic demons. Venom did not directly answer Rogge's question and asked with interest. Isn't this obvious? Not to mention that the symbiotic demons can greatly increase the host's strength, just the peculiar life form of the symbiotic demons is enough to make people interested. Rogge was not surprised that Venom could see through his plan at a glance. Although Venom said that he was the loser of the symbiotic demons and was the weakest existence among the symbiotic demons. But this was just him being modest. How can a guy who can make a name for himself in his race be a real loser? A real loser can't have the popularity of Venom at all. And how can the weakest guy in a race have the power to compete with a commander? Strength is status. The more strength you have, the higher your status. No matter what race, this is a common standard. Why should I help you, anyway? They are my kind, I don't think I need to help you. Venom, who was lying on the sofa, carefully looked at Rogge and said silently. If it is under normal circumstances, you really don't need to help me, but unfortunately, it is not normal now. After speaking, Rogge paused for a moment, and then continued, after experiencing the events of the past few days, you should also be very clear that you are now being watched. Judging from the weapons and equipment they use, the people who are now capturing you have enough understanding of the symbiotic demons. Although you can still jump around, you are only one person after all. Even if you can hold on, your host may not be able to hold on. If my perception is not wrong, your current state is not very ideal. With your current situation, how many times do you think you can escape capture? Once, twice, or 3 times. Symbiotic demons have amazing regeneration and repair abilities. Even if it is a broken limb, or even a fatal injury, the symbiotic demons can recover to normal in a short time. It's just that this world is a reasonable world. If you want to get something, you must pay something. There was nothing that could be obtained without paying a price. Even the Infinity Stone that can change the laws of the universe is the same. The symbiotic demons did indeed possess astonishing regeneration and repair abilities, but this regeneration and repair ability was not obtained out of thin air. Although Rogge did not know what method the symbiotic demons used to complete their regeneration and repair, there was one thing he was certain of. There was a limit to the regeneration and repair of the symbiotic demons, and a certain price had to be paid. After comparing the life energy intensity of Venom before and after being attacked by the fireball, he was even more convinced of this point. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would betray my own kind for my own safety? Venom snorted in disdain. Do you think you're the kind of person who would sacrifice yourself to protect your own kind? Rogge asked. The atmosphere in the room began to become a little awkward. After 2 or 3 minutes of silence, Venom spoke again. First, I came to Earth through a meteorite. Secondly, apart from me, there are 3 other guys who came to Earth with me. They are Howl, Fear, and Rip. Thirdly, those 3 unlucky fellows have already been captured. If you want to find them, you can only look for the people who captured them. If you want to find more symbiotic demons, you can only go to the universe to find our home planet. The home planet is the only planet where we can live normally without possession. As for the specific location of the home planet, I don't know. Venom answered the 3 questions raised by Rogge at the beginning, and then fell silent again. After listening to Venom's answer, Rogge frowned slightly. Excluding Venom, there are only 3 symbiotic demons, which is a lot less than he thought. This number is a bit far from the symbiotic demon army he wants, very far. You can only live freely without possession on the home planet, then how did the 4 of you survive on the meteorite? Rogge asked his doubts. The meteorite was a stone on the home planet. Howl and I were discussing something on the stone, and an inexplicable space channel appeared around us and sucked us in with the stone. Then we were near the Earth, sucked in by the Earth's gravity, and finally came to the Earth. Venom briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. From his tone, it can be heard that he was also speechless about his experience. But this is also understandable. Think about it, if you stay at home and are inexplicably teleported to a completely unfamiliar planet, your mood will also become very bad. An unexpected disaster. Venom and the other three used their own personal experience to prove what is called bad luck. Excuse me for asking, how big is that stone, and the four of you are not all men, right? From the names, Venom, Howl, Fear, and Tear are all typical male names. As far as Rogge knows, the reproduction of the symbiotic demons seems to be asexual, so he is a little curious about why the four of them appeared on the same stone. Put away your strange thoughts, we are different from humans. We don't have your strange hobbies and primitive reproduction methods. In the following time, Rogge asked some questions about the symbiotic demons and the symbiotic demon's mother planet. If he remembers correctly, on the symbiotic demon's mother planet, there is a fierce man who cut off the head of a member of the Kagami group with a sword. The god of symbiotic demons, Nar. Of course, when mentioning the god of symbiotic demons, he has to mention his famous sword, the Black Death Sword. He doesn't know if the Black Death Sword is now in the hands of the God Slayer. If there is a chance in the future, he can inquire about the relevant information. After reaching the initial cooperation agreement with Venom, Rogge used quantum transmission to bring Venom back to Konoha's headquarters. Before the mysterious arrest organization is solved, Venom will live in Konoha's headquarters for a while. Konoha will protect Venom's safety, and Venom will provide the information Rogge wants. After arriving at Konoha's headquarters, Venom removed his transformation form and returned control of his body to Eddie. After arranging a room for Eddie and Venom to live in, Rogge returned to his office and issued the latest order to the intelligence department. Search for the mysterious organization that captured the symbiotic demons. According to Venom, they were teleported to the outside of the Earth by an inexplicable space channel. But Rogge always felt that things were not that simple. The reason is simple, the weapons and equipment used by the mysterious organization are a bit wrong. Chapter 273. The time doesn't match. Although the weapons and equipment used by the mysterious organization during the capture were not particularly high-tech, it was not something that could be designed and produced in a short period of time. According to Venom, they had only been on Earth for a few days, and not long after they landed on Earth, they were captured by the mysterious organization. Combined with these circumstances, it was not difficult to infer that this mysterious organization knew about the existence of the symbiotic demons early on and knew when the symbiotic demons would come to Earth. Therefore, Venom and the others, who inexplicably came to Earth, encountered such a professional capture team. There are only two possibilities for the mysterious organization to arrange the plan to this extent. One is that they can predict the future. The other is that the bizarre encounter of Venom and the others was planned by them. Rogge first ruled out the possibility that the mysterious organization could predict the future. Predicting the future, this is a super advanced power that involves time. Unless this mysterious organization has mastered the Time Stone and mastered the correct use of the Time Stone, it is impossible for them to have the ability to predict the future. If this mysterious organization really has the ability to predict the future, they would not have the idea of the symbiotic demons. Compared with the ability to predict the future and time, the symbiotic demons are obviously several levels lower. If it is not the ability to predict the future, then there is only the second possibility. This mysterious organization single-handedly planned the appearance of Venom and the others and forcibly brought them from the symbiotic demon's mother planet to Earth. Of course, the mysterious organization may not know the identity of Venom and the others. For them, this is similar to fishing in the sea, they can catch whatever they want. It's just that Venom and the others had bad luck and were caught by the mysterious organization. Although this will involve the problem of space channels. However, compared with predicting the future, space channels and so on are obviously much easier and more realistic. Under the full search of Konoha's intelligence department, this mysterious organization that has never appeared in the past finally revealed some clues. Because of time, although Konoha's intelligence department did not fully grasp all the information of this mysterious organization, they still dug out a lot of valuable information from it. Oscorp. After a series of investigations, Konoha's intelligence department found that this emerging mysterious organization was inextricably linked to Oscorp. Whether it is the weapons and equipment used by the mysterious organization or the secret base used by the mysterious organization to hide their whereabouts, they are more or less related to Oscorp. After reading the information collected by the intelligence department in the past few days, Rogge found that the symbiotic demons incident this time seemed to be a little more complicated than he thought. After the incident with the rhinoceros and the electric man, he thought that Oscorp would behave as a business giant and dispel the idea of extraordinary power. But now, it seems that Oscorp is not willing to be an ordinary normal company. Oscorp's main research field is in the field of biotechnology, and symbiotes are special life forms with superpowers. It can be said that the symbiotic demons of Oscorp's dreams. In this case, Oscorp's T of the symbiotic demons T of the mysterious organization. Although the relationship between the mysterious organization and Oscorp has not yet been fully determined, Roger has decided to go to Oscorp in person. Come to think of it, Oscorp is also his old rival. No, it's not an opponent, it's an old helper. Whether it's Dr. Connor's Super Lizard Serum or Gavin's Super Spider Serum, Oscorp has helped a lot and can be regarded as a great contribution. In particular, Oscorp's electric demon selflessly contributed himself, allowing him to develop several good lightning ninjutsu. After reading the information submitted by the intelligence department, Rogge teleported to the public training hall of the headquarters and found Venom, who was wrestling with Abomination. He didn't know how Venom saw Abomination. Since Eddie met Abomination by chance a few days ago, Venom had a great interest in Abomination. In the past few days at Konoha's headquarters, Venom was basically online 24 hours a day, not giving Eddie any private time at all. After Venom took control of his body, he didn't do anything strange, he just inexplicably fought with Abomination. Compared with Abomination, compared with Abomination, compared with Abomination, compared with Abomination, compared with Abomination. Except for not competing with Abomination in terms of fire resistance, high temperature resistance, and resistance to sonic attacks, Venom basically has to compete with Abomination in everything. If he wasn't sure that Venom had no intention of changing hosts, Rogge couldn't help but wonder if Venom intended to let Abomination be his host. Speaking of which, it was strange. The Abomination, whose appearance and body were equally shocking, had an unusual and powerful attraction to those with long tongues. Perhaps he had chosen the wrong charm point, but he had a strong attraction to those with long tongues. Dr. Connors is like this, and so is Venom. Do creatures with long tongues like big green guys? Just as Rogge's imagination was running wild, Venom and Abomination also decided the winner of the arm wrestle. Although Venom's strength is good, compared to Abomination, especially compared to Abomination who has been strengthened by Extremis, his strength is still a little weak. Stop playing, it's time to go out and work. Coming to Venom and Abomination, Rogge looked up and said to Venom. Although a little reluctant, Venom temporarily dispelled the idea of continuing to compete with Abomination. His long tongue danced towards Abomination a few times before he followed Rogge out of the training hall. Through quantum transmission, Rogge and Venom came to the top floor of a building opposite the Oscorp building. The person who arrested you before had something to do with Oscorp, but it is not certain whether it was the arrest team sent by Oscorp. So I'm going to let you meet the people of Oscorp and see what their reaction is. Rogge's plan is very simple. In a word, it is to deliver the goods to the door and lure the snake out of its hole. Deliver the venom that Oscorp is interested in to the door, and then formulate the next step according to Oscorp's reaction. Are you sure this will be useful? If I really fall into their hands, will you come to save me? Venom has only fought with Rogge once, the time when he was hit by Fireball. But before he fought, he already knew that Rogge was a dangerous existence that he couldn't afford to provoke. This was also the reason why he ran away when he saw Rogge. It's still during the cooperation period. I will guarantee your life and safety. You can rest assured about this. Although Venom looked like a ferocious monster and had the habit of biting off the enemy's head, he was a very cautious person, just like Roger. Especially when it comes to his own life. Chapter 274. If I am caught, you must come and save me. Before leaving, Venom once again reminded Rogge. Go, you're a big man, why are you still so timid? He doesn't know if the previous arrest operation left a psychological shadow on Venom, or if he is this cautious character. Rogge always felt that the Venom in front of him was completely different from the Venom in his memory. The Venom in his memory was a fearless guy. Even if it was a leader-level riot, he would still fight. Even if his physical fitness is not as good as the riot, he has no fear. After getting a positive answer from Rogge again, Venom was still not at ease. He looked back 3 times and kept turning his head to look at Rogge behind him. When Rogge's patience was about to run out, Venom, who was nearly 3 meters tall, finally showed a domineering aura that matched his image. Like a hunter preying on his prey, he jumped directly to the Oscorp building dozens of meters away. Rogge is not worried about Venom's jumping ability. Even if he can't jump over, Venom won't die from this height. What's more, Venom is also a guy who is very good at using various weapons and props. The black Venom drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and then crashed into one of the floors of the Osborn building like a baseball that had been hit. Not long after Venom broke into the Oscorp building, a shrill alarm sounded in the Oscorp building. Along with the sirens, gunshots rang out one after another. Perhaps because it was in the Oscorp building, or maybe because the guards inside did not prepare heavy weapons with great lethality at all, only gunshots came from the building, there was no sound of shells or bombs exploding at all. Time passed little by little, and the floor where the gunshots came from was constantly changing. Within a few minutes, several police cars with flashing lights appeared downstairs of the Oscorp building. The first batch of New York police arrived. At the same time, a beautiful white figure also appeared in the distant building and quickly approached the Oscorp building where the alarm was ringing. Spider-Woman Gwen. Since it was in New York and the target of the attack was the Oscorp building, it was normal to attract Gwen. At this time, Spider-Woman was already a well-known superhero in New York. In New York, whether it was the 4th Hokage, Iron Man, Captain America, or other superheroes, they were all less popular than Spider-Woman. According to what Rogge knew, New York's government was even considering promoting Spider Lady as New York's hero. Gwen didn't know that this riot was planned by Rogge. She thought that this incident was just like the cases she had dealt with before, just an ordinary crime. However, when she saw Rogge standing opposite the Osborn building, she knew that this time things were not as simple as she thought. As one of the women who knew Rogge best, Gwen knew very well that with Rogge's character, if it wasn't a particularly important matter or a commission, he basically wouldn't be interested in these criminal cases. Since Rogge was at the scene and he had no intention of making a move, it meant that this incident was very likely planned by him. Why are you here? Is there a problem in Oscorp? After swaying to Rogge through the spider silk, Gwen asked. It's not a big problem, I'm just interested in some things in Oscorp. For Rogge, this is not a big problem. Whether it's Venom, who is now rampaging in Oscorp, or the 3 symbiotes who are likely to have fallen into Oscorp, they are not particularly interesting to him. 3 or 4 symbiotes can't meet his ambitions. 30 or 40,000 symbiotes or Nar, the god of symbiotes, meet his requirements. Won't the action inside hurt innocent civilians? Gwen asked worriedly as she glanced at the Oscorp building opposite. Don't worry, I told him. After hearing Rogge's answer, Gwen put down some of her worries a little. However, her eyes never left the Oscorp building where gunshots and sirens were ringing. Although Gwen has power beyond ordinary people, she is different from Rogge. Her concern for ordinary people is far above Rogge. Although Rogge will not deliberately involve ordinary people in the battlefield when he acts, he will not let himself be restrained because of these ordinary people. This is the main reason why S.H.I.E.L.D. previously gave him a lack of sympathy for the weak evaluation. But Gwen is different. She is like a real police officer, and she is the kind of police officer who puts the safety of ordinary people first. Roger had warned Gavin many times before, warning her that such an approach could easily cause her to suffer unnecessary threats and harm. But no matter what he said, Gwen still insisted on this approach. In Rogge's view, Gwen's approach was completely unnecessary, but perhaps it was because of her persistence that she was able to gain more support and love in New York than Rogge and the Avengers. Don't worry too much. Although the guy inside is bloody and violent, he won't do anything to innocent people. He also has principles. Looking at the still worried Gwen, Rogge opened his mouth to comfort her. Although Venom doesn't look like a good person, there is one thing he will never do, that is, hurt innocent people. The riot in the Oscorp building continued, and Venom also wantonly destroyed the Oscorp building in an almost crushing manner. At this time, Harry Osborn, who was in a secret research base of Oscorp, was observing everything that happened in the Oscorp building through real-time monitoring. Venom seems to have found something, and he actually took the initiative to come to us. As the chairman of the Oscorp group, Harry Oscorp was very clear about the origin of Venom, or rather, he was the one who brought Venom and others to Earth. According to the original plan, these symbiotes who came to Earth would become Oscorp's latest research material. But no one thought that with full preparation, Venom actually broke out with strength far beyond their imagination, forcibly breaking through the encirclement and successfully avoiding several subsequent pursuits. As a result, the symbiote capture plan, which should not have alarmed any organizations and forces, became a San Francisco special creature invasion event. What's more troublesome is that after the failure of the last capture, Oscorp completely lost news of Venom. Looking at Venom's wanton destruction in the Oscorp building on the screen, Harry Osborn's face became extremely gloomy. Chapter 275. They actually used such an obvious trap to test our reaction. It seems that the guy who took Venom away didn't put Oscorp in his eyes at all. Although Harry Osborn didn't know who took Venom away, he was sure that Venom's appearance in the Oscorp building had something to do with the guy who took Venom away. Harry Osborn didn't particularly care about Venom's wanton destruction in the Oscorp building. Even if Venom completely destroys the Oscorp building, it won't have any serious impact on Oscorp. It's just a building, it's no big deal if it's destroyed. What Harry couldn't accept was that the other party used such a simple and crude plan to test Oscorp. Venom, who managed to escape capture, wouldn't show up on his own initiative with such fanfare, let alone set the location of his appearance in the Oscorp building. Even if Venom found out that the arrest team had something to do with Oscorp, he would never take such a crude revenge action. According to the feedback of the three symbiotes, Venom is not only not the kind of existence that will desperately fight for his own kind, but when necessary, he will not hesitate to abandon his own kind. If Venom's appearance was not his own choice, then why did he do it? His purpose was obvious. Since they want to play, let's play with them. Let the prehistoric Behemoth Army and the Dark Thunder Army set off, it's too much of a bait to not eat. Harry Osborn said in an indifferent tone, and a look of victory appeared on his gloomy face. Venom's appearance was obviously a trap. Harry Osborn knew this very well, but he still decided to cooperate with the other party's plan. Even if the trap is cleverly designed, it depends on who steps in the trap. Traps used to catch rats not only can't hold the king of beasts but also put the hunters who set the traps in danger. Oscorp is not an existence that can be provoked by a random person or organization. With Harry Osborn's order, a strange figure left the secret research base and quickly rushed to the Oscorp building. At this time, Venom was still jumping up and down in the Oscorp building, repelling the guards in the Oscorp building again and again. Venom seems to be looking for something, but the fact is that he has no goal at all. The reason why he hasn't left the Oscorp building until now is purely because of Rogge's request. Before the target appears, you can't leave. These were Rogge's words. Rogge did not say what the consequences would be if he did not cooperate, but Venom had no idea of disobeying. Rogge was very dangerous, Rogge was very cruel, and Rogge hated people who didn't follow orders. The first evaluation was Venom's instinctive intuition when he first saw Rogge. The second and third evaluations were the factual evaluations that Venom got from Abomination after coming into contact with it. So even with the honorary title of a partner, Venom decisively chose to cooperate with all of Rogge's plans. Wait a moment, there might be some superhumans or other special creatures. You don't have to do anything, just leave it to me. Rogge suddenly said to Gavin. Calculating the time, it was almost time for Oscorp to show their cards. Rogge was not worried that Harry Osborn would see that it was a trap, and he was not worried that Harry Osborn would deliberately not take action after knowing that it was a trap. Harry Osborn was not the kind of person who would endure, and to some extent, he could even be called crazy. Let the Rhino Man conduct a combat test in New York and let the Electric Man blatantly appear in Times Square. When he wanted to do something, he didn't have any misgivings. It didn't take long for 9 life energy signals that were completely different from those of normal people to appear in Rogge's perceptual network. The perceptual network was a new habit he had developed in the past 6 months. After Chakra's perceptual range reached a certain limit, he set himself up with a more convenient passive perceptual method. The perceptual network was just a name he casually came up with. It was called the perceptual network, but it was actually a long-term maintenance of chakra perception. However, unlike chakra perception, which could reach hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, the perceptual network's perceptual range was only 5 kilometers in diameter. With his location as the center, maintaining a circular perceptual area with a diameter of 5 kilometers for a long time was the perceptual network. These 2 life energy signals, where do I seem to have seen them? Rogge had a sense of familiarity when he sensed the 9 non-human life energy signals for the first time. If he remembered correctly, he should have seen similar life energy signals before. After a quick recollection, especially after connecting the 2 special life energy signals with Oscorp, he soon found the answer. Dr. Connors and the Electric Man. The life energy signals that were now rushing to the Oscorp building were very similar to the life energy signals of Dr. Connors. Interesting. Was this Oscorp's trump card? Dozens of seconds later, Rogge saw the true face of the 9 life energy signals. 6 lizardmen similar to Dr. Connors and 3 mutants similar to the Electric Man. Although Dr. Connors took away all the information about the lizard serum, it was clear that Oscorp had reproduced his lizard serum formula and created their own lizardmen. As for the 3 mutants, they should be the Electric Man that was created in batches. Although there were certain accidental factors in the birth of Dr. Connors and the Electric Man, it was not difficult for Oscorp, which was good at biotechnology, to reproduce this accident. These lizardmen and mutants did not find Rogge and Gavin in the opposite building. Like special soldiers, they went directly to the top floor of the Oscorp building and then attacked directly. Unlike Dr. Connors and the Electric Man, who did not use weapons, these lizardmen and mutants were like real special soldiers, with various weapons hanging on their bodies. Not only that, Rogge also saw protective gear similar to bulletproof vests and armor on them. Obviously, they were completely different from human warriors, but they still built combat equipment according to the thinking of human warriors. Oscorp's approach was quite interesting. Obviously, the path Oscorp wanted to take was not the path of a personalized superhero, but the path of an organized warrior. Although this was a completely different path from Konoha and the Avengers, it perfectly met the requirements of human beings for an organized force. Chapter 276. 9 specially modified warriors with 2 completely different paths of strengthening. Oscorp used its unique advantages in the field of biotechnology to create its own army of enhancers. Although these enhanced warriors have not yet had any remarkable achievements and have not even been officially announced to the public. But it's not hard to imagine how the military and other organizations will react when they know about these enhanced warriors. For a large organization, especially the military. The enhanced warriors who can be mass-produced and have good combat power are the super soldiers they really desire. Rogge and Thor, Thor's powerful and unique existence, will not be the military's first choice. Whether it's the military or other organizations, they need soldiers who can obey orders unconditionally, not Rogge and Thor, who are independent and uncontrollable. No matter how strong their combat power is, they must be able to control it. Will your men really have no problem? Gwen asked with some concern as she watched the 9 obviously not human warriors break into the Oscorp building. At this time, Gwen did not know the existence of venom. She thought that the person who destroyed Oscorp building was a member of Konoha. Don't worry, the guy inside is very tenacious. As long as they don't encounter a targeted fatal blow, the symbiotic demons can be regarded as an immortal cockroach. And Rogge doesn't think Oscorp has any plans to kill Venom. Only living symbiotic demons have research value. When the 9 completely unlike human warriors entered the Oscorp building, the originally not-so-calm Oscorp building suddenly became more lively. Compared with the guards who only used ordinary firearms, the 9 enhanced warriors were obviously prepared. Even in the opposite building, Rogge could see the burning flames. In addition to the flamethrowers, these enhanced warriors apparently also brought high-frequency sonic weapons specially designed for the symbiotic demons. It didn't take long for Rogge to witness the scene of Eddie Brock, who had returned to his original form, being taken away by the enhanced warriors. But unlike when they first appeared, when these enhanced warriors left the Oscorp building, their number changed from the original 9 to 4. There were only 2 enhanced warriors with the appearance of lizardmen left. There were also only 2 mutants with strange colored skin that occasionally emitted electricity. Fighting 1 against 9, and taking down 5 of them, even when the other side was fully prepared. Although Venom was defeated, the battle prowess he displayed was still very satisfactory. Rogge did not stop these warriors from taking Venom away, or rather, this was the result he wanted. Delivering to the door didn't mean sending Venom to the Oscorp building, but sending Venom to the secret base of the Oscorp group. Using Venom as bait to fish out the real base of Oscorp, this is the real meaning of delivering the goods to the door. Of course, Oscorp can also send Venom to other bases to avoid exposing the real base. But that didn't stop Rogge from looking for Oscorp's real research base. Using Venom as bait was just to find this research base faster. If Oscorp takes Venom to other places, Rogge can also let Hinata and Konoha's intelligence department search for it. Unless Oscorp set up their research base on other planets, they would never escape the search of Hinata and Konoha's intelligence department. This is nothing more than a matter of how much work they do. When the 4 enhanced warriors quickly left New York with Eddie and Venom, Rogge did not follow them, but used chakra perception to confirm the Flying Thor technique on Eddie. He had intended to leave a technique on Venom, but Venom's special form made him dispel the idea. The Flying Thor technique can't be fixed on Venom, which has no stable form and can change back and forth, so he can only leave the technique on Eddie. As long as Venom doesn't leave Eddie, then Eddie's location is where Venom is. As for whether Venom will be forced to leave Eddie's body, he only needs to pay attention to Eddie's life energy signal. Although Eddie, who was attached to Venom, did not seem to have changed in appearance, his life energy signal has changed significantly, which is completely different from the life energy signal of normal people. So as long as he pays attention to his life energy signal, Rogge can know whether Venom is still in his body. When the Flying Thor technique on Eddie stayed in a location in the suburbs for nearly half an hour, he teleported over with the Flying Thunder God. He did not use the quantum transmission looted from Gordon, nor did he use the transformation technique to disguise himself. Oscorp is also an old friend, and as long as he does it, Oscorp can recognize his identity, so there is no need for disguise. In just a moment, he came from New York to Eddie's side and came to this secret research base belonging to Oscorp. Oscorp was well aware of the weakness of the symbiote, so they used a very clever way to suppress Venom in a state where he could not transform. At this time, what appeared in front of Rogge was an enclosed space nearly the size of 2 basketball courts, and 2 teams of heavily armed lizard warriors and electro warriors. In this huge and somewhat outrageous enclosed room, there was also a huge display screen hanging. On the display screen was Harry Oscorp, the chairman of Oscorp, who has become famous in recent years. In addition, every corner of the room was filled with a mosquito-like buzzing sound. It was these ubiquitous buzzing sounds that made Eddie, who was tied to the chair, struggle as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. A black, petroleum-like substance constantly emerged and disappeared from his body. Obviously, these mosquito-like buzzing sounds were high-frequency sound waves specifically targeted at the symbiote. Rogge looked up at the display screen hanging in the air and saw Harry Oscorp's unconcealable look of surprise. Although Rogge has appeared in this room for more than 10 seconds, Harry Oscorp still hasn't recovered from the shock. How could it be him? How could it be the 4th Hokage Rogge who took Venom away? Harry saw the picture of Venom being taken away on the streets of San Francisco, but he never thought that the person who used the strange transmission method would be Rogge. Looking at Rogge's smiling expression, Harry suddenly had a feeling that the whole world was against him. I just want to study the symbiote. How did this guy come out? Is this guy the natural nemesis of Oscorp? Was there still any reason in this world? Chapter 277. Looking at Harry Osborn's increasingly gloomy face on the screen, Rogge shrugged helplessly. Although they haven't said a word yet, he can already guess what Harry Osborn is thinking. After a dozen seconds of silence, Harry Osborn suddenly said, "You all go down and turn off the sound wave instrument." He didn't know if he was hit by a bad fate, but Harry Osborn's tone became a little lonely. The 2 teams of heavily armed lizard warriors and electric warriors did not hesitate and left the huge room without looking back. "You want the symbiote too?" When only Rogge and Eddie were left in this huge room, Harry spoke again. "Isn't it obvious?" Rogge's answer made Harry's face even more ugly. Although Harry has not officially dealt with Rogge, he knows very well that if Rogge intervenes in the symbiote matter, then Oscorp can basically say goodbye to the symbiote research. "Aren't you being too overbearing? The symbiote was discovered by Oscorp and it was also Oscorp that let them come to Earth. You are indeed strong, but Oscorp is not the kind of existence that will be easily manipulated by others." Harry knew that there must be someone else behind Venom, but he didn't expect that the person behind Venom would be Rogge. He deliberately arranged for the Lizardman warriors and the Electric warriors to capture Venom. He wanted to lure out the person behind Venom and capture Venom, the symbiotic demon that had escaped. Rogge's appearance was indeed beyond his expectations and completely disrupted his plan. But even so, he had no intention of handing over the symbiote. The symbiote was the most important thing in Oscorp's next series of plans. So he would not hand over the symbiote, even if the person in front of him was Rogge. "You don't have to look at me like that, I'm not interested in the 2 or 3 symbiotes you have on hand." Rogge certainly knew what Harry Osborn was worried about. He wanted a symbiote, but definitely not one of the 2 or 3 small shrimps in Osborn's hands. After knowing that there were hundreds of millions of symbiotes on the home world of the symbiotes and the god of symbiotes, it would be too unambitious to set their sights on the symbiotes in the hands of Oscorp. If you want to play, then play big. For example, completely conquering the symbiote's mother planet. You want to go to that symbiotic planet. After hearing Rogge's words, Harry Osborn's eyes lit up and his brain began to work frantically. He was not a fool. If he were a fool, he wouldn't have turned Oscorp into a kingdom of his own. From Rogge's words, he could tell that they could cooperate and even make a lot of money. It's easier to talk to smart people. That's right, I want to go to the symbiote planet. If you're willing to help me fulfill this small wish of mine, I don't mind bringing some symbiotic demons back for you. Even if Oscorp wants to reopen cooperation with the military, I can let Konoha speak for you. Since the establishment of Konoha's intelligence agency, most of the military's outsourcing orders have been directly digested by Konoha. Even a large part of it has been cancelled directly. Because of Konoha, many companies that had commercial cooperation with the military, such as Oscorp, have lost orders from the military. If it weren't for Konoha's strength being overbearing enough and Rogge's own strength being tyrannical enough, those companies and organizations that have lost military orders may have already had the idea of hiring murderers. You give me venom, and I'll give you the way to the symbiote planet. If you can come back alive, I want an additional 30 symbiotes. After thinking about it carefully, Harry Osborn gave his own conditions. Venom can't be given to you, and even if I come back from the symbiote planet, how many symbiotes I give you is up to me. Rogge refused Harry Osborn's conditions without even thinking about it. What an international joke, he really thought he was looking for cooperation. The reason why he calmly talked to Harry Osborn about this matter was nothing more than to save some effort. To put it bluntly, the current Oscorp was not qualified to talk about cooperation with him. According to your statement, you basically want me to give you the way to the symbiote planet for free. And even if you complete your goal and come back, I may not be able to get a return, because it depends on your mood at the time. Don't you think it's a bit too overbearing? Harry understood that Rogge didn't have the idea of cooperating with Osborn from the beginning, he just wanted a way to go to the symbiote planet. Well, you don't know my style and Konoha's. Let's be direct, will you give it or not? Rogge didn't take Harry Osborn's dissatisfaction to heart at all. Whether it was the Lizard Warriors or the Electric Warriors, in his view, they were just things to bully ordinary people. Not to mention that these two enhanced warriors were imitations, even their genuine Dr. Connors and Electric Man Max himself were only so-so in terms of strength. Now there are two roads in front of Harry Osborn. The first is that he hands over the way to the symbiote planet, and then prays that Rogge is a person with a good moral level, and hopes that Rogge will give them a few more symbiotes. The second is that he would rather die than submit, and do his best to oppose Rogge's overbearingness and maintain the dignity of Oscorp. Harry Osborn is a young man, but he is not the kind of young man who is full of vigor, so he quickly made a decision. Take Venom away, and I will send the relevant information to Konoha's headquarters. In addition, let me tell you first, the information we have is not complete. There is no way to establish a stable space channel, so if something happens, it has nothing to do with us. It is certainly impossible to win. At the beginning, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thunder agents joined forces and failed to deal with Rogge, so Oscorp is of course even more impossible. Although that battle was not open to the public, Harry Osborn is one of the few people who are qualified and able to know the specific situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, Thunder Agents was disbanded, and 3 helicarriers were destroyed. Hydra was the biggest scapegoat and was chased all over the world. Until now, he didn't even dare to show his head. It's really easy to talk to smart people. I accept Oscorp's kindness. After that, Rogge grabbed Eddie, who was still a little depressed, and used quantum transmission to return to Konoha's headquarters. Chapter 278. Not long after Rogge returned to Konoha's headquarters with Eddie, Harry Osborn transmitted the method to go to the symbiote's home world. Under the huge gap in strength, and in the face of potential benefits, Harry Osborn was not as hot-blooded as other young people, but made a wise choice that could benefit both sides. Rogge was not particularly surprised by Harry Osborn's decision. Harry Osborn is a person who knows how to judge the situation. Compared with the future benefits and costs, face is not important. After receiving the information from Harry Osborn, Rogge immediately asked Hinata to conduct systematic analysis and research. He didn't worry about the authenticity of the information, and Harry Osborn wouldn't do such a meaningless thing at this time. Letting Hinata do research and analysis is just to ensure that he can safely go to the symbiote's home world. He is indeed interested in the symbiote and the god of symbiotes, but he won't put himself in a dangerous situation because of his interest. A cautious ninja isn't just talking about it. Time passed day by day, and after repeated calculations and tests for nearly a month, Hinata finally calculated the relatively safe coordinates of the space channel. In order to build this space channel, Hinata also deliberately cut a piece of the black boulder that can connect to the Tatooine planet and used it as the main material of the space channel. In addition, Rogge also used the Gem of Reality to cooperate with several tests, so that Hinata could calculate the space coordinates of the symbiote's home world faster. Even the Kree battleship, which has been renamed Golden Jack, became a test tool in Hinata's hands. On this trip to the symbiote's home world, Rogge didn't intend to take anyone except Venom. In terms of strength, there are several people on Konoha's side who are stronger than Venom. But they don't have the ability to survive on the symbiote's home world. The symbiote's home world is not a planet suitable for human survival. Without the possession of the symbiote, humans can't survive on the symbiote's home world. At the beginning, Rogge also intended to let Venom attach to himself so that he would have the ability to survive on the symbiote's home world. But in the end, he dismissed the idea. The reason is simple: he doesn't like the feeling of other creatures in his body. How should he put it? This kind of thing made him feel like his body had been seen by someone, and it was the kind that was seen by someone of the same sex. Therefore, while Hinata was constantly calculating the space coordinates of the symbiote's home world, he didn't stay idle and developed a new way of surviving in the universe for himself. Unlimited mode. Unlike the Sage mode of the Six Paths, Nine Tails mode, and Sage mode that could greatly increase one's combat power, the Infinite mode's increase in combat power was almost zero. The only use of Infinite mode was to allow the user to survive in outer space or on other planets with a completely different environment from Earth. To some extent, the Unlimited mode was equivalent to a multifunctional spacesuit that was suitable for any planet's environment. Since it did not involve the increase of combat power or the enhancement of the body, the difficulty of developing the Unlimited mode was not very high. Especially for Rogge, who is used to developing messy things and has the 7 attribute chakra, the development of Infinite mode is not as difficult as the development of ninjutsu and genjutsu. After activating Unlimited mode, Rogge's entire body would be covered by the 7 attribute chakra coat. At the same time, it would emit a bluish-white glow. Simply put, when he enters Infinite mode, he can survive in any environment without restrictions. In order to ensure the effect of Infinite mode, he also deliberately went to outer space several times to test it. Of course, he tested it with the shadow clone technique at the beginning. The results of the test were no different from what he expected. Except for the continuous consumption of chakra, the Infinite mode perfectly met all his requirements. After all the preparations were made, Rogge and Venom, who entered the Infinite mode, walked into the space channel to the symbiote's home world without looking back. Rogge and Venom will go to the symbiote's home world through the space channel, and the Golden Jack controlled by Hinata will use the jump points in the universe to approach the symbiote's home world little by little. According to Hinata's calculations, the Golden Jack will arrive at the symbiote's home world 10 hours later than Rogge. When the Golden Jack comes near the symbiote's home world, Rogge can return to the battleship through the Flying Thor or quantum transmission, and then return to Earth with the Golden Jack. There is no problem with the flow of the plan. The only thing to pay attention to is whether Rogge and Venom can survive on the symbiote's home world until the Golden Jack appears. Regarding this, neither Rogge nor Venom has any worries. Maintaining the Infinite mode for 10 hours is not difficult for Rogge. Even in the midst of an intense battle, there would not be any problems. As for Venom, of course, it is not a problem. The symbiote's home world is his home, and on the symbiote's home world, he can move freely without a host. So when going to the symbiote's home world, Venom deliberately left Eddie. Although Eddie Brock is a good host, this good host is on Earth. Eddie has no combat experience, nor does he have any extraordinary abilities. Bringing him along is purely adding a burden to himself. As in the past, Rogge once again left Konoha quietly and began his lonely journey. Only this time, there is a chattering guide, Venom, beside him. After coming out of the space channel, the first thing that appeared in front of him was a completely unfamiliar scene. Unfamiliar sky, unfamiliar earth, unfamiliar everything. Welcome to the home world of the symbiote. He doesn't know if it is a matter of habit, or if he likes the humanoid body, Venom did not change into any other appearance, but maintained the transformed form with Eddie. Let's go. I hope you are really as welcome here as you said. After looking around at the scenery that was completely different from the earth, Rogge, exuding a blue and white light, walked straight ahead. Looking at the excessively calm Rogge, Venom licked his fangs with his long tongue, and then quickly followed. The purpose of Rogge's trip to the symbiote's homeworld this time is very simple, that is, to capture as many symbiotes as possible, the stronger the better. If he can get the symbiote god, Nar, then of course, it would be the best. But he can only think about this idea in his mind for the time being. The symbiote god, Nar, is a fierce man in the true sense, a fierce man who can cut off the head of the Kami group with a sword. The famous void in the universe may be the head of this unlucky Kami group. Chapter 279. If there is a chance, I must go to nothingness to take a look and meet the famous collector of the universe. Rogge's mind at this time was not focused on the unique alien scenery around him, but he was planning his future trip to the universe. Although there are many hidden big shots on Earth, if you want to increase your knowledge, you still have to go to the universe. Not long after they set off, Venom would talk to Rogge about some things on the symbiotic planet from time to time. But as he talked, he lost interest in talking. No matter what he said, Rogge's answers were basically "is that so, understood, not bad, and pretty good." If someone else treated him with such a perfunctory attitude, Venom would have bitten off the other party's head. But the person who was perfunctory with him now was Rogge, so all he could do was to shut up obediently. Rogge, exuding a blue and white light, and the black Venom walked on the barren land without saying a word, like two lonely travelers going to a place of pilgrimage in their hearts. The symbiotic planet is not a normal planet. Although there are hundreds of millions of lives here, these lives are, without exception, symbiotic planets. So here, there is no need to have any idea of appreciating unique alien civilizations and strange alien life forms. Although Rogge and Venom were silent, this does not mean that their journey will be quiet all the time. After walking for nearly half an hour, Rogge and Venom finally met their first wave of enemies. Liquid-like irregular bodies, and strange tentacle-like organs of different sizes all over their body. This group of squirming creatures that look similar to a disgusting version of slime are the symbiotic bodies of this planet. Do you know them? Rogge stopped moving forward and asked Venom behind him without looking back. In his opinion, these symbiotic bodies are basically no different from each other except for the color. But this is only his judgment as a human. As a member of the symbiotic body, Venom may have some unique recognition skills. I don't know them. Venom looked at the symbiotic demons in front of him seriously and gave an affirmative answer. As soon as Venom answered Rogge's question, the group of pale yellow symbiotic demons closest to them suddenly turned into a humanoid form. Venom in his humanoid form was more than 3 meters tall, and the symbiotic body standing in front of them at this time was nearly a meter taller than Venom. You are Venom? The light yellow symbiotic creature seemed to be uncertain as it asked in a doubtful tone. Rogge raised his head and looked at the pale yellow symbiotic body that was only 4 to 5 meters away from him. A curious look appeared on his face. The bigger the body, the stronger the strength. This was a very simple and common standard to judge one's strength. If the symbiotic demons also followed this standard, then his first prey had appeared. Who are you? Do you know me? Venom looked at the pale yellow symbiote and asked. You really are Venom? A few days ago, I heard that you and Howl were sucked away by the spatial rift. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Is this creature your spoils of war? It doesn't seem to taste good. After that, the pale yellow symbiotic creature looked at Rogge from head to toe and at the same time stuck out its disgusting long tongue. Venom didn't answer, but took a few steps back. Venom's strange action aroused the curiosity of the symbiotic creature, but before it could speak, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared in front of it. Fire release grand fireball. Boom! The next second, an orange-red flame soared into the sky. Although Rogge didn't say a word just now, it didn't mean that he didn't understand anything. After experiencing the language barrier with Luonan the manipulator, he paid attention to the language problems of this space travel. Universal Language Translator. There were many universal language translators on the captured Carey battleship, and he now carried one with him. Although the symbiotic creature's language was very unpopular, it was still in the Carey Empire's language library. The orange-red flame only lasted for a short 5 to 6 seconds before dissipating. The duration wasn't long, but the damage wasn't low at all. Especially since the one being attacked was a symbiotic creature with 0 fire resistance. When the flame completely dissipated, the pale yellow symbiotic creature that was taller than Venom once again revealed its figure. Unlike Venom, who could still maintain his human form after being hit by the Grand Fireball, the pale yellow symbiotic creature shrunk back to its original form after receiving the Grand Fireball head-on, like a burnt bread. This. Rogge looked at the motionless symbiotic creature in front of him in disbelief, and looked at Venom with a puzzled expression. What's this situation? Explain. Venom understood the meaning in Rogge's eyes and immediately replied, for our race, body size has nothing to do with strength. Transformation ability and recovery ability are the criteria for us to judge strength. The more types of weapons we can transform into, the better the quality, the stronger the strength, and the same goes for recovery ability. This guy is obviously just an ordinary guy. Venom seemed to look down on the fellow who was killed by a fireball, his tone was full of contempt. Although he was also quite miserable after being hit by the Grand Fireball, compared with this guy who died directly, he was undoubtedly much better. What about the rest? Rogge pointed to the symbiotic creatures that haven't transformed. They are all ordinary. Venom nodded with certainty. After hearing Venom's answer, Rogge suddenly realized a problem. Although Venom's strength wasn't very strong in his evaluation criteria, but among the symbiotic creatures, Venom may already be a very famous powerhouse. This also means that the criteria for capturing the symbiotic creatures he set before may need to be greatly adjusted. According to his original plan, the symbiotic creatures that he can capture back to Earth must at least have the strength close to Venom. Otherwise, bringing these weak symbiotic creatures back is purely a waste of time and energy. Tell me honestly, what is your position in the symbiotic creatures? Don't tell me that you are just a weakling among the symbiotic creatures, the guy who died is the real weakling. Looking at Rogge's serious look, Venom also put away his previous cynicism and said in a rare serious tone, at the army level, ranked in the top 10. Rogge didn't know if it was his own illusion, but when Venom said this, he suddenly felt that Venom in front of him seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only did his momentum suddenly become stronger, but even his life energy intensity seemed to have improved a lot. Chapter 280. Top 10 of the army level? Although Rogge didn't know how the symbiotic demons were divided into strengths, the name of the army level was quite good. At least it looked quite strong. How many levels are there in your symbiotic demons? Rogge looked up at Venom with a curious look on his face. There are a total of 6, Soldier, Elite, General, Army, Lord, and King. Most of them are below the General level. The Army level is still okay, and the Lord already has the strength to command a region. As for the King, there is only one, and that is the one you want the most. Venom explained solemnly. At this time, he didn't have the unrestrained demeanor he had on Earth at all, and he was like a different person compared to when he was on Earth. Looking at Venom's rare serious look, Rogge suddenly had a trace of curiosity about Venom's past. After looking at Venom several times, Rogge asked again, top 10 of the army level, is it your previous strength or your current strength? Of course it's my previous strength. If I could maintain that strength all the time, how could I have fallen to this point? Although I can't maintain my previous peak state now, I can still have an outburst in a desperate state. At this point, Venom suddenly sighed, as if he was reminiscing about something. While there is still time, Tell me about your past, maybe I can help you restore your original strength. Except for sometimes being talkative, Venom's personality is quite good. More importantly, Rogge felt that Venom's current strength was a bit too weak and did not meet his requirements for team members. If Venom can further improve his strength, he doesn't mind helping Venom. Are you sure you want to listen? My past is not as good as you think. Of course. After getting a positive answer from Rogge, Venom began to talk about his glorious and bleak past. Similar to creatures of other races, when the symbiotic demons were born, they were basically destined to reach the limit of what they could reach in this lifetime. To put it simply, the symbiotic demons are also a race that relies extremely on talent. Even if the talented symbiotic demons do nothing, they can slowly grow to the Lord level. As for the symbiotic demons with poor talent, even if they worked hard for their entire lives, they would only be able to reach the rank of elite or general. Venom's talent wasn't too bad. He was born with the strength of a general. This also meant that as long as he worked a little harder, he would be able to reach the army level. In the past, Venom had indeed grown to an army level and had his own symbiotic demon army. According to the life trajectory of the symbiotic demons, Venom at that time had basically reached the limit of what he could reach in this life. However, Venom was not willing to stay at the army level for the rest of his life. Venom was a symbiotic demon that was ambitious and had its own ambitions. Thus, Venom led his symbiotic demon legion on his journey of conquest. In other words, it was a journey to become stronger. For symbiotic demons, there were only two ways to become stronger. The first method was more commonly used and was also the current mainstream method. Relying on possession over and over again, he went through life and death battles that broke through his limits. If they succeeded, the symbiotic demons would be able to break through their own limits and grow to a higher level. Venom chose this method, so he took his symbiotic demon legion and took the initiative to go to the space crack again and again. Go to the new planet, possess the host, and keep fighting. If he died in battle, everything would be over. If he won, he would repeat the process again until he successfully broke through his limits. Through the naturally formed space crack, Venom went to one planet after another, and then returned to the mother planet alive again and again. In the end, Venom, who was originally ordinary among the symbiotic demons, relied on his own efforts to improve his strength to the top 10 of the army level. That period was the most glorious period of Venom's life so far. According to this development trajectory, Venom was very likely to rely on his own efforts to successfully break through to the Overlord level and become one of the few peak powerhouses among the symbiotic demons. According to Venom, there were hundreds of millions of symbiotic demons on the entire symbiotic demon mother planet, and there were less than 50 Overlord-level symbiotic demons. If there were no accidents, this would be a very inspirational story of struggle. But life was full of all kinds of accidents, especially man-made accidents. Just when Venom decided to set off again, he encountered a Overlord-level symbiotic demon. Then, the result was without a doubt, Venom lost, and he lost completely. This Overlord-level symbiotic demon defeated Venom, took away his army, and tore half of his body. The path that Venom chose to become stronger was to use life and death battles to break through his limits. In addition to this first, the most common way, there was a second, less common way, but more effective way. Devour a symbiotic demon that is stronger than yourself. Treat other symbiotic demons as food and improve your own strength by devouring them. This method was more effective than the first method that Venom chose, but it was also more dangerous. Since the other party is stronger than you, what qualifications do you have to devour them? Normally, this would be an extremely difficult thing to achieve. But if you have an Overlord-level good friend, then it would be different. Generally speaking, there would not be particularly strong feelings between symbiotic demons, even if it was their own descendants. But there were all kinds of birds in the forest, and it was not particularly strange for one or two symbiotic demons to have extremely deep feelings for each other. In order to help his general-level good friend go further, This overlord-level symbiotic demon targeted Venom, who was in the limelight, and then the development of the story returned to the common routine. After losing half of his body, Venom's strength plummeted, and he could barely maintain the intermediate zone between general level and army level. And the symbiotic demon that devoured half of his body successfully broke through to army level. Since then, Venom's life has fallen from the peak to the bottom of the valley. Especially those symbiotic demons that he had offended before, they came to him one after another to seek revenge. If it weren't for Venom's rich combat experience and cunning enough, he would have died in revenge again and again. After listening to Venom's story, Rogge was silent for a few seconds. He had to say that Venom's experience was a typical fall of a genius. The only difference was that Venom was not the protagonist in the novel. After his fall, he did not rise again, but stayed at the bottom of his life. Boom! Just as Venom looked up at the gloomy sky with a lonely face, a cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air. Then, an unused commission scroll appeared in front of him. Entrust it, I will help you get back what belongs to you. Chapter 281. Commission. Venom took the commission scroll from Rogge and couldn't react for a while. He looked at Rogge blankly. Yes, commission. You have also lived in Konoha for a while. You should know that I sometimes accept commissions from others and help them fulfill some small wishes and so on. By the way, let me tell you, my commission completion rate is 100%. Rogge originally didn't have the idea of earning ninja coins from Venom, but after listening to Venom's story, he decided to help the somewhat miserable Venom. He absolutely can't let unfair things affect the life of a good young man who relies on his own efforts to make progress. Although unfairness is the underlying logic of the world, Rogge won't let this unfairness appear on the people around him. Isn't it just a lord-level symbiotic demon? If he can't even deal with a lord-level symbiotic demon, what qualifications does he have to have the idea of the god of symbiotic demons? According to Venom, the god of symbiotic demons is the only monarch-level symbiotic demon, which is a level higher than the lord level. Are you sure? Holding the commission scroll that doesn't quite fit his body shape, Venom asked again doubtfully. Of course I am sure. I have already thought about the commission reward for you, 10 army-level symbiotic demons. I will help you restore your original strength, and you will capture 10 army-level symbiotic demons for me, and then we will be even. There are only a few things that Venom can take out as a reward. Instead of squeezing Venom, it is better to let him squeeze other symbiotic demons. And for Venom who has restored his original strength, capturing 10 army-level symbiotic demons will not be difficult. Ha 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 ha, since you have already planned everything, then I will accompany you to be crazy once. At worst, I will never come back again. As soon as his voice fell, Venom opened the commission scroll and quickly wrote. That's right, Venom wrote in English. Because he had only possessed Eddie, the only language and writing on Earth that Venom now knew was English. Not long after, Venom threw the completed commission scroll back to Rogge. After receiving the scroll, Rogge didn't even look at it before throwing it back into the channeling scroll. As soon as Venom finished writing, he saw the commission information in the system. Commission content: help Venom restore his peak strength in his complete state. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 120 ninja coins. The reward given by the system was not very high. It was the same as the last time Jia Ying entrusted him with 120 ninja coins. After completing Jia Ying's request, he didn't use any ninja coins, so he still had 765 ninja coins. After completing Venom's commission, he only needs to take a few more missions, and he should be able to smoothly break through the 1000 ninja coins mark. At that time, he would be able to exchange for more expensive items. What's the name of the Lord-class symbiotic demon that tore apart half of your body? Don't tell me it's Riot. Rogge asked casually after keeping the scroll. How do you know it's a Riot? Do you know him? After hearing the name of the Riot, Venom froze for a moment and quickly asked. I'm just guessing. Rogge ended this topic in time, and then continued to walk towards the unknown distance. Looking at Rogge's figure that was getting farther and farther away, Venom hesitated for a moment, and finally followed him. Rogge and Venom ignored the symbiotic demons who had not left yet and did not dare to transform, as if they did not see them at all. Although there were bystanders present, they were not worried that these symbiotic demons would understand the conversation between them. They were all speaking English, and it was impossible for these symbiotic demons who had never been to the Earth to understand what they were saying. Moreover, sparing their lives would also help spread the news of Venom's return to the home world. Venom, who was at his peak, offended a lot of people, most of whom were army-level symbiotic demons. After all, if the difference in level is too big, it is impossible to have any interaction with Venom. So at this time, Venom was not only a guide, but also a bait. As for which symbiotic demon would be hooked, Rogge and Venom would not care too much. When the two of them went straight into the distance at a leisurely speed, the news of Venom's return to the home world was also successfully spread out. More than an hour later, Rogge and Venom welcomed the second wave of prey that took the initiative to come to them as they wished. "Is this okay?" Rogge turned his head and asked Venom. "Absolutely." Looking at the dark red symbiotic demon that looked like a 6-footed demon wolf not far in front of him, Venom replied silently. According to the process they had discussed before, the symbiotic demons that meet Venom's devour standard will be dealt with by Rogge. When he beats the symbiotic demon half to death, Venom will forcibly devour the other party, and then use this to restore his own strength. If the symbiotic demon encountered does not meet the devour standard, then Venom will deal with it himself. The symbiotic demons whose strength has reached the army level will first be beaten violently, and then imprisoned in the container prepared by Hinata. As for those whose strength has not reached the army level, of course, they will be killed directly. For Rogge's trip to the symbiotic demon's mother planet, Hinata specially designed 100 sets of detention containers. These 100 sets of containers specially designed to imprison the symbiotic demons are now quietly stored in Rogge's summon scroll. 1 minute. You can now think about what to eat next. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge's figure disappeared. A silver-white electric snake as thick as a finger stopped at the place where he was originally standing. Lightning body flicker. Before the 6-footed demonic wolf-like symbiotic demon could react, Loge's figure appeared in front of him. Along with him, there was a silver-white semicircular arc. Lightning release, thunderbolt sword draw. The thunderbolt sword formed by silver-white lightning instantly cut through the 6-footed demon wolf's head, directly cutting it off. The best way to deal with symbiotic demons is to use fire and sonic attacks. Rogge can't use sonic attacks, and fire release is not his best ninjutsu, so at this time, he didn't choose fire release, but used lightning release. Strictly speaking, the symbiotic demons were not afraid of flames, but high temperatures. As for lightning evasion, it could also have a high temperature effect. Rogge's attack was not only beyond the expectations of the 6-footed demonic wolf symbiote, but it was also beyond Venom's expectations. Venom thought that Rogge would use flames to attack like before, but it turned out that he was thinking too much. After chopping off the head of the 6-footed demonic wolf, the thunder tachi in Rogge's hand did not dissipate directly like before. In the next 10 seconds or so, Venom witnessed with his own eyes what it meant to raise his hand and slash his saber down, and what it meant to have outstanding saber skills. The 6-footed demonic wolf symbiotic body that had its head chopped off didn't even have time to transform into other forms before the thunder tachi slashed its body over and over again, cutting it from more than 3 meters tall to less than 1 meter tall. Chapter 282. Symbiotic demons can transform into various forms and various weapons, but there is a certain limit to their transformation ability. No matter how they transform, the things they transform into will not exceed the limits of their original body. Therefore, when dealing with them, consuming the weapons and bodies transformed by their original body as much as possible can effectively weaken the strength of the original body. This weakness, which was not a weakness, was specifically reminded of by Venom. Venom needs to devour other symbiotic demons to restore his strength, so what he needs is a symbiotic demon that is still alive, not a dead symbiotic demon. Rogge's swordsmanship at this time seems to be freewheeling, but every time he uses the swordsmanship, he is extremely measured. It is necessary to consume the transformed body of the six-footed demonic wolf symbiotic demon without causing too much damage to the original body of the symbiotic demon. In order to let this symbiotic demon meet Venom's devouring requirements, Rogge can be said to have exhausted all his thoughts. The silver-white swordsmanship came one after another, and every time the thunder tachi slashed, it would take away a part of the symbiotic demon's body. This originally majestic six-footed demonic wolf symbiotic demon, which was more than 3 meters tall, tenaciously persisted for more than a minute before helplessly changing back to its original form. Just when the dark red symbiotic demon had just changed back to its original form, Venom, who was fully prepared to eat, pounced on it without saying a word. Venom grabbed the slim-like symbiotic demon on the ground and stuffed it into his bloody mouth, and then wolfed it down. Rogge removed the thunder tachi in his hand and turned around silently, without the slightest intention of appreciating Venom's eating manners. Venom's meal didn't last long. It only took less than a minute for Venom to completely devour the army-level dark red symbiotic demon and burped with great satisfaction. How is the effect? How many more do I need to eat to recover? From the outside, Venom at this time looked no different from before. But as long as you perceive the strength of the life energy in his body, you can find a huge change in it. If they are all at this level now, I estimate that it will take 20 or 30 more. But the more I recover, the higher the requirement for devouring, so I estimate that I should be able to recover after devouring about 10 more. After feeling his current state, Venom gave an answer that he was not very sure about. Only by devouring a symbiotic demon that was stronger than itself would there be a corresponding improvement. Therefore, Venom wasn't sure how many more he had to devour before he could return to his previous peak level. 10 is a little too slow. If they're lords, you should be able to recover after devouring 1 or 2, right? Although it was easy to deal with an army symbiotic demon, it was too time-consuming. And as Venom continues to recover, there will be fewer and fewer Legion-level symbiotic demons that meet the devouring requirements. Therefore, instead of targeting the army tier, it would be better to target the Lord tier. At the very least, it would save a lot of effort. If it's a Lord tier monster, let alone 2, even 1 would be enough. If I can devour 2 Lords, I might be able to break through to the Lord rank. After hearing Rogge's words, Venom began to fantasize about the beautiful picture of himself breaking through to the Lord rank. But he quickly recovered from this fantasy and said seriously, there is a fundamental difference between the Lord and the army tier. Although I had the strength of the top 10 in the army tier before, in the face of the Lord tier riot, I didn't even have the most basic strength to fight back. Are you sure you really want to start with the Lord tier? They are not easy to deal with. That, I'm not doubting your strength, but I think we might not be in such a hurry. It's actually quite good to start with the army tier. Venom knows that Rogge is very strong, but after all, he has never seen Rogge fight seriously, so he is still a little worried. Lord tier symbiotic demon, that is the well-deserved overlord of the symbiotic demon race. Even if there are hundreds of millions of symbiotic demons on the symbiotic demon planet, the number of Lord tier symbiotic demons has not exceeded 50 so far. 1 in 10 million chance, one can imagine how abnormal Lord tier symbiotic demons are. You don't have to worry about this. Since I have accepted your request, I will definitely help you fulfill your wish. Since 1 or 2 Lord tier symbiotic demons can solve the problem, of course, he can only start with the Lord tier symbiotic demons. As for the strength of the Lord tier symbiotic demons, it is not within the scope of Rogge's consideration at all. It is just a symbiotic demon, as long as it is not the symbiotic demon god Nar, it can't be that strong. Although Rogge's mentality seems very arrogant, on this planet, he has the confidence and strength to be arrogant. Chakra perception. Rogge's perception range began to expand rapidly, and one after another symbiotic demons appeared in his perception. Through the life energy intensity of these symbiotic demons, Rogge can roughly infer the level of these symbiotic demons. Symbiotic demons of the general level and below are directly ignored. Only the army tier symbiotic demons have the qualifications to be marked. As for the Lord tier symbiotic demons, he has not found them yet. It was not until he expanded his perception range to 500 kilometers that a completely different life energy signal appeared in his mind. This life energy intensity is definitely that of a Lord tier symbiotic demon. The life energy intensity of other symbiotic demons can only be regarded as a flame or a burning tree. And the life energy intensity of this Lord tier symbiotic demon is like a volcano that can erupt at any time, restrained and not ostentatious, but full of power. Southeast, about 500 kilometers away, there is a Lord tier symbiotic demon. As soon as his voice fell, a brilliant aurora-like light emerged from Rogge's body, completely enveloping the two of them. Quantum teleportation. The next second, Rogge and Venom's figures disappeared. In just an instant, Rogge and Venom crossed 500 kilometers and arrived at the territory of the Lord tier symbiotic demon. The moment they teleported over, a majestic gaze gathered on them. At the same time as the majestic gaze, there was also a substantial aura of intimidation. This aura is very strong. There is no need to look to know that this aura of intimidation came from the Lord tier symbiotic demon. Rogge was not a symbiotic entity, so this shocking shock only made him feel as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric giant beast, but he did not feel anything special. But Venom, as a symbiotic demon, was in a much more difficult situation at this time. Venom was trembling all over, as if he was struggling with his instincts, not letting himself kneel on the ground like he was surrendering. Is the suppression between the same race so obvious? Looking at Venom's struggling appearance, Rogge knew why Venom said that he had no power to fight back in front of the Lord tier symbiotic demon. Chapter 283. Being suppressed like this, let alone resisting, even normal activities would be a problem. In order to relieve the suppression on Venom, and also to make his side look more imposing, Rogge raised his right hand and added a layer of light blue chakra coat to Venom. This layer of chakra coat will not bring any increase in strength to Venom, and it can only resolve the huge pressure on him. When the chakra coat was formed, Venom, who was trembling, suddenly returned to normal and looked at him with great gratitude. Introduce this guy. About 100 meters away from Rogge, a huge black humanoid symbiotic demon was sitting cross-legged. Even sitting on the ground, this symbiotic demon was more than 10 meters tall. If he stood up completely, it would not be a problem for him to exceed 20 to 30 meters in height. He is tyrannical, and he has reached the Horde Lord level in more than 1,000 years. Even among the Horde Lord level symbiotic demons, his strength can be ranked in the top 10. Although Chakra Coat resolved the terror from tyrannical, Venom still showed a rare fear in the face of this existence that he could only look up to. Top 10 in the Horde Lord level, then if you can eat him, you should be able to enter the Horde Lord level. Unlike Venom, who was exuding fear all over his body, Rogge was unnaturally calm at this time. It's just a Horde Lord level symbiotic demon, no matter how strong it is, it can't be that strong. Besides, even if he can't win against this guy called Tyrannical, if he wants to leave, Tyrannical will definitely not be able to stop him. Step back a little, in case you get caught up in the battle later. After saying that, Rogge walked towards Tyrannical, who was far larger than himself. Looking at Rogge, who was exuding a blue and white light, Tyrannical in the distance opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and said with interest, "It's actually an Earthling, interesting." Tyrannical spoke standard English as soon as he opened his mouth, so standard that it made people wonder if he specifically looked for an English teacher to tutor him. So you know the language of Earth. That's much more convenient. Under Tyrannical's gaze, Rogge walked up to him unhurriedly and looked up at the giant whose fist was bigger than his body. Although there aren't many Earthlings in the universe, I've eaten a few before. The taste and texture weren't very good. Tyrannical didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. His tone was calm as if he was discussing with Rogge what to eat for dinner. The taste of earthlings might not be that good, but I think your taste is pretty good. If Venom can eat you, he will be very happy. Tyranny looked at Rogge as if he was looking at prey, and Rogge was also looking at him as if he was looking at prey. Although Tyranny was prepared for Venom, this does not affect Rogge's classification of Tyranny as food. Venom ate me? Ha 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 ha, Venom used to be a good young man, but now, he's just a useless trash. You are actually with such a trash, then it seems that you are not much better. On Rogge's body, Venom can feel a fatal threat. But for Tyrannical, whose strength far exceeds Venom, Rogge's strength is barely passable. For prey of Rogge's strength, Tyrannical can't say that he has eaten thousands, but there are at least hundreds of them. So in tyrannical size, Rogge is nothing more than a snack that takes the initiative to come to his door, that's all. Whether I'm a trash or not, you will know soon. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge took the initiative to launch an attack. Lightning body blink. Lightning sword drawl. Rogge, who was still a distance away from Tyrannical, disappeared in an instant, and flashed in front of Tyrannical, and the thunder katana in his hand directly slashed at Tyrannical's neck. Just as the thunder katana with the power of thunder was about to hit Tyrannical's neck, a big black hand about the same size as Rogge's body rushed out of Tyrannical's neck and grabbed the silver-white blade. Clang! The thunder katana was blocked as if it had cut an extremely hard steel, and the huge recoil directly shattered the thunder katana in Rogge's hand. It's actually so hard? Although the big black hand transformed by Tyrannical is not real metal, it is harder than ordinary metal. The thunder katana was shattered, and Rogge did not hesitate and immediately retreated. A Lord-tier symbiotic demon was indeed different. Tyrannical didn't seem to see Rogge's retreat at all, and let him leave without any intention of pursuing him. After easily pulling away, Rogge shook his slightly numb right hand, and his eyes began to become serious. Unlike the symbiotic demons he had encountered before, Tyrannical is not only larger in size, but also has higher life energy, and even the transformed limbs are harder. The thunder katana, which can easily cut through real metal, can't cut through the big black hand he casually transformed. This kind of defensive power is terrifying. No wonder Venom said that there is a fundamental difference between Lord-level symbiotic demons and Legion-level symbiotic demons. The huge gap between the two is like two different species. Since the effect of the melee attack is not good, it's time to change to a long-range attack. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Rogge spouted an orange-red high-temperature flame from his mouth, and as the distance increased, the scope of the flame became larger and larger. When the flame swept across a distance of tens of meters and came in front of Tyrannical, the flame, which was only as thick as a finger, had expanded into a sea of fire. It covered the sky and burned everything. Tyrannical can ignore the thunder katana, but he can't ignore this great fire annihilation. With the Sanbai's chakra, Rogge's great fire annihilation has not reached the level of Uchiha Madara, but it is definitely not far away. One is Madara's fire release, and the other is water release. In front of the amazing sea of fire, Tyrannical, who has been sitting on the ground, finally had a serious expression. However, Tyrannical still didn't stand up. Tyrannical's hands slammed on the ground, and in the next second, a black wall appeared in front of him out of thin air, blocking all the flames. Zi zi zi. The sizzling sound continued to sound, and when the sea of fire covering the earth dissipated, the black wall in front of Tyrannical finally revealed its true appearance. Tyrannical directly transformed into a wall more than 10 meters high and dozens of meters wide, blocking all the flames in front of him. Although the symbiotic demons are naturally afraid of fire damage, this weakness can be eliminated. Tyrannical is a top-level symbiotic demon that eliminates the weakness of fire. Even the two weaknesses of fire and sound can't be eliminated, it is not qualified to be a Lord-level symbiotic demon. Chapter 284. Lord-level symbiotic monster is really different. Although the black wall transformed by Tyrannical was destroyed by the fire, there were holes everywhere, and it looked like it would completely collapse with a little bit of force. But there was no doubt that this black wall completely blocked all the damage from Tyrannical, and it didn't let Tyrannical suffer any damage. Compared to Venom, who was attacked by Tyrannical's fireball, and compared to Tyrannical, who was attacked by Tyrannical's fire, the gap was really big. "You Earthling, you are quite interesting." After removing the tattered black wall, Tyrannical looked at Rogge with interest, as if he had seen a rare animal. "You are also quite good, stronger than I thought." Until now, Tyrannical was still sitting on the ground, and he didn't move at all. Among the enemies he fought, the only one who could make Rogge attack twice without moving was Tyrannical. Although in terms of overall strength, Tyrannical might not be the strongest one. However, the attitude he displayed was the most domineering and powerful of them all. "If you only have this much strength, you and Venom won't be able to leave here alive today. Attack with all your might, let me see if you, who are in the same team as that trash Venom, are really trash." At this time, Tyrannical still looked like he didn't put Rogge in his eyes at all. Rogge's fire just now was indeed unexpected, but that was it. "You want to see my full strength? Sure, but don't regret it." After the two attacks just now, Rogge had a rough understanding of Tyrannical's strength. Then, of course, it was time to take it seriously. With the thought, a raise nan wrapped in silver-white lightning appeared in his right hand. When this raise nan appeared, Tyrannical suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger in the distance. "What does this guy want to do?" Tyrannical looked at the silver-white raise nan in Rogge's hand, and a trace of doubt appeared on his expressionless face. Soon, Tyrannical got the answer. "Raiden, spiral railgun." Almost at the moment when Rogge raised his right hand, the raise nan wrapped in silver-white lightning appeared in front of Tyrannical. Rumble! A terrifying explosion like an intercontinental missile sounded, and a blue-white ball of light rose from Tyrannical's position, like a scorching sun rising from the ground. The energy storm full of destruction and death raged wildly, and the terrifying shockwaves and airwaves swept everything around, creating a shocking scene like the end of the world. No wonder he asked me to step back a little. Looking at the terrifying scene created by the spiral railgun, Venom began to rejoice that he followed Rogge's instructions from the beginning. "Luckily, I didn't make him my enemy from the start. Luckily. Venom couldn't help but recall the first time he met Roger, and at the same time felt gratified for his wisdom at that time. At this time, not only Venom, but also Tyrannical was hit by the railgun. Tyrannical SSSSS.SSSSSS attack, at least, Tyrannical's. Compared to the Grand Annihilation Flame, the spiral electromagnetic cannon's power was several orders of magnitude stronger. If the power of the Magnum Inferno was equivalent to that of an ordinary pistol, then the power of the electromagnetic pulse cannon was equivalent to that of a Barrett heavy sniper rifle. The two were on completely different levels. Because of his overconfidence, the tyrant had no choice but to take all the damage from the electromagnetic gun. If he hadn't been sitting on the ground all this time, even if the final result was still failure, it would definitely be much better than now. In order to minimize the damage to himself, Tyranny rolled into a ball without caring about his image, protecting his most important body in the innermost circle. Even so, under the terrifying power of the spiral railgun, Tyranny's transformed body was shrinking at an alarming rate. Fortunately, the electromagnetic pulse cannon was not a continuous attack. As long as he survived the explosion phase, the damage would only decrease and disappear quickly. When the power of the explosion had completely dissipated, and when the dust that filled the sky fell to the ground, Tyrannical's figure once again appeared in front of Rogge. Compared to the astonishing figure of the tyrant that was more than 10 meters tall when he sat down, the current tyrant was less than a meter tall. To be precise, it was a black spherical body less than a meter in diameter. Although it looked miserable, the damage Tyrannical suffered was not as serious as it looked. Most of his body was preserved by him. As for the ones that he lost, it was only a small matter. As long as his body was still there, he could transform into any body he wanted at any time. Looking at the black sphere rolling around in the crater caused by the explosion, Rogge's right hand once again emitted silver-white lightning. There was nothing that the electromagnetic pulse cannon couldn't solve. If there was, then he would use it again. Just as he was about to continue to use the electromagnetic pulse cannon, the black sphere in the crater started to spin wildly like a black tire. Then, lightning rushed out of the crater and ran away without looking back. Running away? The top 10 Lord-level symbiotic demons only had this much ambition? His mentality collapsed so easily. Looking at Tyrannical, who quickly disappeared from his sight, Rogge looked at Venom with some confusion. Venom also didn't expect that the famous Tyrannical would run away, and run away so decisively. In Rogge's perception, although the intensity of Tyrannical's life energy has decreased a little, it is far from reaching the point where he is seriously injured. If he wants to seriously injure Tyrannical, at least 1 or 2 electromagnetic pulse cannon shots will be needed, and it has to be the kind that completely hits Tyrannical. You wait for me here, pay attention to your own safety, don't get eaten by other guys. After instructing Venom, Rogge used quantum teleportation to chase after them. It is not in his character to let go of the prey that is about to be caught. The ball-like Tyrannical did run very fast, but no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than Rogge's quantum transmission. After using quantum transmission to appear near Tyrannical again, Rogge didn't hesitate and opened his mouth to use water release. Water release, water ripple breaker. Water ripple breaker is one of the signature ninjutsu of second Hokage Tobirama. Tobirama's water ripple breaker can even easily cut off the roots of the sacred tree. Rogge has never used water ripple breaker in a formal battle before because he felt that the action of spitting at the enemy was not in line with his cool style. Water ripple breaker is powerful, lethal, long-range attack, wide range, and fast. Except for the fact that it can only be spat out from the mouth, there are almost no shortcomings. Chapter 285. A high-pressure water column spurted out from Rogge's mouth, like a laser beam, attacking the rapidly rolling Tyrannical. At first, the water column was only as thick as a finger. But when the water column arrived in front of Tyrannical, it had grown to the size of an arm. From the outside, the water column of Water Breaker looked ordinary, similar to the water column shot out from a high-pressure water gun. However, when the arm-thick water column hit the ball-like tyranny, the water column directly pierced through tyranny's ball-like body, like a thin string piercing through tyranny's body. Perhaps it was because Tyrannical didn't strengthen his body, or maybe Tyrannical didn't care about the attack of Water Breaker at all. Even the Thunder Tachi couldn't cut through Tyrannical's body, but Water Breaker instantly pierced through it, like piercing through a soft cake without any hindrance. Although Rogge had tested the power of Water Breaker before, he wasn't absolutely sure whether it could pierce through Tyrannical's body. Seeing that Water Breaker easily pierced through Tyrannical's body, Tyrannical didn't hesitate and suddenly twisted his neck. The straight Water Breaker instantly transformed into a high-pressure water knife, cutting through Tyrannical's body. Tyrannical didn't expect that the seemingly weak Water Breaker would have such amazing lethality. When the Water Breaker transformed into a water knife to cut through his body, Tyrannical decisively chose to transform and let his body avoid being cut by the water knife. In the blink of an eye, Tyrannical's body turned from a round ball into a half-meter-tall feline, pouncing to the side at lightning speed. Tyrannical's transformation wasn't slow, but even so, Water Breaker still left an extremely obvious wound on his body. However, the wound that spanned almost the entire back only existed for a short 1 or 2 seconds before disappearing. The power of Water Breaker was a little better than Rogge expected. He originally planned to use Water Breaker to stop Tyrannical's tumbling. But now, not only did he stop the round Tyrannical, but he also left a considerable injury on Tyrannical. After transforming into a feline to avoid the follow-up damage of Water Breaker, Tyrannical didn't continue to maintain his feline form. He transformed into a human form that was only a head taller than Rogge. From a biological point of view, the two-legged walking posture of humans was not very outstanding. Not to mention the insect form, which had better individual performance, even most animal forms were better than human forms. Of course, this excellence was only established in instinctive activities that did not involve intelligence. Why do all the intelligent races in the universe have human-like bodies? Other than the fact that it had something to do with the laws of the universe that could not be explained, another reason was that humanoid bodies were more versatile. In terms of individual performance, the humanoid body had no other advantages other than its larger brain. However, in terms of overall performance, the humanoid body was definitely the king of the price-performance ratio. However, this shouldn't have anything to do with the tyrant turning back into his human form. Rogge speculated that tyranny should be one of the few symbiotic demons that preferred humanoid bodies. This could be seen from his original giant body. After personally experiencing the power of the electromagnetic pulse cannon, the tyrant decisively gave up on the idea of enlarging his body. The bigger the body, the bigger the target, and the easier it was to be hit. As a symbiotic demon that had lived for countless years and conquered countless planets and races, the tyrant understood this principle. More importantly, the tyrant felt that transforming into a human form that was similar to Rogge's would allow him to better unleash his strength. The tyrant had never been to Earth and had not seen many Earthlings. However, there was one thing that he was very sure of, and that was that Earthlings' bodies were very weak. In his opinion, Rogge was a classic example of someone who had high offense and low defense. When facing such an enemy, one fatal attack would usually be enough to take their life. Although the tyrant's body had become much smaller, this did not mean that his strength had decreased. A smaller body meant a smaller target to attack, and a faster attack speed. After making up his mind, the tyrant immediately ran toward Rogge. The sharp claws on his hands emitted a cold metallic glow. Apart from his hands, he had also hardened his entire body to the point that even the thunder tachi could not cut through it. Not only that, but black tentacle-like tentacles also surged out of his body, showing a different style of thulhu. Facing the tyrant who was rushing toward him, Rogge stood motionless as if he did not see him at all. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Although the symbiotic demons were not a race that excelled in speed, the last 5 meters were basically non-existent for the tyrant. Just as the tyrant was trying to directly pounce on Rogge and quickly get rid of this earthling who made him so embarrassed, Rogge finally moved. Because of infinite mode, Rogge was always in a state of light. At this time, a light blue light emerged from his body again. Unlike the blue and white light that enveloped the whole body in infinite mode, this light blue chakra quickly condensed the moment it emerged from his body. In just an instant, a skeleton with only some ribs and arms appeared beside Rogge. Susanoo. At this time, Rogge had many ways to dodge or resolve the tyrant's attack, but he chose Susanoo, which had never been used in a real battle. Compared with other enemies, the tyrant, who had outstanding regeneration ability and was only good at melee attacks, was undoubtedly a rare test target. Boom! The tyrant, who was running wildly, collided with the Susanoo formed by chakra, and the strong impact produced a shock wave visible to the naked eye. However, even in this situation, which was like being hit by a heavy truck at full speed, Rogge's Susanoo did not even shake. The tyrant thought that Rogge's Susanoo was just an ordinary energy manifestation, but the moment he came into contact with Susanoo, he knew that he guessed wrong again. This is not an energy manifestation. This thing is very dangerous. The crisis instinct that originated from the depths of the tyrant's soul frantically warned him. The tyrant had realized that something was wrong, but at this time, he had no chance to leave. Although Rogge is now using the first stage of Susanoo, that is, only a part of the ribs and an arm form, the defense and attack power of Susanoo will not change significantly because of the different form. After using Susanoo to block the tyrant's impact, Rogge did not hesitate at all and used the only bone right hand on Susanoo to grab the humanoid tyrant. Caught you! The tyrant, who was caught by Susanoo's bone right hand, was just about to change his form and break away from the bondage, when an indescribably terrifying grip fell on his body. Crush you. Chapter 286. Tyrannical, who was caught by Susanoo, screamed like a wild beast. The light blue chakra forcibly covered his whole body, making it impossible for him to change his body shape and escape. Although chakra's materialized arm wasn't a real body, it was no different from a real arm when controlled. Rogge continued to increase the strength of his right hand, and the brutal screams became more and more obvious. The chakra that forcefully covered the tyrant's body not only formed an airtight cage, but it also continuously corroded the tyrant's body like lava. At this moment, Despot finally understood why Rogge had always been so calm. This guy had been hiding his strength all along. No, it wasn't that he was hiding his strength. It was that he simply couldn't be bothered to use his full strength. Let venom eat me? Tyrannical recalled what Rogge had said, and his mood worsened. If Rogge had come with other motives, he might have been able to negotiate a deal with Rogge and solve this problem in a more civilized way. But Rogge's original purpose was to let venom eat him, which means that there is no possibility of any transaction between them. He was dead for sure today. No, absolutely not. As a Lord-class symbiotic demon, I definitely cannot be devoured by an army-class symbiotic demon. Ever since the birth of the symbiotic demons, there had never been such a case of a junior defeating a senior. Despot didn't want to become the first person in the history of the symbiotic demons. He also didn't want to die in the hands of an earthling for no reason. Thus, Bazi began to play with his life in the truest sense. The huge power coming from Susanoo's right hand was like a mountain crushing Tyrannical, and the chakra covering his whole body also cut off the idea of using transformation to escape. You forced me to do this. With the thought, Tyranny, who was originally in human form, began to rapidly expand like a human-shaped balloon. Despot chose to enlarge himself at this moment, and he didn't care about the damage to his body. If he was crushed to death, then no matter how perfect his body was, it would be meaningless. In that case, he might as well go all out and directly break through the binding of Susanoo and chakra at the cost of his body. The unique life form of the symbiotic demons could allow them to take any form they wanted. However, under normal circumstances, they would only use a small portion of their bodies to transform. The more of his original body he used during the transformation, the stronger the transformed form would be. To put it simply, the more the original body was used, the tougher and stronger the transformed body would be. At this moment, Despot chose to use his true body. This also meant that the body he transformed into now would be far stronger than any of his previous incarnations. It might even reach the point of being indestructible. Using 100% of the original body to carry out the transformation brought about a visible increase in strength. However, this was also extremely risky. If the body he had transformed into using 100% of his original body was destroyed, then he would undoubtedly die on the spot. Since his main body had been completely consumed, he naturally lost all possibility of survival. Despot was well aware of the risk of using his true body, but he could only do so now. If he did that, there was still a chance of survival. If he didn't do it, he would definitely die. The frantically expanding tyranny opened up Susanoo's right hand little by little, using brute force to gain more space for himself to move. As the controller of Susanoo, Rogge immediately noticed the change in Tyrannical. Later, when the tyrant was planning to continue, he silently cast a lightning release ninjutsu. Electric discharger 100 million volts. A terrifying silver-white electric current instantly emerged, and a silver-white electric snake emerged from Susanoo's right hand, and at the same time, there was a crackling sound of electric current. Despot, who was trying his best to expand his victory, did not expect Rogge to extinguish his flames of hope the moment he gained some breathing space. Streaks of silver-white electric snakes continued to swim around the tyrannical black body, causing his black body to turn red, like a shrimp that was quickly being cooked. Ah! The tyrannical screams rang out again. Using Susanoo to cast ninjutsu is not a particularly strange thing. For example, Uchiha Madara can make Susanoo form hand seals and cast ninjutsu independently. And strictly speaking, at this time, Rogge was not using Susanoo to cast ninjutsu. What he was doing now was just treating Susanoo as a part of his body. The person who used Raiden, lightning discharger, was still him, but he used Susanoo's right hand as his own, making lightning discharger attack tyrannical directly. When electric discharger 100 million volts completely disappeared, Despot in Susanoo's right hand was like a completely roasted fish, emitting heat visible to the naked eye. At this time, Despot was motionless, and his figure also changed back to a state where he was only a head taller than Rogge. Looking at his appearance, Despot seemed to be completely dead, but in his body, the life energy was still there. Looking at the miserable Despot, Rogge directly released Susanoo's right hand, letting the motionless Despot fall to the ground. However, at the moment when he fell to the ground, Despot came back to life again. In just a blink of an eye, Despot turned into a round ball with a diameter of only 20 or 30 centimeters, trying to run for his life again. But this time, before he could roll far, a long sword formed entirely of chakra nailed him to the ground. Chakra long sword. The ability to let Susanoo use simple swords and swords is an ability obtained after cultivating Susanoo to its first form. With a complete skeleton, in addition to all the abilities of the initial form, the first form can also materialize chakra into some simple weapons to enhance combat power. At this time, although Rogge only displayed the initial form of Susanoo, this does not affect him from using the abilities of the first form. If he wants, he can even use a long-range attack ninjutsu in the initial form, which is only available in the second form Yasaka no Megatama. But just dealing with Despot who was trying to escape, there is no need to use Yasaka no Megatama. After being nailed to the ground by chakra, Despot did not hesitate and changed his form again, turning into a pool of flowing black liquid. Odamara's Nan. As soon as Despot turned into a black liquid, Rogge's second attack fell on him. When Rogge used it himself, the diameter of Odamara's Nan was only 1 meter. But the diameter of Susanoo's Odamara's Nan reached an astonishing 5 meters. The bigger the palm, the bigger the Odamara's Nan. Chapter 287. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking method. After being busy for a long time, Rogge finally began to make this Lord-level symbiotic monster meal that belonged to Venom. The Odamara's Nan with a diameter of 5 meters was like the most sophisticated blender, descending on the body of the tyrannical, which turned into a pool of black liquid. The body of the tyrannical was cut and shrunk rapidly as if it was cut by thousands of sharp blades. Except for the main body, all the other parts of the body were removed by the madly rotating Odamara's Nan, leaving only the purest and most original body. At this time, Rogge was like a real chef, using a simple method to let the tyrannical return to the most primitive state, exuding the most natural fragrance. Although there was no change in the oral cavity and other parts, the tyrannical still let out a burst of harsh screams. The screams came from the crazy vibration of the main body of the tyrannical, accompanied by the rotating sound of the Odamara's Nan, playing a different symphony hand in hand. When the main body of the tyrannical began to stop shaking and gradually returned to the most primitive slime clay state, Rogge finally removed the Odamara's Nan from Susanoo's right hand. "This guy won't die, right?" At this time, the tyrannical was curled up in a big pit more than 10 meters wide and 3 or 4 meters deep, looking like he had completely lost his life. Chakra perception. Rogge frowned and sensed the situation in the tyrannical's body, then breathed a sigh of relief. Although the strength of the life energy in the tyrannical's body is far less than before, it is even much weaker than the original Venom. But one thing is certain, the tyrannical is not dead yet. That being said, the tyrannical at this time is worse than death. Because he is about to become the first person in the history of the symbiotic monster clan, and the first Lord-level symbiotic monster to be devoured by an army-level symbiotic monster. After grabbing the motionless tyrannical with Susanoo's right hand, Rogge used quantum transmission to return to Venom's position. It has to be said that Venom is very obedient sometimes. When leaving, Rogge asked Venom to wait for him in the same place. As a result, Venom really didn't move a single step. He lay on the ground obediently, waiting for Rogge's return. Venom wasn't worried that Tyrannical could escape from Rogge's hands, even if Tyrannical was a Lord-rank symbiotic monster and was one of the top 10 Lord-rank symbiotic monsters. However, in front of Rogge, it was impossible for him to escape. Although Venom had never seen Rogge go all out, he was certain that Tyrannical was definitely not a match for Rogge. Abomination had a deep understanding of Venom's thoughts. This was a kind of blind worship that would never disappear once it appeared. Even if Rogge fought the symbiote god Nar alone, Venom felt that Rogge had a higher chance of winning. Venom may not have realized it himself, but he had unknowingly divided himself into Rogge's side. When the familiar aurora-like brilliant light reappeared, Venom, who was lying on the ground, jumped up, and he became extremely excited. He's back, Rogge is finally back. After the brilliant light of quantum transmission disappeared, Venom saw Rogge as he wished, and the black creature in Suzanu's right hand. This was Tyrannical, the Lord-rank symbiotic monster was directly beaten back to its original state. Can I devour Tyrannical now? Although Venom was trying to control himself, when he spoke, his eyes still involuntarily stayed on Tyrannical's body. Of course, this is what we agreed on in the commission. After that, Rogge put the motionless Tyrannical in front of Venom, and then deactivated Suzanu. As soon as Rogge put down Tyrannical, Venom was like a hungry wolf, and he pounced on Tyrannical without saying a word. Then, there was a somewhat disgusting scene of eating. Rogge ignored Venom's eating etiquette and turned around silently, not wanting Venom's behavior to affect his future appetite. Venom's eating didn't last long, to be precise, it was less than 10 seconds. The motionless Tyrannical was stuffed into Venom's body. It was like a python swallowing a huge prey alive, swallowing it whole. When Tyrannical's body entered Venom's body, Venom let out a howl that was either excited or uncomfortable, and hundreds of thin and thick black tentacles gushed out of his humanoid body. Then, Venom fell back, lying directly on the ground, and burped with satisfaction. The process of Venom devouring Tyrannical was very short, only less than 10 seconds. But in order to digest the Lord-rank Tyrannical, it took Venom more than 3 hours. In the past 3 hours, Venom seemed to have fallen into hibernation, lying motionless on the ground. If it weren't for the increasing strength of his life energy, Rogge would even suspect that he was killed by Tyrannical. When Venom ended his hibernation and stood up again, Rogge felt a completely different aura from him. If the previous Venom gave people the feeling that he was a frivolous street gangster, then he would have been more like a frivolous street punk. Then the current Venom is a bit like a weather-beaten, murderous underworld overlord. Thank you. Venom came to Rogge and said very solemnly, at the same time, he bowed slightly and saluted to Rogge. You're welcome. In the next few hours, Venom used facts to prove how powerful he was after devouring Tyrannical. No matter how powerful the army-level symbiotic demons were, under Venom's attack, they couldn't last more than a minute. The 10 army-level symbiotic demons required for the commission reward were completed by Venom in just over 10 minutes. Of course, this was under the condition that Rogge used quantum transmission to save a lot of time on the road. Ninja coins not consumed, 885. The system's commission reward was sent to Rogge's account immediately after Venom paid the commission reward. Looking at the ninja coins in the highest position in history in the attribute panel, Rogge showed a satisfied smile. After returning to Earth, as long as he makes a few more commissions, he can make the unconsumed ninja coins break through the 1000 mark, and then exchange for some real high-level items. For example, half of Kyuubi. Yes, half of Kyuubi costs a full 1000 ninja coins. Of course, the system is not the kind of ruthless existence. Half of Kyuubi costs 1000 ninja coins. But if you want to exchange for 2 Kyuubi at once, it only costs 1,800 ninja coins. Go find Riot. I want to see your battle of revenge. Rogge said to Venom after putting another symbiotic demon that Venom had defeated into a container. Because of Venom's hard work, 72 of the 100 containers in the summon scroll have been used at this time. It is only a matter of time before the containers are filled, so Rogge intends to end this boring capture operation temporarily. Chapter 288. You want to see me fight against Riot? Venom glanced back at Rogge and asked with uncertainty. Yes, you have become a Lord-level symbiotic body now, don't you want to wash away your shame? In the past few hours, although Venom didn't say anything, Rogge could see that Venom was constantly adapting to the power of the Lord level and silently adjusting his state. But I don't know where Riot is, and I don't have the confidence to win against Riot now. Although Venom was promoted to the Lord level after devouring Tyrannical, Riot is also a Lord level symbiotic body. And unlike Venom who had just been promoted to the Lord level, Riot has been at the Lord level for a long time. This also means that Riot's strength will be stronger than the current Venom. More importantly, the previous painful experience has left Venom with some psychological trauma, making him instinctively afraid of Riot. At the beginning, Riot could have given Venom to his friend, but he didn't do so. Instead, he tore apart half of Venom's body. This approach seems to be sparing Venom's life, but in fact, it is really killing him. Not only will it ruin his future, but it will also make him bleak for the rest of his life. What Riot showed was not mercy, but cruelty that lasts a lifetime. Leave the matter of finding people to me. If you really can't beat Riot, then let me help you complete your revenge. No matter how strong Riot is, it is not stronger than Tyrannical. Even Tyrannical was not Rogge's opponent, let alone Riot. After hearing Rogge's almost guaranteed answer, Venom stuck out his tongue excitedly and quickly nodded. The reason why Rogge let Venom find Riot for revenge is not only to let Venom wash away his shame, but he also has some plans of his own. He is starting to look down on the army-level symbiotic body. Therefore, he intends to get a few Lord-level symbiotic bodies back. Since he has already set his sights on the Lord-level symbiotic body, it is better to take advantage of the situation and let Venom take revenge on the way, lest Venom is always thinking about it. In addition, he also intends to further strengthen Venom. Riot is a good target to devour. The process of finding the Riot was not complicated. In fact, it could even be said to be extremely simple. Casting Chakra's perception spell to search for the target with the highest life force within a radius of 500 kilometers, casting quantum teleportation, asking for the location of the Riot in a friendly manner, packing it up and throwing it into the mediumship scroll. Next, the above process was repeated. Rogge and Venom were lucky. After repeating the process 3 times, they asked about the whereabouts of Riot. Are you ready? Rogge asked Venom before preparing to use quantum teleportation to directly reach the area where the Riot was. My fangs have long quenched their thirst. Venom replied excitedly. Then let's go. A brilliant aurora-like light flashed, and the figures of Rogge and Venom instantly disappeared. When the light of quantum teleportation dissipated, Rogge finally saw the Riot that changed Venom's life. It was earthy yellow in color, had a humanoid body, and was over 4 meters tall. Other than the difference in size and color, Riot looked like another version of Venom. Before the teleportation, Rogge confirmed the life force on Riot and roughly inferred Riot's strength. Stronger than the current Venom, weaker than the previous Tyrannical. It meets the devour requirements of the symbiotic demons, which is good. Go, take back your dignity and glory, and let the name Venom resound throughout the symbiotic demon's home planet again. Rogge turned his head to look at Venom, cheering Venom up with his Chayunibyo lines. Venom didn't speak, but nodded very seriously, and then ran towards Riot less than 100 meters ahead. The moment Rogge and Venom appeared, Riot recognized Venom and showed a puzzled look. Venom was promoted to the Lord grade? As the instigator who destroyed Venom's future and made Venom a laughingstock, Riot was certainly no stranger to Venom. It was precisely because of this that he was puzzled by Venom's promotion to the Lord grade. After losing half of his body, he could still be promoted to the Lord grade? Although Riot didn't know how Venom did it, one thing he was sure of was that Venom's promotion was related to the Earthling next to him. Just as Riot was guessing the relationship between Rogge and Venom, Venom, who was running at full speed, came in front of Riot like a black shadow, and his sharp claws directly grabbed Riot's head. Because of their racial form, the battles between symbiotic demons were simple and crude close combat. The only difference was that the weapons and forms of each symbiotic demon would be different. Unlike Venom, who liked to fight hand-to-hand, Riot preferred to use weapons. Before Venom's claws touched Riot, Riot's hands turned into two huge scimitars, slashing at Venom from left and right. For symbiotic demons with amazing regeneration ability, a little injury in battle was nothing. To some extent, they even liked this kind of injury for injury tactic. So whether it was Venom or Riot, they had no intention of avoiding each other's attacks. Venom's claws tore Riot's head as he wished. Riot's scimitars also slashed at Venom without any suspense, almost splitting Venom into three. Injuries that would be fatal to other creatures were nothing to the symbiotic demons. Without any hesitation, the injured Venom and Riot attacked again. While Venom and Riot were fighting like wild beasts, Rogge used wood release and made himself a wooden chair to sit on. If it was a battle of other people, Rogge might seriously appreciate it to see if there was anything worth learning. But the battle of symbiotic demons was completely meaningless. These guys purely relied on their racial talents to fight. Learning their fighting style would only make him die faster. Time passed little by little. Venom and Riot were like two wild beasts that would not tire at all, crazily fighting each other. If you scratch me, I'll slash you. If you hit me with a hammer, I'll hit you with an axe. If you dare to bite my neck, I'll dare to tear your thigh. Their recovery ability was strong, and they were more wild in battle. From the looks of it, the current Venom and Riot could be said to be on par. But Rogge could clearly sense that the life energy in Venom's body was depleted faster than Riot's. This also meant that when Venom lost all his stamina and regeneration ability, Riot could still beat him up as if it was alive and kicking. This was not good news for Venom. Although Rogge promised Venom that when he was no match for Riot, he would take care of Riot himself. But if possible, he still hoped that Venom could take care of Riot himself. So until the last moment, he would never take action. Chapter 289. As time passed, Venom, who could have been on par with Riot, began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. The battle between Riot and Venom has been maintained at a very high attack frequency. After noticing that Venom's attack speed had begun to slow down, Riot once again increased his attack speed and frequency. Kill Venom in one fell swoop. Riot's idea at this time was very simple, that is, to first focus on killing Venom, who was inexplicably promoted to the Lord level, and then deal with Rogge. Although Rogge hasn't made a move and played the role of a spectator very well. However, Riot was keenly aware of the unimaginable amount of energy radiating from him. Riot didn't know what chakra was, but he was sure that this energy he had never seen before was very dangerous. In other words, any creature with such powerful energy in their body is very dangerous. In terms of close combat, Venom is not weaker than Riot, and he is even more outstanding than Riot. However, Riot has a huge advantage that Venom can't reach. The weapons transformed by Riot are not only sharper and harder than Venom, but they are also far more varied than Venom. This also leads to a somewhat awkward problem. The weapons transformed by Venom may not be able to hurt Riot. And the weapons transformed by Riot can easily hurt Venom. If it weren't for Venom's advantage in fighting skills, he would have died under Riot's 18 weapons. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Rogge, after seeing the weapons transformed by Riot, couldn't help but exclaim that Riot is a weapon master. All kinds of cold weapons he has seen or never seen before were transformed by Riot one after another. And he doesn't know if Riot has OCD, but the weapons he transformed into would basically only be used once, and then quickly change to other weapons. Judging from the types of weapons and the use of them, Riot can indeed be called a rare weapon master. However, there was a small problem. His attacks gave Rogge a feeling that they were flashy but not practical. Is he deliberately showing off his skills? Rogge looked at Riot with some doubts. Just when Rogge was thinking about whether Riot is showing off his skills or OCD, Venom started to take a defensive posture. He was starting to find it hard to continue fighting with his life on the line. As a newly promoted Lord-class symbiotic demon, Venom's foundation was far inferior to Riot's. Moreover, the psychological shadow that appeared from time to time further affected his performance. If possible, Venom certainly hoped that he could use a tough stance to directly kill Riot, but the gap in strength would not change because of his personal wishes. At this time, both of Venom's hands had turned into black shields that were half the height of a person, constantly blocking wave after wave of attacks. At the same time, Venom silently calculated the remaining energy in his body. Half an hour. He could only last for half an hour at most, and then he would revert back to his original, defenseless state. After confirming that he could no longer defeat Riot with his own strength, Venom set his eyes on Rogge in the distance. Then, he saw a strange scene. At this moment, Rogge's eyes were closed and his right hand was supporting his tilted head. His breathing was calm. Did he fall asleep? At this moment, Venom suddenly felt like he had met a scumbag. What happened to the promise? Didn't we agree that when I can't solve Riot, you will solve it? Looking at Rogge, who seemed to have fallen asleep, Venom suddenly roared and then took the initiative to face Riot. Relying on others was unreliable. Instead of praying for others' help, it was better to fight for an opportunity with his life. Since Venom could bring his symbiotic demon army to fight everywhere in order to become stronger, then, the current Venom could of course fight desperately for revenge and survival. I don't want to be a laughingstock in other people's mouth anymore. I don't want to be a joke in my race anymore. I absolutely don't want to be called trash again. Venom's rationality began to gradually disappear and was replaced by pure instinct for revenge. In the past, Venom would feel lucky to have survived by a fluke. But now, he would only do everything to take revenge. F***ck honor, F***ck promotion, F***ck becoming stronger. I just want to tear this bastard in front of me alive. The shields in Venom's hands had long disappeared, and the sharp claws emitting cold light appeared again. Tear him apart. When Venom's mentality changed, Rogge in the distance and Riot in front of Venom immediately noticed his change. Venom's white eyes that had no eyeballs turned blood red. Not only that, but Venom's figure also began to change. His body, which originally had some elasticity, became extremely hard at this time, and his black body exuded a dark metallic light. Dang 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 dang! The weapon in Riot's hand hit Venom's body, making a crisp sound of metal colliding. What's going on with this guy? What's going on? Looking at Venom, who had suddenly become different from the others, Riot was puzzled. Just a minute ago, he still had the upper hand. As a result, Venom turned his head and glanced at the Earthling, and he became like this. Thinking of this, Riot suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at Rogge in the distance. At this time, Rogge was completely different from before. Not only was he not asleep, but he also stood up from the wooden chair, looking at the mutated Venom with satisfaction. He wasn't asleep, and the reason why he acted like that was nothing more than to see what Venom would do. If Venom brought Riot over after seeing him asleep, then he would deal with Riot as promised. But if Venom didn't bring Riot over, then he would give Venom a big gift that he couldn't refuse. The strongest Lord-level symbiotic body. As long as Venom can show the belief of revenge even at the cost of his life, as long as Venom has this mentality of only relying on his own strength to fight against a strong enemy, then he will help Venom become the strongest Lord-level symbiotic body. Some things can be obtained through acquired training, such as a certain degree of strength and ability. There are also some things that can never be obtained through acquired training. For example, beliefs, such as mentality. When Venom made this choice, he may not have thought so much. But on Rogge's side, Venom's choice just now made him very satisfied. Riot was able to stand out among hundreds of millions of symbiotic bodies and become one of the few Lord-level symbiotic bodies, indicating that he is not the kind of idiot who only knows how to use brute force. So after seeing the satisfied look on Rogge's face and the sudden mutation of Venom, Riot decisively made the choice to retreat. There is something wrong with Venom, and there is also something wrong with that Earthling. Retreat first, and then slowly settle accounts with Venom later. As soon as this thought appeared in Riot's mind, Rogge's voice came over. Would release trapping beast cage. Chapter 290. Rogge clasped his hands together, and rows of square wood rose from the ground, quickly building an enclosed space the size of a football field. The name beast cage was just casually given by him, and it has no special meaning. Moreover, what he used at this time was not a Mokuton ninjutsu, but a simple use of Mokuton. If he doesn't like the name Beast Cage, he can change it to Coliseum or Wembley Stadium, and it won't affect the effect at all. It's rare for Venom to enter a berserk state. If he lets Riot escape at this time, Rogge will despise himself. With the appearance of the Mokuton cage, Riot finally understood Rogge's plan. This guy wants me to die here and become the target of Venom's devouring. After realizing this, Riot no longer held back, and the energy in his body surged wildly. Riot's yellow body suddenly skyrocketed, reaching 10 meters in an instant. After that, the gigantic Riot punched Venom, who had gone berserk, and ran towards Rogge. First deal with this Earthling, then deal with Venom. Although Riot doesn't know why Venom has become this berserk state. But one thing he can be sure of is that Venom's berserk state won't last long. If the energy in Venom's body was declining steadily in a gentle manner before, then now, the energy in Venom's body is declining rapidly like diving into a pool, burning frantically in a state of burning his life force. This desperate berserk state made Venom burst out far more powerful than before, but it also consumed Venom's energy quickly. According to Riot's estimation, Venom can only continue to maintain the berserk state for more than a minute, and then he will collapse without any suspense. More than a minute, this time is not long. But if he chooses to resist, it will also cause a lot of trouble for him. Therefore, Riot decisively changed the target, adjusting the attack target to Rogge, and at the same time delaying Venom's time. Riot's choice can't be said to be wrong, it can even be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. He can take the opportunity to waste Venom's little remaining time, and he can also kill Rogge, who is not pleasing to the eye, during this time. Their choice was correct, but the Riot had overlooked two very important issues. Venom, in his berserk state, would not let him leave, and Rogge was not as weak as he thought. Although the physiques of Earthlings were weak in the eyes of the symbiotic demons, the physiques of humans could not be lumped together. Rogge was the one who couldn't be lumped together. Rogge didn't have any intention of moving as he watched the chaos rushing towards him. He just snorted disdainfully. Riot hadn't run far when 4 or 5 tentacles as thick as an arm appeared behind him like chains. Then, he pulled Riot, who was 10 meters tall. Bang! Riot did not expect Venom's counterattack to come so quickly. Due to the inertia, Riot fell heavily on the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Before Riot could fight back, Venom, who was far away, suddenly retracted his tentacles. He flew into the air and landed on Riot's back. Then, there was a dazzling tearing. The larger Riot was like being pounced on by a mad wild dog at this time, and the pain of his body being torn apart quickly occupied all his thoughts. Although Venom in the berserk state still maintained his previous size, his attack power and defense have undergone a qualitative change. Previously, it was the weapons transformed by Venom that couldn't break through Riot's armor. But now, Riot's weapons couldn't hurt Venom's body. Although Riot was still alive at this time, and he was fiercely resisting Venom's bite. However, the overall situation has been decided. Venom's berserk state can only last for more than a minute, but this minute will be the most difficult minute in Riot's life, and it will also be the last minute of his life. When Venom tore Riot's huge body apart and grabbed Riot's body, Venom opened his arms and roared towards the sky. Ah! Venom's furious roar resounded through the world, as if announcing his return to the entire symbiotic demons. Riot, who was thrown aside by Venom, was just about to transform his body again when Venom suddenly pounced on him and devoured him, devouring him alive. At this time, Riot was not as violent as before. He had lost all ability to resist. Now Riot still had a lot of energy and had enough power to fight back. But Venom didn't care about this at all, he just kept biting Riot's body, devouring the enemy who changed his life bite by bite. All the unwillingness, all the anger, all the hatred, at this time, turned into Venom's appetite, making him devour Riot crazily. When Venom devoured the symbiotic demons the first 2 times, Rogge would turn his back, not wanting to witness the cruel and disgusting scene of Venom eating. But this time, he didn't turn around, he just watched Venom eat without saying a word. It didn't take long for Riot's body to be completely devoured by Venom's blood-red eyes, leaving no trace behind. After devouring Riot, Venom stood up silently, his blood-red eyes looked at Rogge, then his whole body fell back weakly and completely fainted. It's over. Venom's revenge battle is officially over. Looking at Venom lying motionless on the ground, Rogge used wood release to make a half-meter-high wooden bed for Venom, and sat back on the high-back wooden chair. Time passed by little, in Rogge's perception, many symbiotic demons gathered outside the wooden cage. Several of the bolder symbiotic demons even had the idea of climbing in. For these symbiotic demons, the strongest was only an ordinary army level. Rogge had no intention of making a move, he didn't even have the thought of standing up. In order to dispel the curious thoughts of these symbiotic demons, and also to let Venom have a quiet sleeping environment, he exuded a terrifying aura that was more powerful than the Lord-level symbiotic demons. Of course, when he exuded his aura, he deliberately avoided Venom who was sleeping. The moment Rogge's aura swept through, the symbiotic demons that gathered seemed to have encountered the most terrifying existence in the depths of their souls, and they trembled involuntarily. Then, they showed their fastest speed and fled into the distance without looking back. Not long after, all the symbiotic demons within a 10-mile radius disappeared. After sleeping for more than 6 hours, he finally woke up after swallowing the rioting Venom. Glancing at the wooden bed under him, Venom slowly came to Rogge and silently thanked him. Let's go, we still have 25 symbiotic demons to catch. Originally, there were still 28 symbiotic demons to catch, but when asking about Riot's whereabouts, the 3 symbiotic demons that were asked for directions were also thrown into the summon scroll by Rogge. Chapter 291. Can you still devour other symbiotic demons now? Or do you need to digest them first? After leaving the wooden cage, Rogge asked Venom. He didn't just say that he wanted to make Venom the strongest Lord-level symbiotic demon, he really intends to do so. After all, if Venom becomes stronger, he can also relax a little. Anytime. Are you going to continue to feed me? He doesn't know if it's because of his successful revenge. Venom's mood at this time is obviously much better than before, and he even took the initiative to joke. Don't use the word feed, it will make me look a little perverted. But I do have plans to make you stronger, as a gift for your successful revenge. Rogge explained simply. He wouldn't tell Venom that this was something he had already decided on a long time ago. I definitely don't mind devouring a few more Lord-level symbiotic demons, but if you really do this, we may be collectively hunted down by other Lord-level symbiotic demons. Losing 1 or 2 Lord-level symbiotic demons is nothing for the symbiotic demons, it's just a normal replacement phenomenon. But if I continue to hunt other Lord-level symbiotic demons with you, we will become the public enemy of the whole planet. After devouring 2 Lord-level symbiotic demons, Berserk and Berserk, Venom's strength has changed dramatically. Even if he can't compare to Berserk at his peak state, he is not far behind. This also means that the vast majority of Lord-level symbiotic demons will not be his opponent. If he joins forces with Rogge, the two of them can capture all the Lord-level symbiotic demons in just a few days. The public enemy of the whole planet? Do you still care about this kind of thing? Rogge replied with a smile. Since the two of them came here from Earth, they have been regarded as invaders of this planet. The public enemy of the planet or something, they have been since the beginning. Of course I don't mind. Venom opened his big mouth full of fangs and smiled. Rogge and Venom happily reached a consensus and embarked on the journey to capture other Lord-level symbiotic demons. At the same time, on a mountain peak several hundred kilometers away from them, a Lord-class symbiotic demon that resembled a dinosaur was discussing something with a colossal symbiotic demon that resembled an octopus. The news that Venom had returned and defeated the riot spread throughout the symbiotic planet during the few hours that Venom was asleep. Although the symbiotic demon planet did not have any technological products, when the symbiotic demons gossiped, the speed at which news spread was not any slower than Earth with the internet. The grudge between Venom and Riot was no secret among the symbiotic demons. After all, the matter of Riot tearing apart half of Venom's main body and helping her friend to advance to army level was a big news that was rarely seen in hundreds of years among the cold-hearted symbiotic demons. Many symbiotic demons even suspected that Riot had developed some kind of relationship with his friend that went beyond friendship. This conjecture was also the most popular one back then. If it wasn't for the fact that symbiotic demons were creatures that reproduced asexually, this conjecture would most likely become a reality. The dinosaur symbiotic demon and the octopus symbiotic demon were plotting something, and in other places on the symbiotic planet, different scenes of Lord-class symbiotic demons were also playing out. Venom defeated Riot, which means that Venom has become a Lord-class symbiotic demon. Thinking about the possible outcome of Riot, it was not difficult to guess how strong Venom, a newly promoted Lord-class symbiotic demon, was. However, these Lord-class symbiotic demons ignored a small problem, that is, before Venom defeated Riot, he also devoured the top 10 Lord-class tyranny. This also led to a problem, that is, the evaluation of Venom's strength by these Lord-class symbiotic demons was generally low. Riot's strength was not outstanding among the Lord-class symbiotic demons, so Venom who defeated and even devoured him would not have a high evaluation. If that incident hadn't happened back then, Venom might have been promoted to Lord class long ago. In a plain, a brown giant symbiotic demon with only one eye said slowly. Opposite him was a black symbiotic demon that looked like a legendary demon. Riot died in the hands of Venom, this is not a big deal. The death of one or two Lord-class symbiotic demons is not a big deal. But I heard that Venom was not the only one who made a move this time, there is also an Earthling beside him. The black symbiotic demon said with some dissatisfaction. No matter how the symbiotic demons fight, it is our race's business. It is indeed inappropriate for an Earthling to intervene. After a few seconds of silence, the brown giant symbiotic demon replied. I'll leave Venom to you, and I'll leave that Earthling to me. I heard that the Earthling's strength is not bad. I want to meet this guy who dared to take the initiative to come to the mother planet to cause trouble. The demon symbiotic demon looked up at the brown giant symbiotic demon and took the initiative to invite him. For Lord-class symbiotic demons, whose lives are simple and boring, there are not many things that can interest them. A newly promoted Lord-class symbiotic demon and an Earthling who should have some strength are very in line with their standards of having fun. Not only did the demon symbiotic demon have this idea, but other Lord-class symbiotic demons also more or less had this idea. Of course, those Lord-class symbiotic demons who were not as strong as Riot would definitely not have this idea. Then what are we waiting for? If we are late, the fun will become someone else's. As soon as the voice fell, the brown giant symbiotic demon, who was more than 10 meters tall, took the lead and ran in the direction where Rogge and Venom were. At the same time, other Lord-class symbiotic demons who were trying to have fun also rushed to the location where Rogge and Venom were. On this ordinary day, on this planet, more than 20 Lord-class symbiotic demons made the same choice. At this time, Rogge and Venom did not realize that they had now become the hotcakes in the eyes of other Lord-class symbiotic demons. A fresh entertainment that can spice up their boring lives. Half an hour later, Rogge felt the life energy signals of 3 Lord-class symbiotic demons. An hour later, the life energy signals of the Lord-class symbiotic demons reached 15. An hour and a half later, the number of Lord-class symbiotic demons that appeared in front of them reached an astonishing 27. Are they here to celebrate your promotion to Lord-class? Looking at the Lord-class symbiotic demons in the distance, each taller than the other, each more peculiar than the other, Rogge asked curiously. What do you think? Unlike Rogge, who was not nervous at all, Venom at this time was fully alert and entered a combat posture at any time. Chapter 292. 27 Lord-level symbiotic demons appeared together. This kind of phenomenon, even in the entire long history of the symbiotic demons, could be counted on one hand. At the very least, Venom couldn't remember the last time something like this happened. This is what I call the planet's public enemy, Venom said to Rogge in an extremely serious tone. While speaking, his eyes didn't dare to leave the Lord-level symbiotic demons in the distance. The lineup is quite big, but this is also quite good. At least after this battle, you can be considered to have completely left your name in the history of the symbiotic demons. The opportunity to leave one's name in history is not something that anyone can have. To be honest, the appearance of these Lord-level symbiotic demons at the same time was indeed a bit beyond Rogge's expectations. In his estimation, at most, there would be 2 or 3 Lord-level symbiotic demons who would come to find trouble with them. But it turned out that there were more Lord-level symbiotic demons than he imagined. This kind of opportunity can lead to death. Venom was indeed full of confidence in Rogge, but he still didn't think that he and Rogge could defeat 27 Lord-level symbiotic demons. No, not only could they not defeat them, they might not even be able to leave alive. 1 or 2 Lord-level symbiotic demons working together was nothing. 4 or 5 Lord-level symbiotic demons working together could barely deal with it. But 27 Lord-level symbiotic demons working together, this was no longer a matter of whether they could deal with it or not, but how long they could last. At this time, Venom began to wonder if Rogge had some invisible aggro aura on him that could attract so many Lord-level symbiotic demons. People will indeed die, but it will definitely not be you or me. You pick 2 symbiotic demons that meet the devouring standard and deal with them yourself. As for the rest, leave them to me. Rogge's tone was as flat as ever, as if he was talking about how to divide the fruits he just bought. After hearing Rogge's words, Venom turned his head and looked at him in disbelief. What does that mean? Is he planning to fight against 25 Lord-level symbiotic demons alone? Were all the youngsters nowadays so arrogant? In terms of age, Venom was at least dozens of times older than Rogge. From his point of view, it was not an exaggeration to say that Rogge was a young man. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Rogge actually intended to take on 25 Lord-rank symbiotic demons by himself. 25. Lord Symbiotic Demon. They weren't the soldier class or elite class symbiotic demons that could be seen everywhere. Instead, they were the Lord class symbiotic demons that stood at the pinnacle of the symbiotic demons. They were the famous Lord class symbiotic demons. Venom wasn't the only one who felt that Rogge's words were ridiculous, even the Lord class symbiotic demons on the opposite side were stunned. Although Rogge's voice wasn't loud, he purposely used the universal language translator and chakra to transmit his voice so that the Horde leader symbiotic physiques in the distance could hear him clearly. Making sure that the Lord-class symbiotic physiques on the other side understood what he was saying was just for the sake of better acting cool. However, unlike Venom, these Lord-class symbiotic demons showed a ruthless sneer after hearing Rogge's words. What's the matter with this Earthling? Was he out of his mind? After staying on a backward planet like Earth for a long time, does he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? All kinds of ruthless sneers sounded one after another, and even some Lord-class symbiotic demons made indecent gestures towards Rogge that crossed different races and civilizations. Rogge didn't take the ridicule of these Lord-class symbiotic demons to heart. He just silently used summoning jutsu to summon the 4th Hokage's White Haori, Disaster Pistol, Flying Thor Kunao, Kusanagi Sword, Dwarf King Ai Choi and other equipment one by one. Amidst the ridicule of the Lord-class symbiotic demons, he unhurriedly put on the armor, and equipped the Disaster Pistol, Flying Thor Kunao, Kusanagi Sword and other weapons. Finally, under the gaze of all the symbiotic demons, he put on the 4th Hokage's White Haori. Venom thought that Rogge was just joking with himself to ease the somewhat tense environment. But after seeing Rogge fully armed, he suddenly realized that Rogge was serious. 1 against 25, he was serious. Have you chosen yet? I'm excited now. Rogge didn't intend to make a big scene on the symbiotic demon's planet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only brought 100 containers. But after seeing these 27 Lord-class symbiotic demons appear one after another, he suddenly had the idea of going all out. The last time he went all out was a bit of a long time ago. Warner Protoss's Sea God Njord, Dark Elf King Malekith. It seems that there were only these 2 times. Roger quickly tried to recall what had happened. Dinosaur and Demon. Venom pointed to the 2 Lord-class symbiotic demons. He didn't say the names of the 2 Lord-class symbiotic demons, because if he only said the names, Rogge wouldn't know which one it was. No problem, these 2 are yours, as for the rest, they are mine. As soon as his voice fell, the chakra in Rogge's body surged wildly, and his whole person instantly entered the battle state. He clapped his hands, and a wood release ninjutsu was cast by him. Wood release, wood clone. On the ground behind Rogge, 4 wood carvings that were exactly the same as him suddenly emerged. Then, the 4 wood carvings separated and turned into wood clones that were exactly the same as him. This time, he didn't summon the shadow clone that he usually uses, but summoned the wood clone that has better resistance. Summoning the wood clone, in addition to the outstanding resistance of the wood clone, there is another reason that only he understands. When these 4 wood clones stood on his left and right sides, he did something that he wanted to do for a long time, but he never had the chance to do it. Susanoo. The main body and the 4 wood clones said at the same time, and 5 light blue Susanoo with muscles and meridians appeared at the same time. This is the second stage of Susanoo, and also the peak state that Rogge's current Susanoo can reach. At the moment when these 5 Susanoo appeared, Rogge's momentum also reached the peak, and his insufferably arrogant momentum instantly swept over all the Lord-class symbiotic demons on the opposite side. At this time, although Rogge didn't say a word, he used his momentum to convey a message to the Lord-class symbiotic demons on the opposite side. I'm right here, come at me if you have the guts. Although it's impossible to recreate the famous scene of Uchiha Madara using 25 Susanoo against the 5 Kage, Rogge can create his own famous scene. 5 Susanoo against 25 Lord-class symbiotic demons. Chapter 293. 5 Susanoos spread out in a row, coupled with the imposing manner of looking down on the world, Rogge used his actions to prove what was called arrogance. Looking at Rogge, who took the initiative to provoke them, the Lord-class symbiotic demons in the distance showed an unhappy look. All along, it was only them who looked down on others. When did it become their turn to be looked down upon? And now, it wasn't the symbiotic demons who didn't put them in their eyes. Arrogant, ignorant, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Although these Lord-class symbiotic demons didn't say anything, they all gave the same evaluation of Rogge. As for Venom, it was ruthlessly ignored by them. Although Rogge's behavior made these Lord-class symbiotic demons very unhappy, they still didn't intend to join forces to attack. If he wanted them to join forces, Rogge still needed to show strength worthy of their cooperation. The Susanoo's appearance and imposing manner were impeccable, but just these were not enough to make these Lord-class symbiotic demons join forces to attack. Although Rogge didn't know what these Lord-class symbiotic demons were thinking, after seeing that they didn't intend to take the initiative to attack, he made his move. Bang bang bang! Rogge raised his disaster pistol and casually fired 3 spiral electromagnetic gun bullets. 3 palm-sized blue and white rays Nan drew 3 straight blue and white lines in the air, instantly arriving in front of these Lord-class symbiotic demons. Then, there were 3 terrifying explosions. Rumble! A terrifying explosion like a supernova instantly appeared. 3 blue and white light balls rose like a mushroom cloud. The dazzling blue and white light instantly occupied the whole sky. An energy storm symbolizing destruction and death crazily swept through everything in the surroundings. Silver-white electric current, astonishing hurricanes, and terrifying shockwaves were born at the same time, jointly creating a scene of doomsday. The earth began to crack, the sky began to lose its color, spiderweb-like cracks and earthquake-like tremors appeared one after another. These Lord-class symbiotic demons didn't expect that Rogge could actually release such a powerful attack. What made them even more shocked was that Rogge, who released such a powerful energy attack, still looked calm and relaxed. At this moment, they finally understood why Rogge dared to say that he would take on 25 Lord-class symbiotic demons alone. They finally understood why Venom, who had fallen to the bottom of his life, was able to rise back to the Lord tier and defeat Riot for revenge. This Earthling had the strength to match his arrogance. The might of the 3 Helix electromagnetic cannons was indeed astonishing, but it was still a little weak to defeat these Lord-class symbiotic demons that had lived for who knew how many years. Even Tyrannical could withstand a spiral railgun by himself and survive. Among these Lord-class symbiotic demons, there were many who were stronger than the Tyrant. Moreover, there were more of them, so each of them received less damage. Of course, it was impossible for them to be killed instantly. Rogge didn't expect these 3 electromagnetic cannons to kill the Lord-class symbiotic demons. The reason he fired those 3 spiral electromagnetic cannons was to tell these Lord-class symbiotic demons that if they wanted to defeat him, they had to work together. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance. For both sides in a battle, words weren't the only thing that could be used to communicate. Attacks could also be used. Sure enough, as soon as the power of the Helix electromagnetic cannons began to dissipate, 3 or 4 Lord-class symbiotic demons rushed towards him. And behind these 3 or 4 Lord-class symbiotic demons, there was a second attack team. That's right, this is more like it. When these Lord-class symbiotic demons rushed towards him, Rogge and the 4 wood clones performed the same ninjutsu at the same time. Katon, Grand Fire Annihilation. How could he not use Katon to deal with the symbiotic demons? 5 flames converged into a true sea of fire, showing the amazing power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and the orange-red flames became the undisputed protagonist. The entire plane became as hot as purgatory. The power of Grand Fire Annihilation was unquestionable, but the Lord-class symbiotic demons weren't pushovers either. The terrifying flames and the astonishing temperature could burn the bodies of these Lord-class symbiotic demons, but it couldn't stop them from advancing. Just a few seconds after Rogge finished casting Grand Flame Extinguisher, a few Lord-tier symbiotic demons rushed out of the sea of fire and arrived in front of Rogge. These Lord-class symbiotic demons that arrived in front of him had different forms. In addition to the common humanoid and bestial forms, Rogge also saw a relatively rare insect form. This was a Lord-class symbiotic demon that looked like a praying mantis. But it was different from ordinary praying mantis. This symbiotic demon was more than 6 meters tall, and had 4 sickle-like forelimbs. For a symbiotic demon, any form wasn't a problem. The only problem was that the form they took wasn't in line with their own aesthetics, and it wasn't suitable for them to display their strength. When these Lord-class symbiotic demons arrived in front of them, Rogge and the wood clone still didn't intend to move. Instead, they condensed chakra into Susanoo weapons. In the blink of an eye, 10 chakra swords appeared in Susanoo's hands. Double sword flow Susanoo. Without any command, the moment the chakra sword was formed, the 5 Susanoo simultaneously transformed into a dual-blade swordsmanship master. Dang 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 dang. The sound of metal colliding continued to resound, and the chakra in Susanoo's hand continuously hit the body of the Lord-level symbiotic body. And the weapons of these suzerain symbiotic demons also arrived at Susanoo's body one after another. Just like that, a primal and exquisite close combat battle began. Blades flashed and swords flashed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Although the body of the Lord-level symbiotic demons was comparable to steel, but in front of Susanoo's chakra swords, they were still very fragile. At this time, Susanoo was like a violent and skilled butcher, crazily stabbing and slashing these Lord-class symbiotic demons in front of it. No matter what kind of weapon these Lord-class symbiotic demons transformed into, no matter what kind of body they transformed into, the chakra swords in Susanoo's hands would cut their weapons, cut their bodies, and leave one astonishing wound after another on their body. This kind of fighting style may be useful for others, but for Rogge, who used Susanoo, it didn't have any meaning. With the protection of Susanoo, these Lord-class symbiotic demons couldn't even touch him, let alone injure him. This was Susanoo, the third kind of power that could only be unlocked after awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the power of God. Chapter 294. At this moment, Rogge suddenly had an inexplicable feeling that even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses in front of him, he would not retreat a single step. 5 Susanoo lined up in a row, like an indestructible line of defense, blocked all the enemies who were rushing towards them. Rogge's Susanoo at this time is only the second form of Susanoo. Even so, these Lord-class symbiotic demons couldn't do any harm to him. It didn't take long for the other Lord-class symbiotic demons to join the battle. Lord-class symbiotic demons of various shapes and colors surrounded Rogge and his wood clone. At this moment, Rogge and the wood clone were being attacked from all angles. All kinds of weapons and claws from different directions and angles hit Susanoo's body one after another. Even some Lord-class symbiotic demons, relying on their size advantage, directly pounced on Susanoo, trying to crush Chakra's Susanoo. Against the attacks of these Lord-class symbiotic demons, Rogge and his wood doppelganger retaliated by swinging their swords continuously. Although Chakra wasn't a godly weapon, it was more than enough to deal with these Lord-class symbiotic demons. According to the plan, Rogge and the wood clone would deal with 25 Lord-class symbiotic demons. However, these Lord-class symbiotic demons clearly had no intention of cooperating with Rogge's plan. Especially the dinosaur symbiotic body and the demon symbiotic body that were picked by Venom, they ignored Venom. The newly promoted Lord symbiotic body, Venom, was ignored just like that. This made Venom very unhappy, very unhappy. Therefore, Venom chose to take the initiative to participate in the battle, participating in the chaotic battle of the Lord-level symbiotic demons. However, Venom didn't expect that not long after he joined the melee, the Susanoo controlled by the wood clone grabbed him and threw him out. Before Venom could react, the Lord-level symbiotic body in dinosaur form and demon form was also caught by Susanoo and thrown near him. "Go play somewhere else and don't bother me." Although Rogge didn't speak, he expressed his meaning with practical actions, and he was sure that Venom could understand what he meant. After throwing Venom and the 2 Lord-class symbiotic demons away, he focused his attention on the nearby Lord-class symbiotic demons. Although the two-handed Susanoo showed amazing swordsmanship, the regeneration and recovery ability of the Lord-class symbiotic demons were also amazing. For ordinary life forms, these Lord-class symbiotic demons only need 1 or 2 breaths of time to completely recover. As a result, an unconventional picture was born. Susanoo's chakra longsword had no way to directly end these Lord-level symbiotic bodies, and Lord-level symbiotic bodies also couldn't break through Susanoo's defense. The battle scene looked very bloody, but it was far from reaching its climax. Killing these Lord-class symbiotic demons in a short period of time. The symbiotic demons is, and the symbiotic demons. The regeneration ability of the symbiotic demons is amazing, and the regeneration ability of the Lord-class symbiotic demons is almost immortal. If you want to kill these Lord-class symbiotic demons, you can either use a powerful attack to kill them or slowly wear them down. Rogge didn't like to fight for a long time, and he didn't need to kill these Lord-class symbiotic demons. 25 Lord-class symbiotic demons, if he killed them, it wouldn't be in line with his habit of making the best use of them. What's more, he didn't intend to kill these Lord-class symbiotic demons from the beginning. Don't look at how he is using Susanoo to madly attack these Lord-class symbiotic demons. But in fact, he just wants to consume the life energy of these Lord-class symbiotic demons to pave the way for the next step of his plan. After madly slashing these Lord-class symbiotic demons with chakra for a few minutes, Rogge and the wood clone dispelled chakra at the same time, and then used the same ninjutsu. Raiden Discharger 200 million volts. Without chakra, Susanoo grabbed the Lord-class symbiotic demons in front of it, and at the same time, a dazzling silver-white light erupted from its body. The terrifying silver-white electric current centered on Susanoo instantly spread to all the Lord-class symbiotic demons in the surrounding area. The scene that once played on Tyrannical was once again played out. But this time, it wasn't just one symbiotic demon that experienced the electric current flowing through their body, but a total of 25 symbiotic demons. In addition, this was also the first time that Rogge used this ninjutsu to the extreme. The silver-white electric current flowed through the body of each Lord-class symbiotic demon, causing their body to instantly scorch. The main body hidden in their body was also eroded by the electric current, making a sizzling sound like burning meat. When Rogge and the wood clone used Discharger 200 million volts, Venom and the other two Lord-class symbiotic demons didn't hesitate and decisively pulled away to avoid being affected by the electric current. Their reaction couldn't be said to be slow, but even so, there were still a few scattered silver-white lightning that hit their bodies, leaving charred scars on their bodies. Just like chakra, Discharger was also a ninjutsu to consume the life energy of these Lord-class symbiotic demons. So the moment the Discharger ninjutsu ended, the four wood clones once again used ninjutsu. Golden Seal. As soon as the silver-white lightning dissipated, hundreds of golden chakra chains rushed out from behind the wood clone and attacked the Lord-class symbiotic demons that haven't had time to get rid of their scorched bodies. Whether it was Susanoo or Raiden Discharger, they were just appetizers. Golden Seal was the real feast that Rogge prepared for these Lord-class symbiotic demons. These Lord-class symbiotic demons didn't have time to react, when the golden chakra chains had already arrived in front of them and firmly bound their bodies. The unique life form of the symbiotic demons allows them to change into any form to get rid of the shackles. But they would never have thought that the golden seal that Rogge used at this time was not an offensive ninjutsu, but a sealing technique used to bind them. After being bound by the chakra chains of golden seal, these Lord-class symbiotic demons have no possibility of leaving. Without any suspense, the bodies of these Lord-class symbiotic demons were pulled out of their bodies one by the chakra chains and pulled behind the wood clone. Rogge didn't use Golden Seal because he didn't want his body to become a vessel to bind these Lord-class symbiotic demons. And the wood clone obviously didn't have such thoughts. Under the gaze of Venom and the other two Lord-class symbiotic demons, the bodies of these Lord-class symbiotic demons were forcibly pulled into the wood clone's body. The bodies of 25 Lord-class symbiotic demons were in their hands. Chapter 295. Without the main body, the scorched bodies began to dissipate, and the whole battlefield became empty in an instant. After the wood clone pulled the 25 Lord-level symbiotic bodies into its body, Rogge didn't hesitate and instantly removed the Susanoo and the wood clone. In addition to being more resistant to beatings than the shadow clone, the wood clone also has a very significant feature, that is, the wood clone still has a physical body even after being removed. After removing the effect of the ninjutsu, the four wood clones turned into lifelike wooden carvings, standing motionless in the same place. The chakra in the wood clone disappeared, and the Lord-level symbiotic bodies that were pulled into the wooden carvings by the King Kong seal also lost their shackles. Just as these Lord-level symbiotic bodies tried to leave this weak cage, a powerful force instantly shrouded the wooden carvings, sealing the wooden carvings completely. Sealing Jutsu 4 symbol seal. The wood clone's body was just a container, and after adding the 4 symbol seal, it became the real seal container. The hope of these Lord-level symbiotic bodies to regain their freedom had just been ignited, but it was ruthlessly extinguished by Rogge. After doing so many things, how could he let these Lord-level symbiotic bodies leave so easily? First, he provoked these Lord-level symbiotic bodies, so that they would attack together in a state of anger. Then, he consumed their life energy, making them easier to seal. Finally, he used the wood clone as a seal container, completely sealing these Lord-level symbiotic bodies. From the beginning, Rogge didn't intend to kill these Lord-level symbiotic bodies. His goal was very clear from the beginning, that is, to seal them. Watching Rogge throw the wooden carvings with the 4 symbol seal into the summon scroll one by one, Venom suddenly had a feeling of what was going on. Just like those Lord-level symbiotic bodies that were sealed, Venom also thought that Rogge wanted to fight to the death with them. He didn't expect that Rogge's idea from the beginning was to seal these Lord-level symbiotic bodies. That was a total of 25 Lord-level symbiotic bodies. Sealing 25 Lord-level symbiotic bodies at once, solving all the problems at once. Was this the so-called way of doing things? Love, love. Venom didn't know how to describe his current mood because he found that he couldn't keep up with Rogge's pace at all. Venom knew that Rogge still had 25 idle containers in his hands, so he took it for granted that Rogge's approach at this time was to solve all the problems at once. But in fact, Rogge wasn't thinking about this at all. The containers made by Hinata can only hold army symbiotic demons at most. Trying to use those mass-produced containers to imprison suzerain symbiotic demons was looking down on the strength of suzerain symbiotic demons. Moreover, the reason he sealed these 25 suzerain symbiotic demons wasn't to complete his plan of capturing them. Rogge ignored Venom's shock and directly used quantum transmission to disappear. Leaving just like that? Wait, how can you leave just like that? What about me? What should I do? A few seconds after Rogge disappeared, Venom finally reacted. Rogge's disappearance was not only beyond Venom's expectations, but it also puzzled the remaining 2 suzerain symbiotic demons. After seeing Rogge seal 25 suzerain symbiotic demons at once, the dinosaur-looking and demon-looking symbiotic demons immediately had the idea of escaping. But after seeing Rogge leave without saying a word, they looked at each other tacitly, and then set their eyes on Venom at the same time. The Earthling left without saying a word, which means that Venom was. Regardless of whether Venom was abandoned or not, Rogge's departure is a good thing for these 2 suzerain symbiotic demons. Because this means that Venom has no reinforcements. Without any hesitation, the 2 suzerain symbiotic demons immediately attacked Venom, intending to solve the guy who caused so much trouble as soon as possible. Although the dinosaur-looking and demon-looking symbiotic demons are stronger than Venom, Rogge is not very worried about Venom's safety. Even if Venom is not the opponent of the 2 of them, it is not a problem for him to last for a while. Through quantum transmission, Rogge directly came to the Golden Jack in outer space. During the time when Venom swallowed Riot and fell asleep, the Golden Jack controlled by Hinata had already arrived near the symbiotic demon planet, waiting for Rogge's return. At this time, there was no one on the Golden Jack except for Rogge and Hinata. The modified Golden Jack doesn't need any extra operators, and Hinata can handle everything alone. Hinata, the Black Death Sword plan can start now. After coming to a specific laboratory, Rogge took out the 4 wood clone containers from the summon scroll. Then, he summoned another wood clone and handed the real summon scroll to the wood clone. Without any instructions, the wood clone, who got the summon scroll, used quantum transmission to leave the Golden Jack and return to the symbiotic demon planet. Rogge didn't intend to participate in the rest of the capture plan personally. With the wood clone and Venom, it was only a matter of time before the remaining 25 containers were filled. The reason why Rogge brought Venom to the symbiotic demon planet was to capture enough symbiotic demons. Then, he would create the Black Death Sword that the god of symbiotic demons, Nar, once owned. The Black Death Sword is the ancestor of all symbiotic demons. The weakness of the symbiotic demons is that they are afraid of high temperature and sound waves. This is the after effect of the forging process, which was then passed down to generations of symbiotic demons. The Black Death Sword in Nar's hand has the power to slay gods in the truest sense. Even the head of a celestial god can be cut off with a single sword. Even Garl, who accidentally got the Black Death Sword, could gain the prestige of a god slayer with the help of the Black Death Sword. If he can find the real Black Death Sword, Rogge doesn't mind taking it for himself. But the problem is that he doesn't know where god slayer Garl is now, or even if Garl exists. So before getting the real Black Death Sword, he intends to make a replica for himself, just like when he asked Tani to make the Rumbling Thunder fan and the Kusanagi sword. But this time, he plans to do it himself. Symbiotic demons, to a certain extent, can be regarded as raw materials for the Black Death Sword. What he needs to do now is to use these symbiotic demons to create his own Black Death Sword. Of course, this kind of weapon creation plan, which is only based on theory and calculation, is bound to have accidents, so he went to the symbiotic demon planet to capture symbiotic demons so that he has enough raw materials. Even if all of them fail, it doesn't matter, he can just go to the symbiotic demon planet again. And the raw materials this time are better than he imagined. Chapter 296. When formulating the Black Death Sword plan, Rogge wasn't very clear about the specific classification of the symbiotes. His original idea was that as long as the symbiote captured was not much worse than venom, it could be used as the raw material for the Black Death Sword. Of course, the venom used as the standard refers to the venom when he was still on Earth, not the venom that has been promoted to the Lord grade now. After coming to the symbiote planet and knowing the classification of the symbiotes, he raised the standard of raw materials to the Army grade. However, he didn't expect that those Lord grade symbiotes, after knowing about him and Venom, would actually form a team and appear in front of them, and there were 27 of them. In the face of this surprise gift that was almost equivalent to falling from the sky, Rogge of course could only accept it with a smile. As a result, the standard of the Black Death Sword's raw material was once again raised because of the collective appearance of these Lord-grade symbiotes. Although Rogge has no experience in forging weapons, he is very sure of one thing, that is, the better the raw material, the better the quality of the weapon forged. In this specially modified weapon forging room, Rogge came to a wood clone container, and then took the initiative to open the 4-symbol seal on the wood clone. The moment the 4-symbol seal was opened, the Lord-grade symbiotes in the wood clone once again saw the light of hope that symbolized freedom. But before they had time to get rid of the shackles, the 4-symbol seal closed again, firmly sealing them in the wood clone. The opening and closing of the 4-symbol seal all happened in a flash, so short that it was like a false illusion of freedom. However, these Lord-grade symbiotes quickly discovered that the scene just now was not an illusion. There was one less resident in the wood clone. Of the 4 wood avatars, 3 of them had 6 symbiotic demons sealed within them. And the wood clone that Rogge chose had 7 symbiotes sealed inside. By opening the 4-symbol seal, he forcibly dragged out a Lord-grade symbiote from inside, and then sealed it again. After taking out this lucky symbiote, Rogge didn't even look at it, and threw the mucus-like symbiote into the mold. He doesn't need to participate in the specific forging process, the specific forging process will be handled by Hinata. In order to let these symbiotes revert to the form of the Black Death Sword, in the past month, Hinata has seriously browsed a huge amount of weapon forging knowledge, making herself a theoretical weapon forging master. In addition, Hinata also used venom as a sample and conducted a lot of research and calculations, obtaining a large amount of first-hand data. So to a certain extent, Hinata is worthy of being the first symbiote weapon symbiote. As for whether or not the sword symbiotes, Black Death Sword, or not. If Hinata really couldn't do it, he had a backup plan. Dwarf King A.I. With his S relationship, he's SSST. After throwing the symbiotic demon into the mold, Rogge sat down on a nearby chair and waited patiently. SSSSSSSS. What he had to do was just to take the symbiote out of the wood clone and provide Hinata with some chakra from time to time. After all, this was a weapon made for him, so the weapon made must be able to adapt to chakra. The sound of metal colliding constantly sounded, and the symbiote lord in the mold kept screaming miserably. Under Hinata's control, the symbiote lord in the mold kept changing its form, little by little, getting closer to the shape Rogge wanted. Although the plan was called the Black Death Sword Plan, what Rogge asked Hinata to make wasn't a sword. Compared to a sword, he actually preferred a katana. The reason was simple: using a katana to cut people was more domineering. And this time, he didn't use the common Japanese katana, but combined the characteristics of the Tang katana and the Ming dynasty's embroidery katana to design a brand new katana. This katana was closer to the style of China's katana, and the arc was between a straight katana and a curved katana. It was both convenient for slashing and stabbing. The first symbiote lord didn't last long in Hinata's hands, and it helplessly lost its life and turned into a pool of liquid without any signs of life. In this regard, Rogge wasn't surprised, and he took out the second symbiote from the wood clone. Because of the first experience, the second symbiote lord lasted a little longer, but in the end, it still died in the mold. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. After killing 5 symbiote lords in a row, Hinata finally obtained enough data, and the success of the plan finally began to emerge. The 6th symbiote lord was successfully stabilized into a katana. Then the 7th, 8th, and 9th symbiote lords were thrown into the mold. With the 6th symbiote lord as the embryo, the 7th, 8th, and 9th symbiote lords were smoothly integrated, and the embryo was further formed. The next thing was relatively simple. Hinata continued to purify the embryo, and Rogge continued to add symbiote lords, chakra, and some reality gems to the mold to adjust and stabilize the state. The forging process was boring, but Rogge and Hinata didn't have any impatience, and they focused on cooking the symbiote lords in the mold. Nearly a week has passed since the beginning of the forging process. Venom and the wood clone have already completed the capture plan and returned to the Golden Jack. In the past few days, Venom witnessed his own kind being thrown into the mold one by one, and then he didn't feel anything. Symbiotes were originally a race that didn't have many emotions. Even if it was their own descendants, it was the same. Therefore, Venom didn't feel any sadness or pity for the suffering of those symbiote lords. Instead, he became a bystander with great interest. Venom knew very well what Rogge wanted, and he also wanted to see what kind of power a weapon made with symbiote lords as raw materials would have. When the mold, which had been running for almost a week, calmed down, and the weapon in the mold revealed its true appearance, Rogge and Venom showed the same puzzled look. Is this the weapon made by the symbiote lords? It looks very ordinary. At this time, what appeared in front of them was a black katana more than 1 meter long. The blade was slightly curved, and the hilt was integrated with the blade. The blade was a typical senkaku style. There were patterns in the shape of auspicious clouds on the pitch-black blade, and the blade was dim and lightless. 20 Lord-class symbiotic demons were able to create such a blade. Venom couldn't see what was special about this black katana at all. In his opinion, this katana was not as good as Rogge's current Kusanagi sword. Chapter 297. Not only did Venom feel that this black blade was a bit too ordinary, even Rogge himself felt that the black blade was a little different from what he had imagined. There was no problem with the appearance of the black blade, it was exactly the same as the one he had designed. Even the auspicious cloud patterns on the blade were the same. But the problem was that he did not feel any energy from this black blade. Not to mention the energy contained in the 20 Lord-level symbiotic demons, just the energy from the chakra and reality gem that he had injected was not a small amount. But now, he did not feel any energy. I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Rogge's face was ugly as he came in front of the black blade. He slowly stretched out his right hand and held the black blade that he had high hopes for. Light blue chakra appeared in his right hand and then slowly flowed towards the black blade. When chakra completely enveloped the black blade and slowly flowed into it, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was indeed no energy in the black blade. That was because all the energy in the black blade had been consumed. When his chakra entered the black blade seemed to come alive and crazily devoured his chakra, like a hungry wolf that had been hungry for days devouring its prey. After injecting nearly a full amount of chakra, the black blade finally stopped devouring chakra and calmed down again. After devouring a large amount of chakra, although the black blade's appearance did not change, the aura it exuded had undergone an earth-shattering change. The black saber from before gave people the feeling that it was just an ordinary saber. It was neither sharp nor outstanding. But now, the black blade exuded an aura of destruction and death like an ancient beast. After seriously looking at the black blade in his hand and casually swinging it a few times, Rogge nodded with satisfaction. The weight was suitable, the shape was good, and it was very easy to use. The fusion of chakra was also very smooth. Come with me to the training room. Before Venom had time to speak, the brilliant light of quantum transmission completely enveloped him. If you want to test whether a blade is useful or not, the best way is actual combat. I'll try not to hurt you. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge launched an attack on Venom. Because he was testing the power of the black blade, Rogge did not use ninjutsu, but used taijutsu. Facing Rogge's attack, Venom did not hesitate. His hands immediately turned into huge scimitars and slashed directly at Rogge. Venom knew what kind of strength Rogge had, so he didn't dare to be careless at this time and used his full strength. Chi! Chi! Venom's hands turned into scimitars and arrived in front of Rogge at lightning speed, then left his body. Rogge originally wanted to use the black blade to block Venom's attack, but he never expected that the moment the black blade came into contact with the scimitar formed by Venom, the black blade would display an unimaginable sharpness. It was as if the black saber had cut through a soft cake. It went straight through the machetes and cut the two machetes that were about the same size as him in half. How could it be so sharp? Rogge and Venom didn't expect Black Blade to be so sharp. It was so sharp that they were caught off guard. The scimitar formed by Venom was instantly cut off, and Rogge decisively retracted his blade. At that moment, he inexplicably had an impulse to directly cut Venom's head. But as soon as this thought rose, it was forcibly suppressed by him. Will this blade affect the user? Rogge couldn't help but frown at this discovery. The sharpness shown by the black blade surprised him, but the fact that the black blade can affect his rationality surprised him even more. What he needs is a weapon that he can fully control, not a weapon that will affect him in turn. What happened just now? Venom looked at the smooth-cut surface on his hands and then looked at the frowning Rogge, and asked with a puzzled face. There is something wrong with this blade. Rogge did not look up, his eyes were fixed on the black blade in his hand, and answered in a serious tone. You go out first, I need to deal with the problem of this blade. After that, Rogge inserted the black blade on the floor of the training room and sat down directly. Although Venom did not know what happened, after seeing Rogge's actions, he did not hesitate and left the training room without looking back. After taking a few deep breaths, the three tomo patterns in Rogge's eyes changed into a kaleidoscope pattern. He was now certain that this black saber possessed the characteristics of a living being. Although this seemed a bit unimaginable, it was the truth. In simpler words, this is a unique life form with the shape of a blade. When the black blade swallowed chakra, he already felt that something was wrong. The moment the black blade tried to affect his rationality, he was even more certain of this speculation. Come out, I know you are in there. Rogge's body surged out light blue chakra and wrapped the black blade, and at the same time, he controlled chakra to carefully explore the interior of the black blade. Not willing to respond? Then don't blame me for forcing you out. Since chakra could not be forced out, he would use the kaleidoscope's eye power. He had done some special research on strengthening and using eye power. As for why he suddenly went to study eye power, it was a rather boring question. After plundering the ability of quantum teleportation from Gordon, he was considering a problem how to use Tsukuyomi on targets without eyes. Although there were no people on Earth who were born without eyes, it might be possible if the scope was expanded to the entire universe. There were many races in the universe, and it was not impossible for one or two races to be born without eyes. Therefore, he began the research of using Tsukuyomi on targets without eyes. Of course, the research failed. Tsukuyomi's characteristics determined that this eye power could only be used on targets with eyes. The research failed, but during the research process, he inexplicably began the research of eye power. Or rather, the research of how to further increase the range of eye power. Eye power, as the name implied, was the power of the eyes and could only be used through the eyes. Unlike Tsukuyomi, there weren't many restrictions on the use of eye power. Regardless of whether the other party had eyes or not, eye power could be used on the target. From this level, the kaleidoscope's eye power was somewhat similar to the psyche power that had been mutated by the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for psyche power, it could be used on all living beings. Regardless of whether the other party had eyes or not, regardless of the other party's racial form, psyche power could be used as long as the other party was a life form with a soul. What Rogge was doing now was to use the kaleidoscope's eye power as psyche power. He used the kaleidoscope's eye power to force out the fellow who was unwilling to appear. Chapter 298. Theoretically speaking, there is no problem in using the eye power as spiritual force. But after all, this is the first time Rogge has done this, so he is not very sure what the final result will be. But even if it fails, there won't be any serious consequences. At worst, he will just have to find another way. Under the control of Rogge, the invisible eye power began to slowly enter the black sword in front of him, as if it entered the body of a real creature. When the eye power of the Mangekyo Sharingan entered the black sword, Rogge finally found a hidden consciousness in the deepest corner of the black sword. Found you. After discovering this hidden consciousness, Rogge didn't hesitate and immediately controlled the eye power to wrap this consciousness, and then pulled this consciousness into the consciousness space that he has already prepared. In the consciousness space with the red moon, Rogge saw the consciousness inside the black sword, and saw this consciousness that tried to influence the user. Unlike the life he has seen before, the consciousness that appeared in front of him at this time was not the appearance of a living creature, but a dark rectangular light gate. The black light gate is 2 meters wide and 5 meters high, the surface is very smooth, and the thickness is like a paper. Looking at the black light gate floating above the ground, Rogge frowned again. What's going on? This thing doesn't look like a living thing at all. How did it gain consciousness? Can this thing really communicate? Although his mind was full of doubts, Rogge slowly came to the black light gate, raised his arm, and put his right hand on the black light gate. This consciousness space was built by him. Even if the black light gate is a threat, he can remove the consciousness space at any time to ensure the safety of his consciousness. When his right hand came in contact with the black light gate, memories rushed out of the black light gate and forcibly poured into Rogge's mind. These memories were like a movie played in reverse, quickly flashing through his mind. When he saw the first picture of these memories, Rogge guessed the source of these memories. These memories were the memories of the suzerain symbiotic demons. Being thrown into the mold, King Kong Seal, Susanoo, seeing Rogge for the first time. At this time, Rogge was like watching 20 rewound movies at the same time, browsing the memories of these Lord-level symbiotic demons. From the experience in the mold, these rewound pictures continued to the moment when these Lord-level symbiotic demons were born. Just when Rogge thought that these 20 rewound memories were going to disappear, the pictures in his mind suddenly changed, and the memories of the 20 Lord-level symbiotic demons instantly merged into a more primitive memory, and then began to rewind again. This time there is only one rewind picture, and the rewind time is much longer than the memories of these Lord-level symbiotic demons. Although Rogge didn't know how these memories appeared, one thing he was certain of was that what he was browsing now was the entire history of the symbiotic demons. In the rewind picture, Rogge saw the symbiotic demons fighting in the universe, saw the process of the formation of the symbiotic demon planet, saw the symbiotic demon god Nar imprisoned in the symbiotic demon planet. The symbiotic demon god Nar was actually imprisoned on this planet, and the symbiotic demon planet was his prison cell. Just when Rogge thought that the rewind memories stopped there, the picture changed again. This time, the symbiotic demons that appeared in the rewind picture had a unified form, a unified dragon form. This symbiotic demon dragon army under Nar's lead went on a campaign in the universe, bringing calamity to many planets. Rogge acutely sensed that the symbiotic demon god Nar had already lost the Black Death Sword at this time. When the long river of memories of the symbiotic demon dragon army was rewound, this strange rewind scene finally reached the final memory. In this memory, there were no symbiotic demons, only a completely black sword, the Black Death Sword. The Black Death Sword's rewind memories started with the natives of a nameless planet, then it was Nar wielding the Black Death Sword and fighting all kinds of enemies. There were two scenes that caught Rogge's attention. One was when Nar used the celestial group's blood flames to forge the Black Death Sword, and the other was when Nar used the Black Death Sword to cut off the celestial group's head. In particular, the scene of Nar using the Black Death Sword to cut off the celestial group's head left an indelible impression in Rogge's mind. A war of slaying gods, this was a war of slaying gods in the truest sense. At the end of this memory rewind that lasted who knew how long, the symbiotic demon god Nar took out the Black Death Sword from the endless shadows of the void. When Rogge opened his eyes again, what appeared in front of him was still that pitch-black door of light. His right hand was still on the black door of light. Rogge didn't know how long the memory rewind lasted, and he didn't feel any fatigue or discomfort. The vast memories that had surged into his mind were now quietly waiting in a corner of his mind, waiting for him to flip through them again. Does this count as forcing the user to watch an advertisement? Rogge inwardly criticized. I've finished looking through the memories. Shouldn't you show yourself? After retracting his right hand and waiting for a few seconds, the smooth surface of the black door of light rippled like water. You. Why did you have to come looking for me? The voice was a little immature, sounding like that of a little boy. Why did I have to come looking for you? Speaking of which, shouldn't you explain why you're trying to influence my rationality? Rogge asked in return. If Black Blade hadn't tried to influence his actions, he wouldn't have made a trip here. Attacking the enemy's head can kill them faster. The Black Door of Light answered matter-of-factly. Even if you can get rid of the enemy faster, that doesn't mean you can influence my rationality. Do you understand? Right, what's your name? For some reason, Rogge suddenly felt like he was trying to reason with a kindergartner. Name? I don't have a name. I was just born, and I haven't given myself a name yet. Just born? You have so many memories, and you're telling me that you were just born? Rogge rolled his eyes at the Black Door of Light's answer. If he were to convert the memories that he had just rewound into time, the time span was at least billions of years, or even tens of billions of years. Under such circumstances, no one would believe that the Black Door of Light said that he had just been born. Those aren't my memories, and I don't know how they appeared. I only know that they were there when I was born. The Black Door of Light sounded sincere, and it didn't sound like it was lying. Moreover, Rogge suspected that the Black Door of Light that had just been born might not know how to lie. Chapter 299. Although the Black Door of Light's words didn't sound reliable, Rogge chose to believe it in the end. The reason he chose to believe it was simple because the Black Door of Light didn't need to lie about such things. If the Black Door of Light chose to hide something, he didn't need to share those memories at all. Since you don't have a name, I'll give you one. The previous sword was called the Black Death Sword, then the newly born you will be called Blackie. Rogge thought for a few seconds and gave the Black Door of Light a simple and catchy name. Of course, if the Black Door of Light didn't like the name Blackie, it could change it. Blackie? Your expression tells me that this name isn't as simple as it sounds. But it doesn't matter. Blackie it is. A name is just a code name. It doesn't matter if it's Blackie or Whitey. Unlike the childish tone, the Black Door of Light's way of thinking was unusually mature. It didn't mind the extremely common name Blackie at all. I like the way you think. Back to the topic, why are you trying to affect my rationality? You should know very well that no one likes this feeling. Rogge pulled the topic back and tried to figure out Blackie's true thoughts. If he knew Blackie's true intentions, he wouldn't mind creating a new black sword with its own consciousness. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that Blackie would listen to his arrangements obediently and not act on its own to affect his rationality. Slaughter, destruction, death, battle, conquest. These are the natural instincts of every symbiotic demon. Although symbiotic demons are living beings, they are different from other living beings. Symbiotic demons were created specifically for battle. This is also the main reason why Nar created them. Is there anything wrong with correcting the user's mistakes and allowing the user to kill the enemy with the least cost, the fastest speed, and the most effective method? Blackie didn't think there was anything wrong with him affecting the user's rationality. From his point of view, this was to increase the user's killing efficiency and allow the user to have more power. Do you know what it means to overstep your authority? You're just a weapon. You don't have the right to make decisions for the user. With the consent of the user, there's no problem for you to do that. But you can't act on your own without permission. Do you understand? If it wasn't for Blackie's good attitude, Rogge wouldn't have bothered to explain this to him. Other people might be able to tolerate Blackie's actions, but he would never allow such a thing to happen. Understood? You don't like others making decisions for you. You only like to be in control of everything. After a few seconds of silence, Xiao He said slowly. It's good that you understand. I don't mind your existence, but you must not try to influence me, including my rationality and everything in battle. If you can do that, perhaps we can become good partners. Little Black was easier to communicate with than he had imagined. Rogge dismissed the idea of killing Little Black. Furthermore, according to the legends, a weapon having its own consciousness was the prerequisite for becoming a divine weapon. Although this kind of saying only existed in legends and some online novels, who could guarantee that it wasn't true? No problem. But I hope that when you don't need to fight or use me, I can have the right to move freely. Sure. After reaching an agreement with Little Black, Rogge's consciousness returned to reality, and at the same time, he removed the chakra and eye power from the black blade. You can move freely for a while now. As soon as the voice fell, the black blade in front of Rogge rose into the air, and then quickly transformed into a venom-like humanoid form. It can actually transform? He originally thought that Little Black's movement would be like the flying sword in Xiangxia novels, but he didn't expect it to be the same as the symbiotic body. A black blade that can transform, this is very much like a symbiotic body. When Little Black, with a curious face, left the training room and fought with Venom, who was waiting outside the training room, Rogge remembered a very important problem. He only gave Little Black a name, but forgot to give Black Blade a name. Although Black Blade is only Little Black's body, Black Blade also needs a name. Because he can't say to his enemies in the future, dying under my Little Black is the greatest honor in your life. You can lose the battle, but you can't not look cool. So, Rogge thought very seriously for a few minutes, and then gave Black Blade a very fancy name, Northern Cold. Northern Cold Blade. Of course, except for Rogge himself, others may not understand what Northern Cold means, but this doesn't affect him from naming Black Blade Northern Cold. People always like to recall the past when they are old. Rogge sighed silently. The Black Death Sword plan was successful, and the symbiotic body has been captured. As for the symbiotic body god, Nar, who is imprisoned on the symbiotic body planet, Rogge wisely chose to come back next time. With his current strength, he is not an opponent of the symbiotic body god Nar for the time being. The coordinates of the symbiotic body planet have been recorded by Hinata. If she wants to come back, she can come back at any time, so there is no hurry. Hinata, let's start the return journey. Under Hinata's control, the Golden Jack sailed towards the nearest space jump point. However, before the Golden Jack reached the space jump point, Venom, who was beside Rogge, suddenly turned into a mass of mucus and fell to the ground in pain. What's going on? Is he sick? He has left the radiation range of the symbiotic body planet. He needs a host. Xiao He glanced at Venom and said with a calm face. Rogge froze for a moment because he completely forgot about this matter. Just as he was about to take out a container from the psychic scroll to empty a room for Venom, Xiao He suddenly came in front of Venom and pierced his sharp right claw directly into Venom's body. Rogge wasn't worried that Xiao He would hurt Venom. In front of him, Xiao He didn't have such courage. In front of Rogge's curious look, Xiao He's body surged with energy and flowed into Venom's body along his right claw. In just a few seconds, Venom changed from a mucus form back to his original appearance. How did you do it? As soon as he changed back to his original appearance, Venom immediately asked Xiao He. It's not a big deal, I just helped you overcome the congenital defect of needing a host to survive. Xiao He's face was still calm. Overcome the congenital defect of the symbiotic body needing a host to survive? In Xiao He's eyes, this is a trivial matter. But in the eyes of Rogge and Venom, this is a major event that has changed the entire survival mode of the symbiotic body. Except for the symbiotic body planet, the symbiotic body needs a host to survive, which is the origin of the name symbiotic body. Without this defect, it means that the biggest weakness of the symbiotic body has been eliminated. A symbiotic body that can survive without a host, can it still be considered a symbiotic body? Chapter 300. Can all symbionts overcome this defect? After a few seconds of silence, Rogge asked Xiao He. If Xiao He can really make the symbionts move freely without a host, then the symbionts in the summon scroll may be used to build a good symbionts army. In the beginning, he intended to use the captured symbionts as raw materials for the Black Death Sword plan. But now he has Xiao He, so those symbionts have been temporarily put aside. Not all symbionts can do it. To overcome this defect, you must at least reach the strength of the Lord level, and it must be the stronger strength of the Lord level. Xiao He said unhurriedly, making Rogge's symbionts army plan fail before it is implemented. Symbionts can indeed combine with hosts of different races, but this does not mean that the symbionts have no requirements for the parasitic host. If the host does not match the symbionts, the parasitic host will die. This is a bit like an organ transplant. Only when there is a perfect match, there will be no rejection. Okay, that's all right. After nearly 10 hours of long flight and several consecutive space jumps, the Golden Jack finally returned to the outer space where the Earth is located. After the Golden Jack entered stealth, Rogge returned to Konoha's headquarters with Venom and Xiao He. After returning to Konoha's headquarters, Venom, who has the ability to survive on his own, thought seriously for a few minutes and finally chose to stay with Eddie. Rogge didn't say anything about Venom's choice. Although Venom and Eddie are of the same gender, who knows if Venom thinks so. After Venom left, Rogge asked Hinata to take out 3 containers from the summon scroll and asked her to arrange for them to be sent to the Osborn building, and sent an email to Harry Osborn. Harry Osborn showed kindness last time. In return, Rogge intends to send him 3 symbionts, which is a reciprocity between them. After taking out all the remaining symbionts containers and asking Hinata to inform Dr. Connors to conduct research on the symbionts, Rogge returned to his room. As for Xiao He, Rogge gave him the right to move freely in Konoha's headquarters and let him have his own fun. He has a new weapon, the Northern Cold Sword, and Susanoo has also been tested. The unconsumed ninja coins increased to 885, and he also brought back a full 100 army-level symbionts. This time's trip to the symbiont's planet was pretty good overall. However, at this time, Rogge was still not satisfied. After the trip to the symbiotic demon planet, especially after fighting with the Lord-level symbiotic demons whose recovery ability was so high that it was completely unreasonable, he increasingly felt that the bodies of Earthlings were a little too weak. Although he did not suffer any injuries during the fight, it still evoked the thought of strengthening his body. In terms of bloodline, he is a pure Earth. Although he is, the Earth, of the Earth, and, of the Earth. He has no plans to change his bloodline, nor does he intend to give up on further strengthening his body. With the resources he has now, there are many ways to strengthen his body. Both Extremis and Spider Serum can strengthen the body to a certain extent. If he doesn't want to inject these super serums, symbionts are also an option. Although the effects of these methods are immediate, they are not particularly in line with his requirements. In particular, the symbiont's parasitism method was ruled out by him for the first time. Since none of these works, he can only continue to focus on ninjutsu or the sage body. After thinking about it, he finally chose the most primitive and most reliable plan. Continue to develop the sage body, and develop it to the level that Hashirama had reached. But in this way, another small problem has arisen. Although he has not stopped practicing the sage body, he has encountered a bottleneck after the sage body was upgraded to the current stage. The amount of chakra of the Sanbai is the limit he can reach at present. Conventional practice has made it difficult to further improve the amount of chakra, and if the amount of chakra stops increasing, the progress of the development of the sage body will slow down. Exchange for yin Kyuabai or yang Kyuabai, and use the amount of chakra of Kyuabai to forcefully promote the improvement of the sage body. Since conventional means are useless, then he will use some unconventional means. Hinata, sort out the previous commissions and pick 4 of them. I plan to go out and relax. Although Hinata has become his personal assistant, there are still some secrets that only he knows. For example, the commission must be judged to get ninja coins. Okay. It didn't take long for Hinata to virtually project the selected commissions into Rogge's room. I'll take these 4. In the following month, Rogge resumed his old business and executed the commissions of his clients. His luck was good, and the 4 commissions that were selected passed the judgment of the system, allowing him to get 145 ninja coins as commission reward. Unconsumed ninja coins, 1030. Looking at the unconsumed ninja coins in the attribute panel for the first time, Rogge sighed, then opened the system's exchange page and swiped to the Baijiu exchange page. Unlike the exchange icons on other pages, the icons on the Baijiu exchange page are all dark gold, which symbolizes high-level exchange. From Ichibai to Juabi, there are a total of 11 exchange icons. Among them, there are 2 exchange icons for Kyuabai, Yin Kyuabai, and Yang Kyuabai. Although the exchange icon for Juabi was also there, the exchange price of 10,000 ninja coins under the icon made Rogge directly ignore it. 10,000 ninja coins, even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth this price. Rogge roughly calculated that from the time he crossed to the present, all the ninja coins he got added up to just over 2,000. Yin Kyuabai or Yang Kyuabai, this is the question. If he remembers correctly, Naruto has Yang Kyuabai, and Yandere Hokage has Yin Kyuabai. Although from the name, Yin Kyuabai is more suitable for him. But Yang Kyuabai and Sennin are obviously more compatible. After thinking about it for more than a minute, Rogge finally made a decision. Exchange for Yang Kyuabai. Use Yang Kyuabai's chakra to forcefully promote the promotion of Sennin. When he pressed the exchange icon symbolizing Yang Kyuabai, he only had 30 ninja coins left, and Yang Kyuabai's exchange icon disappeared. Before he closed the exchange page, a majestic chakra descended on him, filling his whole body.